One day, a great battle took place in the Tianzi Mountains. The Demon Emperor Qiong Lu and the Mad Emperor Lu Xuan fought this battle between them for 10 days and nights. Their forces were equal to each other, and no one was willing to give any slack. In the eyes of the emperors blazed uncontrollable rage at each other, and the desire to win at any cost. This battle was no longer about strength, but about who could curb their weakness and make the leap. Mad Emperor Lu Xuan had finally gathered all his strength and made the leap that allowed him to put an end to the Demon Emperor. If only it were that simple. Behind him, someone was trying to stab his sword into his back. Lu Xuan didn't even feel anything. He was still watching his defeated opponent. But rather quickly, Emperor Wuyang stabbed his sword through the Mad Emperor's body. It was as if he had forgotten about the pain. He was wrapped up in the incomprehension of what was happening. He didn't understand why he'd been treated like this. It had just been a fair fight, and now he was being stabbed in the back by someone he didn't expect. Lu Xuan fell dead. He was no longer able to get up. The pain of betrayal was stronger than him. But lastly, he deigned to warn Wuyang that for betrayal, he would pay a painful death. The traitor would die personally at the hands of the Mad Emperor. Lu Xuan's ribs were completely broken. It felt as if a lightning bolt had pierced through his body instead of an iron sword. The physical pain was unbearable, but not as bad as the pain of betrayal. Still, the body was coming to an end. This world has come to an end. Lu Xuan has an exciting new adventure waiting for him, in the new world where he woke up. There, he met up with Lei Tai, who had already entered the top 100 in strength in the Zhenwu ranking. Lu Xuan was beaten to death, but still managed to wake up so quickly. Surely this guy was trash. With such a beating, if anyone else woke up, it was unlikely that they would have the strength to continue the competition. However, for the sake of such a woman, why not die in a previously lost battle? But this was no longer the same Lu Xuan. He looked completely lost as the former emperor still didn't fully understand the situation, and where he was, and how he ended up here. The first thing he noticed in his eyes was his rival. Lu Xuan allowed himself to be called a crazy bastard. He didn't have much strength, but he dared to come to Heishi and challenge Lei Tai. Right now, Lu Xuan had to surrender and kneel down since Lei Tai couldn't kill him. Lu Xuan finally just realized that he had been reborn in a new body. Maybe it wasn't all that bad. Life had given him a new opportunity to become stronger. But his predecessor was a madman, sending himself to certain death for a woman. What a lover's woe. Be that as it may, and no matter how stupid the body's predecessor was, everything played into the Mad Emperor's hands. After all, if he didn't get to Heishi, Lu Xuan would not be able to be reborn accordingly. And now that the Mad Emperor had been reborn, by all means, he remembered his past life and the hatred that now raged in his new body. At any cost, he would find his traitor, and he would have to pay with his death. Lu Xuan's body was in the ring, but his thoughts were still in his past life. The opponent was astonished and angry as he didn't understand what was happening to Lu Xuan at all. In any case, Lei Tai wasn't going to give victory. He wanted to play happily with Lu Xuan because he had managed to make him angry. Lu Xuan had brought disaster on himself. Now he would have to pay the price. But the Mad Emperor didn't take any threats or anything. He asked his rival to just get the hell away from him, and you could tell by the look in his eyes that he was very displeased. What did he care about other people's anger now, when hatred was raging within him? He no longer cared about his predecessor's affairs. He had his own goals now. The past Lu Xuan may have been weak, but strong in spirit. But the Mad Emperor was many times stronger. He didn't even need to do anything to be feared. His destructive energy was so strong that it manifested without any extra movement. An experienced fighter like Lei Tai felt it perfectly. His legs began to tremble, and his gaze became numb. Would he continue this fight, which was most likely meaningless? Suddenly, the outstanding martial arts master, with just a glance at his opponent, became maddened with fear. Did he really want to become a martial artist? What a disgrace. Lu Xuan didn't want to fight with an opponent who wasn't his own, so he immediately walked away. But he didn't want to show his weakness and demanded to continue the fight. But did Lei Tai deserve to continue this fight? Lu Xuan found himself in the fairly populated city of Zhenwu. Life here was booming. Among the crowd, Lu Xuan could be seen who was already panting to get through the crowd. There was something wrong with him. He was very hungry, but unfortunately he had nothing to eat to satisfy his hunger. His previously handsome face had turned completely pale. The hunger was immediately visible, especially from the puffy eyes that didn't even shine anymore. If he wanted to become a martial artist in this body, he wouldn't even have 6 years. He would most likely need the Xinjia 100-point card to strengthen his body and spirit, and he would also need many kinds of medicines. But money was an issue. To begin with, it would be worth looking at the job ads with the possible. This method was rather ostentatious in Lu Xuan's opinion, but fortunately, he had long since learned how to disguise himself. In the square, he stumbled into the control building, where he came under close scrutiny. No one wanted to receive and serve Lu Xuan, seeing the condition he was in and shabby as a bum. While the girls were arguing amongst themselves, one of them still decided to serve the gentleman. Lu Xuan decided to inform them that he had arrived here based on their announcement of the reward for completing the task. In the girl's eyes, you could see sympathy and some pity for the gentleman, but nevertheless, she behaved quite professionally, and despite this, continued to communicate with the client. Lu Xuan was not ignored by the other passers-by, but he still didn't care at all. No matter what state and body he was in now, he still had the spirit of the Mad Emperor in him. This girl's co-workers started gossiping about her. What a pity that it was this girl who had taken such dubious loot. If this person came to accomplish a task, it's not a fact that he would be able to do so. But they didn't hear that. They just came to a place where there were many tasks. Lu Xuan suddenly realized that he didn't even know what month and year it was. But the task in front of him didn't seem to be difficult. The question was, why couldn't Chinese cabbage and julienne flowers work together harmoniously during processing? The question was not a difficult one, because this is the basis of the basics. The Mad Emperor gave the following answer. If you dry fresh Chinese cabbage and julienne flowers in a dark place for 1 month, their interaction will be milder. The gossiping girls behind continued to watch Lu Xuan, who asked for it, answered, and now made a mistake. But why would he do that? Everyone makes mistakes. To avoid reckless confusion, these crystal balls contain a magical field. If the answer is wrong, the ball can punish you severely. It will shoot out a red light, and if the person doesn't die, their skin will come off. If the answer was correct, the ball would light up orange. This color was divided into 5 streams. As a result, the entire ball filled with an orange glow. This glow was like the sun. It spread for several meters, and it was as if it could blind you. What was the surprise of the gossipers and other people who came to do the task? No one expected that this homeless man would be able to answer such a question correctly. Far beyond the city, 5 more streams of orange could be seen pouring out of the city center and heading straight up into the sky. It was the right answer. Meanwhile, the dean of Jianwu Academy, as well as the local merchant, perfectly sensed this feeling that they most likely hadn't felt in a long time. Pill merchant. Yuan Heng could watch as his cauldron was destroyed by this light altogether. Suddenly, the correct answer was memorized by all the people. They were proud to see with their own eyes the master who gave this answer. Everyone rushed to share this news among themselves. The more Lu Xuan improved and hardened himself in the beginning, the more he expected to gain respect in the future. Although it was said that a 5th level of strength could injure a martial artist. But in his past life, just by obtaining an 8th level of strength, Lu Xuan was able to achieve a great result. Heavy training led to muscle damage and internal organ injuries. If hidden injuries such as muscle and vein strains were not dealt with, warriors became disabled, not resuscitated, and very weak. Lu Xuan couldn't even guess what level of strength he would be able to achieve in this life. But he knew one thing: to achieve more than he had in his past life, he would do everything he could to do so. Taking the pill was not easy for him. His body was really starting to ache as if in a fever. He was unable to resist and fell to the floor, and his body was oozing sweat. Wencheng, Lu Xuan's new acquaintances, rushed to the Mad Emperor's house, shouting that there was trouble. The poor kid hadn't even gotten to the house yet before all the stuff flew out of it, and cracks started to cut through the walls as if there had been some kind of explosion. This was Lu Xuan's advancement to the 5th level. But it wasn't enough at all. He wanted to achieve more, so he didn't look very satisfied with what he had achieved. As soon as Lu Xuan heard the screams, he of course went outside to meet his guest, who was completely out of breath. It turns out that Lu Xuan was in trouble, as the executive squad of the law was looking for him. But the question was another. Why were they looking for him? This was something Yuan Cheng couldn't say. After all, this squad had never explained anything. But in any case, Lu Xuan had to be careful. In that case, they decided to deal with the problem right away and go back to the center and see what was going on. A very young boy was being beaten up by that very same squad. They came here to capture Lu Xuan, and this young lad had the audacity to cover up for this criminal, even though he denied it. Of course, when the squad was crossed, they wouldn't even listen to that, and could afford to hit anyone and even finish them off to death. Let them try to touch him again, and then they'll be in trouble. That's what the voice that just came in said. Lu Xuan didn't hesitate to introduce himself after all. He was the one they were looking for. So let him deal with him. There was nothing lesser to pound. The squad immediately began to accuse Lu Xuan of being a criminal. And besides, our hero had made this rotten squad wait for a long time. Some passerby was demanding the Mad Emperor to kneel down. And if he obeyed, the squad member would be kind enough to just tie him up and teach him a lesson. But what happens if he resists? Why not check it out right now? These guys turned out to be pretty weak. It basically didn't seem like it, as Lu Xuan managed to take this kid down with one hand. Of course, the threats didn't stop there. Other members of the squad continued to attack, threatening Lu Xuan's death. This fool was seeking death himself. He did not immediately sense the power that was hidden in Lu Xuan's body, thus asking for trouble. The Mad Emperor's strength was so great that he managed to type the poor guy into the wall with one hand. This guy's body made a huge crack in the concrete wall, which did not leave the other members of the squad indifferent. They finally realized that they had underestimated Lu Xuan, for he was a very good fighter. But he was too weak, for now this hero would show him what real strength was. Looks like it wasn't just about punching babies. Or maybe it was just that. Lu Xuan didn't even feel a whiff of the great power he had just been told about. Even getting punched in the nose, this kid managed to keep accusing Lu Xuan of something he didn't even come close to doing. But at least still he suddenly attacked. But it was self-defense. How dare these decrepit guys say that Lu Xuan had broken the rules, that he was a criminal? Why didn't they even dare to name which rules he had broken, and on what basis he was a criminal? It had become known that Lei Tai had died. There were even people who had seen him and Lu Xuan fighting, so they immediately blamed his opponent for the recent fight. But what kind of nonsense is this? There was no way Lu Xuan could kill him. Then he himself left the arena to avoid finishing off this fighter, so the squad could get out of here. The boys were taken to a safer place where they could talk about it calmly. The first thing the boys were curious about was when Lu Xuan had become so strong that he was able to scatter and beat the squad members. It was actually a long story, and not for young ears. Lu Xuan was not very eager to tell it. He was more interested in what year it was now. The guys were of course surprised at such a question after all. How could he not remember such things? But in general, it was now 300 years in Zhao Yang's calendar. Looks like that bastard took all the power for himself after he killed Lu Xuan. The young men knew that Emperor Zhao Yang had beheaded the demon Qiong Lu and wiped out as many as 6 clans after he unified the lands. The time of Qiong Lu's assassination was considered the beginning of a new era, and just since then, 300 years had passed. Lu Xuan couldn't believe his ears. It had been so many years. Who would have thought that this scoundrel would dare to behead Qiong Lu? But the guys still decided to return to the topic about Lu Xuan. They were very impressed by today's fight. Had he already become a martial artist? For now, he didn't consider himself a martial artist, but at least it was getting close. If not, Yuan Cheng and Liu Chuan would constantly be in some kind of trouble, because it was unlikely that they would be covered by the academy. But there were certainly other ways to defend oneself. For example, one could win first place in the competition that would be in 8 days. When Lu Xuan managed to become the winner, not only would he be able to enter the 5 elements pool and obtain the 2nd level power stone, but also, he would be able to free himself from the squad checks. It was difficult, but there were rumors that last year, Chen Feng, the first place cultivator, had trained hard all the time and had also reached the 7th level. An ordinary level 1 cultivator wasn't even a match for him. And what about the 5 elements pool and the power stone? Those 2 things were pretty good. But in that case, it was necessary to win the victory. In 8 days, Lu Xuan must reach the 7th level. Only then could it work. From the look of our hero, it could be seen that Lu Xuan was seriously thinking about it and seemed to really intend to participate in this competition. Indeed, time was very short. Lu Xuan urgently needed to go somewhere. But he promised the boys that he would return before the competition. Yuan Cheng and Liu Chuan had known Lu Xuan for a long time, but they remembered him completely differently. At this moment, they realized that he had changed a lot. But be that as it may, Yuan Cheng very much welcomed such a change. He liked it and was inspired by it. Somehow, Lu Xuan was not far away near the female dormitory. It seems he had come to visit someone. Of course, he could certainly do with leaving his stubbornness behind before practicing. Besides, he remembered that the owner of this body was supposed to give this jade bracelet as a gift for the girl's birthday. So he decided to fulfill the former body master's will and thank him in this way. He remembered the girl's name, but suddenly someone loudly addressed Mrs. Su Ya, which was his lover's name. This person was offering her a good chance, and if she missed it, she wouldn't be able to even dream of something in the future. The taste of the former owner of the body was not bad. The girl was very beautiful. Perfect posture, well-groomed hair, neat clothes. A girl like that was worth fighting for. The conversation with the strange man continued, and eventually Sui agreed to the man's terms and decided that I would fulfill his request. In that case, the girl had half a month to resolve the matter. The man had heard that Suya had a relationship with someone named Lu Xuan, so the girl had to do it properly. Sui decided to admit that they were just acquaintances. Besides, even if this guy had some feelings for her, she considered Lu Xuan as just her friend. Our hero did not have any feelings for this girl, but nevertheless it was very bitter to hear such a thing. When another man tries for the sake of a girl, and she just keeps silent and accepts all the advances, it is very painful. Ignoring the phrase, just a friend, Lu Xuan did not deign to go out of his hiding place, wanting to understand the meaning of that phrase a little better. The girl, of course, was surprised by the appearance of her safe familiar. So the first thing she decided to do was to find out when he had come and how much she had heard. Oh, what a pity. Lu Xuan had already gotten frustrated that he had prevented these from communicating with each other. The girl was completely angry, hurriedly introducing her interlocutor as Mr. Mo Zhen. Besides, Lu Xuan would also do well to introduce himself. But Mo Zheng was not very interested in the young man, and therefore left this squabble to the two of them. But he would expect news from Suya. Sui looked completely confused, for I could have lost a lot of things because of Lu Xuan's sudden appearance. So she decided to go after her boyfriend. She started yelling at him. It turns out that there was news that Mr. Qin Huang from the Sun Martial Art Academy had chosen Lu Xuan as his training partner. Now he and Sui were people we are from different worlds. In addition, Suya decided to consider this money to be his repayment for the debt he had spent on her in the past. So from now on, she asked him not to bother her anymore. More than 300 years had passed, and the Mad Emperor was still surprised that the youths were still playing such games. Lu Xuan still didn't utter a word. He didn't even seem to want to take this money that the girl gave him. If he was a man, he should have known his worth. So why he refused? His ex didn't understand. Sui, based on Lu Xuan's natural characteristics, she concluded that in order to achieve any positive result in training, it was pointless to rely on hard work alone. Taking money and becoming rich would also be a good idea. It seems Lu Xuan was too greedy. But he wasn't even a martial artist, so how could he be a training partner? Lu Xuan had originally planned to give this jade bracelet to Suya, but it seems like it was no longer necessary. That bum had the nerve to get that broken bracelet. Only the devil wanted that bracelet. So I wasn't impressed at all, if only because I didn't know anything about jewelry. But suddenly, some voice even from afar noticed that it was a blue jade bracelet. The girl immediately noticed that it was a superb blue jade made by a top-grade master. It was only a one-of-a-kind in the city. Even if Lu Xuan has a great honorable status and a large amount of money, it's not easy to buy. Therefore, if this girl didn't need the bracelet, the stranger asked for it to be given to her. In addition, she promised that she would pay back Lu Xuan's debt in installments. But this deal was not very encouraging to Lu Xuan, so he refused, and later broke that bracelet right in front of the girls. Lu Xuan said goodbye to his ex-girlfriend, but the stranger was not at ease, because she had wanted this bracelet for so long and now it was gone. Suya believed that this bracelet was probably not real, giving Princess Luo Zhou a reassuring look. But the princess only got more angry. After all, this glitter, this pattern, this work, if it was a fake, then let the smart Suya help the princess buy the same genuine bracelet. No matter how much money she had, it was impossible to get one. 3 days after that incident, Lu Xuan decided to wander around the forest to find someone. It was this beast that he was looking for. To find this wolf, he had to fight many other wolves, as well as walk several kilometers through the forest, and in front of him was a ruthless wolf leader. He had the main ingredient for the beast bloodstone in him. Only he would be able to help a weak body like Lu Xuan's to face a 9th-level opponent. In his past life, our hero had achieved quite a lot, but still only had an 8th level. Zhao Yang had lived longer than Lu Xuan by 300 years, which was already a reason to take revenge. He had made a promise to himself that in this life he would definitely manage to become the strongest. He had a wealth of knowledge, and once again he would not fall into the same rake he had stumbled upon in his previous life. He will only have to act with a cold mind and do what he needs to do to achieve his goal. He was not afraid of anyone, much less this wolf that the other masters shunned. If he decided that he wanted this wolf, he would surely achieve his goal. It was so simple that Lu Xuan didn't even hurt. He was only trying to catch his breath from the sudden rush of movements. The first step towards level improvement had been taken. Lu Xuan finally did return to Zhen Wu's dormitory, but he noticed the sad faces there. The guys were very worried about Lu Xuan. They hoped that no one had seen him. Since Lu Xuan was once again running into trouble, he also spread the news that the contest organizers were looking for Lu Xuan to take revenge on him. As a consequence, he came under the close watch of the Law and Order Squad, which helped him avoid charges while embarrassing others by taking advantage of his position. This kid seems to have a very high opinion of himself. Even so, during the competition, you can get him to make some moves with manipulation. But the guys' thoughts were completely different. They were worried about Lu Xuan and thought about how to keep him out of this fight. Yuan Cheng and Liu Chuan even had a plan to take Lu Xuan out of the competition. This kind of reaction and excitement Lu Xuan definitely didn't expect, although he didn't consider himself super strong. But he was still quite capable of participating in this competition. In Yuan Cheng's opinion, Lu Xuan's strength was still limited. After all, if he ran into a martial arts master, it would be a straight path to death. No wonder the boys were so worried. In that case, Lu Xuan had to agree with them and not participate in the competition. Besides, he supposedly got these pills by accident, so he decided to give them to the guys since they could increase their strength. He himself decided to go for a walk without even listening to the boys. They didn't even want to take the pills at first because they were very precious. And to give such things to others so easily was unthinkably generous. The walk led our hero to Zhen Wu's training facility. The Beast Bloodstone had improved his body and spirit. It allowed him to now have a 9th level qualification. On top of that, he had only managed to train himself to level 7 on his own. But he still needed a lot of practice. Passing by through the school grounds, shouts of Liu Xiao and Chen Tian fighting could be heard. Liu Chuan was in 4th place to become the best. He had to challenge the first 3 places that had defeated him earlier. One could see that this kid was actually quite popular, as there were a lot of people converging on his fight. Rather than creating crowds just to get a glimpse of Liu Xiao, Lu Xuan also didn't want to miss the chance to look at such a popular young man. So he searched with his eyes for a vacant spot where he could get a better look at him. This lady was empty, of course. Lu Xuan dared to walk towards her. But behind him, a noise was heard, saying he was fed up with his life. How did he even dare to approach this woman? Did he really want to be thrown the hell out of here? 3 people were already hurt and ran away in shame, and this girl was just crazy. As soon as someone tried to come here, she would immediately look threateningly at the person as if he had entered her house and chase him away without ceremony. Lu Xuan was impressed by such insolence. After all, this was not her territory, which she recognized. But nevertheless, she continued to passively threaten, saying if Lu Xuan did not leave, she would have to use force. Our hero was stubborn and basically agreed to these conditions. Because if anyone leaves here, it will be this woman. She just doesn't have the strength to deal with Lu Xuan. She didn't speak and threaten anymore and used force. You could tell from her actions that she was not only crazy but also a martial arts master. Although the impact from her arm swing should be very powerful, Lu Xuan felt still confident that he would be able to resist a direct fist strike. The woman was very angry and disgruntled. Who knows what kind of bad temper she had, that she chased all passers-by off the street. What kind of warrior is this woman? Finally, when she met a worthy opponent, she stepped back from the blow in time, not even seeking to strike back. And later she started yelling, saying Lu Xuan is a bully and a pervert. She thought that Lu Xuan was playing dumb, but what did she want? Was it just a diversion to hit harder later? But she was using completely old-school methods. Because of this, it really wasn't a problem for Lu Xuan to confront this woman. For her fight wasn't anything special. She fought back as best she could, and Lu Xuan in turn didn't even try to hurt her, all the while just touching her points that shouldn't have been touched in a woman. That made her even angrier. She didn't want to appear weak in public, so she was hardly going to just walk away without giving this pervert the slip. It seemed that only now did Lu Xuan realize that they were really going to fight, and it seemed unlikely that anything would save him. Today, Liu Xiao was crumbling all the foundations, and Chen Tian would finally learn what true strength was. Who the hell is Chen Tian? He's just another lowlife who can't compare to Liu Xiao. Some were praising Liu Xiao, but some continued to watch Lu Xuan fight with the brazen woman. People were puzzled by who that guy was. After all, they were fighting at the same level. Liu Xiao was surprised to see Lu Xuan in that guy. Who would have thought that it would be him? After a few minutes of fighting, Lu Xuan noticed that his opponent was much stronger than the body Lu Xuan was in. If he continued to be defensive, he would definitely not win. Therefore, in order to win, Lu Xuan decided to do something very risky. Her opponent immediately noticed her opponent's desperation and took this attack without a second thought, repelling it. She was a 7th level martial artist. The difference in strength with Lu Xuan in her past life was only 1 level. If she put all her strength into it, Lu Xuan would definitely be finished. But it seems his risk was justified. What he had originally intended to do, he succeeded, and in good time too. The woman in turn tensed up a bit, because in response to her attack, Lu Xuan didn't even move from his seat. In the end, she tensed up for good reason, for in the next instant, Lu Xuan managed to throw his opponent straight into the tree, with such force that it began to crack. People were still continuing to watch this fight. Who would have thought that it would continue like this? Eventually, the tree fell from the force with which the woman flew into it. But she wasn't going to give up. It was obvious that she was battered and in worse shape, but her eyes said otherwise. Lu Xuan, in turn, was also shocked that he had managed to pull off such a risky plan, so he didn't even reply anything to the woman's barbs. Not only was he impressed, but also those watching, and especially Liu Xiao himself, who was so celebrated for his strength. Since Lu Xuan had already finished fighting that woman, many people were encouraging Liu Xiao to teach that guy a lesson, because let him know that there are always bigger fish to fry. And if Liu Xiao decided to act, that poor guy would die a painful death. After all, would Liu Xuan dare to face the Grandmaster or not? Liu Xiao was already here, so let it be a duel. But the only one who didn't like this idea was Liu Xiao himself. He didn't want to fight with a person who gave up a 7th level master. Because of this, he hurriedly refuted everything that the crowds of people were saying. Because he, Liu Xiao, was a true fan of Lu Xuan. He had always been his idol. Eventually, go Trubla, he was fed up. Lu Xuan wanted to leave already, and Liu Xiao was only too happy to wish him a good journey. But someone wasn't going to let him go and stopped him. It turns out Lu Xuan's recent opponent didn't try hard at all, so she offered Lu Xuan to fight again. But was she sure of her intention? To fail once more. Her confidence was evident in her eyes, but mostly it was anger and frustration from the failed fight. She wanted a rematch, to show everyone that she was strong and not easily defeated. But Lu Xuan was completely uninterested in this, so he just walked away. He just wanted to be close to the arena, not fight with some crazy woman. Surely people were expecting this fight to continue and were even a little disappointed by this outcome. And the warrior was angry to be so embarrassed in front of people. But Lu Xuan could not be stopped. He walked towards the Alchemist's guild under the gazes. The previous fight had made him realize that he couldn't attack level 9 opponents without outside help. But when he approached him with his request, he was immediately refused. He wanted only a stone of power, which was not so rare. But the potion was a very dangerous thing in itself. Without the guild's permission, ordinary guests couldn't just buy it. Alchemists, on the other hand, could naturally acquire it at any time. But unfortunately, Lu Xuan was still not an alchemist. And yet, learning that such a young and strong young man was only a student was even more delightful to the woman. In addition, high-level students could also buy a dream, but only one at a time. But unfortunately, Lu Xuan was not even a high-level student. He only had a medium, though you couldn't tell from it. And actually, Lu Xuan hadn't even studied at all. He only wanted to take the exam for now. But that scared the girl even more, because to become an alchemist requires a hell of a lot of effort, and desire alone would not be enough. Still, Lu Xuan could go to the other room where the alchemists were being tested. Lu Xuan immediately ran as soon as he found out where to take this test. The girl wanted to say one last thing to him, but she was already out of time. This guy wasn't even a student, but he wanted to go take the alchemist exam. To pass the alchemist exam, the most important thing is spiritual power. Will Lu Xuan have problems with this? An ordinary person only had 0-1 spiritual power, which meant that they had to use all of their mental powers. A normal alchemist, on the other hand, had at least 0-3 spiritual power. The body that Lu Xuan had only had 0-2 spiritual power. To get as much power as an alchemist, it would take about 1 or 2 years of hard training. This method was very long and was clearly not suitable for Lu Xuan. Besides, he had other ideas. For example, the 9th method of soul enlightenment could increase spiritual powers for a short time. But this method was very painful, even though it was much faster. The girls could see that this guy had already been sitting here for half a day. They were worried, as if something had happened. But the experienced Xiao Xiao understood that he was practicing for the exam, and he must have caught up at the last moment, and that was it. Lu Xuan could no longer continue his training as these women interrupted him. Apparently the road was too narrow, or she was too fat to pass by. Lu Xuan had to take a closer look at these two individuals, and that was when he realized something. They were top-level disciples, which was evident even from their clothes. In that case, there was no need for our hero to argue with them after all. He just wanted to finish his cultivation and start the exam without any conflicts. Xiao Xiao went forward and her friend apologized to the young man. She was embarrassed because the girl just had such a temper, and the guy shouldn't be offended by her. He just laughed good-naturedly in response, because he didn't find anything offensive or bad about it. For such a long time, Xiao Xiao's character had become an indulgence for Lu Xuan. In general, Xiao Xiao's friend seemed nice to Lu Xuan. When all those who wished to participate in the exam had gathered, the exam itself was about to begin, but were still waiting for possible examiners. For example, someone like Lu Xuan, he had just finished his training and was being escorted to the exam class. Surprisingly, his seat was with the same Xiao Xiao, which the girl was clearly displeased with. But maybe in time she'll change her mind about Lu Xuan. Since the exam hadn't started yet, that cute little girl decided to get to know Lu Xuan better. Her name was Liu Yue. She noticed that the guy's uniform belonged to Zhen Wu's school, but the girl hadn't seen Lu Xuan before. Our hero in turn decided to try his luck in this exam in his past life. Although he was a martial arts master, but he had never passed the exam. Such a frivolous attitude towards such a serious exam really angered Xiao Xiao. After all, those who wanted to become alchemists had studied hard and practiced hard, and Lu Xuan was not even a student. He had just come to try his luck. What impertinence. But this criticism did not upset Liu Yue and Lu Xuan in any way. They all seemed to be used to such barbs by now. Alchemists were indeed people of respected status. Accordingly, they carried great responsibility. One wrong prescription or diagnosis could lead to accidental death and a rift in the family. Hence, if one wanted to become an alchemist, one must have a solid foundation, one must not doubt, and one must not repeat after others without having one's own idea of anything. Today's exam will consist of 3 parts. Now there will be the first part in which the examiners will have to distinguish between the different ingredients for the potion. Specifically for this test, each student was given identical black boxes. Plus, they had handholes made in them, so a person could easily put them inside the box, but not see anything that was in there. The student must identify by feel which medicinal material is in the box, and record the answer on the paper. If more than 8 ingredients are successfully identified, this test will be passed. If there are fewer correct choices, or many errors, the student will be immediately dismissed from the exam. With only 10 minutes to complete the entire test, the first part of the exam has already begun. Lu Xuan found the first test to be quite easy. After all, there were only 10 ingredients. After all, this was a first-level exam. But to his surprise, Lu Xuan noticed that there were traps at this level of attestation, which fortunately he had noticed. Time ran out very quickly and already had to turn in the work. To prevent students from pandemonium, their work was specially collected and taken to their teachers. The teachers were excited to see how many people would be able to pass the exam. This time, in their opinion, the exam was much more difficult than before, and time was very short. In general, it would be good if at least 2 people passed. But this time there were a few good examiners who were always very diligent. We decided to examine the test paper right away, of course. Liu Zhang answered correctly 7 times. But he confused the invisible flower with the weeping willow flower. They are very similar. No wonder he made a mistake. There were also those who got 6 out of 10 correct, but unfortunately, they didn't reach the required number of points. Lu Xuan noticed to his surprise that this place wasn't that big, but the exams here were very strict. Anyone who didn't answer at least 8 points correctly was kicked out. There were geniuses, of course, who managed to manage all 10 points and not make any mistakes. If nothing sudden happens, the first place will be hers. Another genius was Liu Yue, who managed to answer 9 out of 10 without any mistakes. Mr. Q had already been congratulated, since Xiao Xiao was his student and managed to answer everything correctly. The school should now have one more official alchemist, but on the other hand, this girl's character was very arrogant, even if you look at the fact that she was good at alchemy. Still, it was very early to determine the winner, because there were still works that had not been checked yet. The last job doesn't even have a merit badge. This person must have come here to keep the place empty. Whether the teachers check his work or not will have no effect on the result in their opinion. It turns out that the winner has already been determined, chosen of course Xiao Xiao, because she gave all the right answers. In the eyes of other people, she became just a goddess and an idol. After all, no one managed as well as she did, so this girl was worthy of admiration in the eyes of guys. If a winner was determined, the panelists still wanted to know about the last examinee. The teachers still couldn't figure it out, or they were extremely surprised by something, but they stared at that sheet for about 5 minutes, if not more. Finally, they were able to see what was wrong with the job. At the end of the day, it was revealed that the last examinee was the winner, 11. 11 medicinal materials were identified absolutely correctly. Therefore, the last examiner took first place. No one expected that there would be some kind of trick in the first test, much less that there would be a smart guy who could get around it. Lu Xuan had to feel the surprised and displeased looks on his face. Xiao in particular was angry. After all, the teachers had warned that there were only 10 medicinal materials in the box. Why did it become 11 now? To explain everything, the teacher asked Xiao to pull the cloth off the box itself. She wanted to understand what was the reason, so she decided to do so. She was very unhappy with this outcome, because she felt better than everyone else. But when she took the cloth off the box, it was abundantly clear, for it was made of wood. And not just any wood, but scarlet wood. This is the kind of trick teachers have prepared for their future students to find the best one. The box itself was originally made of medicinal material. Will there now be any objection in Xiao to this result? In fact, this situation was like food for thought for Xiao, because next time, she would try not to make similar mistakes and be more careful. However, no one had any objections. The students were excited to begin the next test, which was mental strength. To begin this challenge, the teacher asked me to bring something here. It was a special instrument that would actually measure the mental strength of the examinee. Those who had passed the first trial, Xiao, Lu Xuan, Chen, and Liu Yue, could now step forward to begin another trial. Even though the previous trial's evaluation was fair, Xiao's bad temper was making itself felt, as she determinedly continued to look at Lu Xuan and see him as a potential opponent. In fact, the teacher was happy that there was finally someone who could suppress this arrogant girl. Xiao was good at everything except her arrogance, and Lu Xuan could put pressure on her. It could be very useful for her further growth. Teacher actually found that these two were very suitable for each other. What other thoughts did he have in his mind about this couple? Though okay, refrain from these details. Children and grandchildren should choose their own happiness. It was time to begin the second stage of the exam. This device measured in strength, and those who made it rise to a mark of 0 to 3 could consider that they had passed. This time, Chen decided to invite the former to participate in this trial. He felt very scared. After all, he had expected to be called last at all. This moment was definitely very exciting for him. But finally, he took all his will in his fist and began his effect on this device. His mental strength consisted of only 0.28, lacking so little. And in the end, he failed the test. No leniency, and no regrets. Quite quickly, the line reached Liu Yue, who was also anxious before this trial. Her hands were shaking, but still she tried to control herself and succeeded. Lu Xuan was very attentive and noticed how the girl was still worried. So he decided to support her, telling her that she would definitely manage. The support of a recent acquaintance of a friend helped the girl a lot. She really convinced herself that she would succeed, and there was nothing to worry about. Just a couple of words made such a great difference in her mood. The friend was also confident in Liu Yue. She didn't even allow for the thought that she might fail at something. After all, she practiced with double strength every day, and also didn't need the support of an asshole like Lu Xuan. I wonder why Xiao didn't support her. And actually, Lu Xuan wasn't even supporting Liu Yue. He was just stating a fact. Indeed, the mental strength was just exactly 0.3, which was enough to pass to the next test. In a burst of joy, Liu Yue pounced on her friend, who was also happy for her. A year of hard training was indeed not in vain. The teacher was pleased with the girl's result. Now it was Xiao's turn. She was as confident as ever, and even felt that note of arrogance that was characteristic of her. Before starting the test, she warned her main rival to show everything she could, because this time she was sure she would win. But competing with some girl, Lu Xuan didn't care much. He decided to ignore the bully, making her angrier and angrier. She wanted to be taken seriously, but Lu Xuan wasn't interested in that. When she was undergoing this test, she didn't even feel any excitement. All her thoughts were focused on showing herself in the best light and stronger than anyone, much less Lu Xuan. She managed to give out a high score of 0.35 spiritual power. This was really not a bad result, because this additional 0.5 points of spiritual power could not be achieved without practicing for 2 years. Well, now it was Lu Xuan's turn. It seems he wasn't as excited about his capabilities as Xiao, who was trying to make him look like an underdog. Lu Xuan did not expect to beat Xiao in any way in this competition. He had originally focused on a spiritual power of 0.3 points, and accordingly it was displayed on the device. Of course, the girl didn't miss the chance to poke fun at how good and better she was than Lu Xuan. I still didn't care about this rivalry. Xiao Xiao still didn't seem to understand this and wanted to hear something in response to her provocations, but there was only silence in response. This time, the results were very good. There were 3 people left after the second stage. If they passed the third stage, they could be considered real alchemists. But enough chatter, it's time for the last final step, where the students will prepare the potion. Now, in front of each of the 3 participants, there would be a medicinal 3 ingredients and a cauldron. If they can make the beast bloodstone within an hour, they have passed. Of course, the excitement within Xiao Xiao continued to rage. She once again offered Lu Xuan a battle of sorts. Whose beast bloodstone would be higher in level, the one who would win. But our hero again answered nothing to the girl, but sighed boredly. She in turn couldn't figure out if he was going to fight or not. He was already beginning preparations to cook the beast stone, and she was watching him, hoping for at least some sort of response. But there was no response. She was very unaccustomed to being ignored by anyone at all. Usually she was feared, respected, and always answered, and now some ragamuffin dared to ignore her so cruelly. Lu Xuan decided to glance at the annoying girl from the scythe to see if she had left or not, but she resented him looking at her even more. In that case, Lu Xuan asked her to wait a bit and see what would happen. Xiao Xiao was puzzled, but still agreed to look at what her opponent was doing. The way Lu Xuan created that very beast stone was unusual and very spectacular. The fire rose everywhere, but no one was afraid that it might travel further. The teachers recognized the technique. After all, it was used in ancient times. They hardly expected to see an examinee here using it in an exam. Lu Xuan seemed to ignore the astonishment of those watching, and continued to work on preparing the beast stone. The most unusual and seemingly incompatible ingredients flew into the cauldron. The cauldron was filled with the most unusual ingredients and seemingly incompatible ingredients. Lu Xuan tried to throw it all in at once, because every detail in this recipe was very important. It's amazing that after centuries he still remembered this recipe. The flames circling inside the cauldron seemed to play fireworks, fusing all the ingredients within it into Lu Xuan's obedience. All of these fireworks turned into a veritable maelstrom that was designed to create the ultimate goal. It takes a bit of time to create a beast stone, as well as high concentration. Lots of ingredients that you need to know where to get, in case it was prepared on your own. The reaction when following all the rules was instantaneous. It was as if the ingredients were created for this recipe. If one didn't follow the rules of the recipe, it was unlikely that anything would work out the first time. But this wasn't the first time Lu Xuan had already made a beast stone, so it wasn't difficult for him to create one in his new life the first time. Lu Xuan's beast stone was already ready, which the teacher noted with surprise. Here in such a large cauldron, one small pill is boiled. But it is the most important medicine, because it has many natural properties that not everyone manages to preserve during cooking. But this young man managed to work quite calmly and subtly. His actions were precise and smooth. The teachers noticed that he was smart beyond his years. After that, Xiao Xiao started to accuse the guy of cheating, as they say. Now he started to play with her. The girl was eager for revenge and was not going to give up, because she still wanted to take the lead and be the favorite of the teachers. Still, the girl was confident that she would be the first. After all, Lu Xuan had been training after a while and would not be able to do better. Unlike Xiao Xiao, after all, she had been training for years and with the best teachers. So some ragamuffins started training on the eve of the exam. Lu Xuan was amused by this whole situation and the girl's stubbornness. Where would this lead to? 2 hours had already passed. Everyone was patiently waiting for the girl's potion to be prepared. After all, it was already necessary to finish the exam. The teacher saw that the potion was ready after all. The people watching from behind whispered as they began to smell a very rich odor from Xiao Xiao's potion. This could indicate that her beast bloodstone would at least pass the quality test. This girl was really cool. Finally, it was time to taste the pills. They were all neatly arranged on plates that also had the names of their creators. First, there was to be a quality check. The potion that Liu Yue concocted with difficulty, but it still reached the right level, which meant that she had passed the test and was now officially an alchemist. As for Xiao Xiao's beast bloodstone, the quality of her pill was at a high level, which meant that she had also passed the exam and could be considered an alchemist officially. The outcome of Lu Xuan's pill was yet to be said, but the girl already thought that his potion was of an unnecessary level, which meant that she had won. But as the saying goes, don't say oops until you've jumped. Lu Xuan's potion was only being tested for quality. It was given special attention as if it was the first exam. In the end, the teachers gave the verdict that the beast bloodstone that Lu Xuan had prepared was just perfect in quality. It was at the highest level. Lu Xuan also passed the exam and could now officially be considered an alchemist. Xiao Xiao couldn't even imagine how such a thing was even possible. For some reason, from the very beginning, she had started competing with Lu Xuan without even having a good reason. So she tried to challenge every decision of the teachers that was not in her favor. Xiao Xiao could certainly be considered an alchemist. But nevertheless, she still couldn't create a perfect beast bloodstone in a short period of time. However, this Lu Xuan pill was perfect in every aspect, and created in a short amount of time. The girl was completely upset and didn't look very satisfied. She was overcome with panic. Liu Yue tried to calm her down. After all, many official alchemists could not create a potion of such a high level as Xiao Xiao's. She really had something to be proud of. However, then the girl came to her senses. She didn't care what Lu Xuan said, although he just kept quiet. Anyway, one of the rounds was won by Xiao Xiao, which she was proud of. Even if only her mental strength is higher than Lu Xuan's, which means in the future, she will definitely be able to surpass him. Even after that, our hero didn't let out a word, only shrugged perplexedly. This girl was funny, impulsive, and aggressive, always trying to prove something. In any case, everyone had passed the last test, which meant they were given a certificate that confirmed their status as an alchemist. With this credential, alchemists can buy level 1 and level 2 potions at any time. This was all very good. But Lu Xuan wanted to know which body training potion was better in the Alchemist Guild. Mr. Ku began to remember that there used to be a person who had solved all the questions of the great master of all time. He had learned how to make a 4th-level dragon tiger stone. If this stone still existed, it could be considered the best potion to train the body. Even if the dragon tiger stone is good, but for a level 4 potion, one must obtain a level 4 credential. The level of the alchemist certification that Lu Xuan had obtained just now was not high enough, but it wasn't bad either. Lu Xuan was eager to buy the dragon tiger stone, which meant he needed the proper identification. He had the audacity to ask if any of the 3 teachers would deign to sell it to Lu Xuan. Only Mr. Q had the 4th-level alchemist credential. However, he couldn't sell it to Lu Xuan. In that case, Lu Xuan apologized for such a disturbance, but the master stopped him to still finish listening to him, even though Mr. Q couldn't sell what Lu Xuan wanted. But if the young man acted on the demand Mr. Q made, he could give it to him. This made Lu Xuan very interested. He was willing to listen to all the demands that the master made. A level 4 credential should be enough to save lives. Lu Xuan was afraid that Mr. Q's demands would not be easy. The master set the following conditions. If Lu Xuan's spiritual power was able to reach 0.4 points within half a year, then Master Chu would give him the certificate. After that, a silent scene hung. Lu Xuan couldn't even squeeze out a word. Was it surprise at the ease of the task, or at the severity of it? Generally speaking, when an alchemist reaches 0.4 points in his spiritual power, he could be considered a 2nd-level alchemist. One could think that in this way, Mr. Q was trying to encourage Lu Xuan to work hard and develop in this field. Lu Xuan was still silent, as if he didn't know what to answer. He was trying to think about this sentence more carefully. Finally pulling himself together, exhaling all the heaviness that had gathered, he decided to clarify. Would he be able to get this ID anytime within 6 months? Turns out yes. Lu Xuan was happy with this answer, but what did he mean? It was as if his spiritual power had already amounted to the right amount of points. But actually not yet. Even such a suggestion was very frightening to Mr. Q. And yet, Lu Xuan only asked to wait for 1 minute. He sat down in the lotus posture right in front of everyone, as if starting his cultivation. It would seem like this was some kind of joke. Was Lu Xuan really going to reach a spiritual power of 0.4 points right here and now? If this was true, the experienced teachers were ready to fall under the ground right now. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan tried not to be distracted by this whispering. He had a plan. If he were to use the 9th soul enlightenment method again, his pain would double. However, increasing the spiritual power level would be difficult. But perhaps it was a very good chance to get a level 4 alchemist right now. Whether he succeeded or not, it was still very interesting for everyone to watch the actions of this outstanding young man. The girls couldn't understand at all how such a thing was possible. Training spiritual power right now. This was the first time they had ever encountered such a thing. During cultivation, one could notice how much worse Lu Xuan had gotten. He felt out of sorts. But in the end, this cultivation really didn't take much time, and he felt ready to begin the trial. Mr. Q was worried. For Lu Xuan, somehow he got up. It seemed as if he was about to fall. But the guy did not acknowledge his pain and warned that it was fine. Before starting the ordeal, Master Chu wanted to better understand what had happened. Had Lu Xuan really managed to prepare for this ordeal in just a few minutes? It took a full 10 minutes, but yes, Lu Xuan did feel ready to pass the test. The Lord didn't believe in it very much, but even so, he still wanted to conduct this test. 0.4 points was considered the standard of a level 2 alchemist. Mr. Q asked to follow him. After all, they must find a level 2 alchemist examiner. The girls were excited, and Xiao Xiao was worried. But not for Lu Xuan, but for her authority. Would the young man who was hastily preparing for the exam still be able to pass the test? It was hard to guess or analyze it since they didn't know the guy at all. He was doing well in the tests, so they could probably expect anything from him. Liu Yue was beginning to believe as if that guy had purposely attracted Xiao Xiao's attention. But such an assumption was strange to her friend, and perhaps even repulsive. But in Liu Yue's fantasies, it looked different. If Lu Xuan didn't have certain skills, how would he be able to realize that the box was made of scarlet wood? Oh, and how would he be able to make a perfect potion in a short period of time? Lu Yue definitely thought that he had also made the device stop at 03, so that after Xiao Xiao saw how everything would then turn over. These reflections were enough for Liu Yue to be certain that Lu Xuan was trying to attract Xiao Xiao's attention this way. The girl was so worried about it that Xiao Xiao actually thought as if Liu Yue herself had a crush on him. Liu Yue didn't hesitate to say that Lu Xuan looked pretty cool. Besides, if Xiao Xiao didn't like him, she didn't mind showing sympathy for him. That girl had no shame at all. How could she be so naive? But it looks like the situation was gaining momentum. Everyone will know soon enough that there was a new second-level alchemist. Lu Xuan's talent was hard to argue with. After all, he was young and had managed to reach a spiritual power of 0.4 points. Once again, like an angry dog, Xiao Xiao pounced on Lu Xuan. She was not happy for others. She could only be envious and angry at the world if someone had something better than her. Thanks to his knowledge, Lu Xuan was able to obtain a level 4 certification right at the alchemist entrance exam. Who would have thought that such an unobtrusive desire to take the alchemist test would be so successful? Now he was going to go to the potion store. But before he left, he was stopped by Xiao Xiao. She seemed to have one last thing to say. Before she gave out what she wanted, she was very worried, as if she was doubting her own thoughts. Xiao Xiao did admit that Lu Xuan was very cool, but still, she promised that he would one day come to an end at her hands. From a girl who was obviously weaker than Lu Xuan, saying such a thing was very bold and even too bold and ignorant. Xiao Xiao couldn't even guess what kind of response to expect from the guy. Would he scoff or something else? But really, for him to die at her hands, that's ridiculous. In the end, he just ignored her again. Turning around grudgingly and walking away from the psycho, Xiao Xiao was very upset because she had expected a loud conflict, but it hurt her even more. At this moment, she really wanted to cry to someone, so she cried to her teacher. Quite quickly, Lu Xuan managed to acquire that very same Dragon Tiger Stone. Now that he had this stone, he would be able to compete with even 9th level opponents. In the Sea of Clouds realm, all alchemists seeking self-cultivation first became martial artists by training their bodies. The stronger their body was, the stronger their foundation and greater their potential. Moreover, martial artists judged the strength of a body by the sound of its strike. That was the strength. A strike that could summon triple sound waves was considered a strike of a martial artist of the 3rd level of strength. Here, whoever summoned 5 sound waves would be considered a level 5 martial artist. It is a great risk to encounter power above the 5th level. It is necessary to have enough spiritual power and to be able to find its source. A person will have different sources during each stroke. There are a total of 36 places that could act as a source. But if you can't find the source within 10 breaths, the master will expect total collapse and immediate death. At this moment, Lu Xuan wondered if he even needed this 9th level of strength. Everything seemed to be ready, but he still had doubts. In his previous life, he had reached the 8th level and could already be said to have succeeded. According to rumors, the 9th level could only be reached by those who possessed the highest gift of ancient blood. It was the peak point that any martial artist dreamed of reaching. If Lu Xuan still decided to reach the 9th level, he would have a chance to take revenge on his enemy, Zhou Yang, and also gain another victory. But he was also aware of the risks. After all, on the way to achieve this goal, he would inevitably face mortal danger. This decision was very difficult for him. He was constantly hesitating and could not come to a final decision. He could have just started a new life and lived a life of pleasure, forgetting about the past. But he had such great opportunities to excel in his power even more than in his previous life. But Zhou Yang, this despicable person, kept him on his toes. Lu Xuan couldn't think of him without anger. That betrayal lodged in his heart like that stuck sword. Those moments, when he felt the pain of death and betrayal, imprinted in his memory better than the most joyous moments in his life. To this day, even in his new life, he couldn't answer himself that question. Why did it happen that way? What drove that man? A desire for power? Hatred of others? Or something else? During this entire time, Lu Xuan didn't even move, but his mood had changed drastically. He was filled with anger, rage, and a desire for revenge. His decision was obvious. He didn't think for another second and simply absorbed the Dragon Tiger Stone, intending to pass to the 9th level of strength. This new life he has decided to dedicate to his past, in order to repay all his debts to his enemies. Cultivation was not easy, but still, Lu Xuan had the perfect ability and knowledge from his past life to evolve to the 9th level. All that was left was to train hard. He would have to face Zhou Yang after 300 years, so Lu Xuan didn't want to dwell on his achievements in the past. Who knows how strong the enemy had become in the meantime? Lu Xuan needs to be stronger. To manage in less than 9 breaths, Lu Xuan had to first accumulate spiritual power. That's when you could try to open all 36 locations. But things were not going according to plan. It seemed that such a thing was impossible at all. Absolutely all 36 points were not sources. He didn't quite know what to do in such a situation, as this was the first time he had ever encountered such a situation. But even so, he pulled himself together and continued cultivating, hoping to find a way out. The absence of a source at all points seemed truly impossible. In the entire Sea of Clouds realm, there was no person who had a source beyond these 36 points. Or was the 9th level of strength just a legend, and really didn't exist at all? He had to keep working. There was only 1 breath left, but Lu Xuan's head was already splitting. He felt that his head could not physically withstand such a pressure of spiritual power and would simply explode. But before he gave up, he stopped himself as if he had regained consciousness. Against all odds, the most he could sacrifice was his life. He's living his second life, and he's just going to leave everything halfway through just to save his miserable life? No. He was given a life to do something more. He didn't need his life if he didn't have great strength. Besides, his heart was ruled by revenge against his enemy from the past. He couldn't afford to be weak. As they say, try or die trying. Still, he didn't give up halfway. But what would it cost him? His injuries were quite serious, but he still managed. In any case, he wouldn't have been able to get away with just 1 injury. Perhaps this headache would haunt him in the future. This was the price for the 9th level. As he finished his musings, he turned his attention to the blue sign that hung beside his bed. It hadn't been there before. Where had it come from? Lu Xuan originally found this thing on the endless stream known as the Realm of Darkness. It couldn't be cut or shattered or harmed in any way. Her appearance now was unusual. Lu Xuan didn't even know the reason for it. It seems that after reaching the 9th level of strength, Lu Xuan was receiving a new martial arts technique that came from this thing. Yuan is the truth of all living things. Yang is the truth of heaven and earth. Yuan Yang is the truth of heaven and earth, gathered to create all living things. Lu Xuan was now able to accept this truth. It's been 3 days now, and many people have been discussing the fight, especially the winner. No one expected him to win. It was originally known that even Leng Zhaoxin was not Lu Xuan's opponent, so why was there a need to be AWOL? Yuan Chen and Liu Chuan were conversing quite loudly. Lu Xuan himself could hear them, but they noticed him after what was said. The boys were very happy to see their old friend. They didn't expect him to return so quickly. Still, the first thing that interested the boy was how the boys' competition had gone. The competition had just ended, and the winner, just like last year, was Chen Feng. It turns out that this guy had already reached the first step of the intermediate level of a martial arts master. This seemed very suspicious to Lu Xuan. After all, high-level martial artists had advantages. So why was Chen Feng hiding his strength all this time? Yuan Cheng thought that this kid just had a bad temper. He liked Leng Zhaoxin, and when his public confession was rejected, his embarrassment turned to anger. During last year's competition, he had attacked Leng Zhaoxin sneakily. If the teacher hadn't been there at that moment, she would have been finished. Lu Xuan hesitated, but Liu Chuan suggested changing the topic, for from the looks of their senior friend, he was eating very poorly during his training. Lu Xuan wanted to argue that he had been eating well and didn't have high eating requirements at all, but his stomach was saying something completely different. The boys remembered their friend's kindness, because thanks to his pills, they had managed to enter the top 100 in strength. And so today they were sure to repay him, so they decided to go to the Emerald Bamboo House. Rumor has it that all the students at Zhenu Academy considered it an honor to dine here, but whatever the case, There was a lot of money being spent here. Normally, only students of Chen Feng's level could afford to regularly eat at such an establishment. As soon as Yuan Cheng started thinking about this person, he would immediately become angry, for he didn't have an ounce of manners. The fact that he won first place was a disgrace to the academy. This seemed to have been said at a very bad time, as Yuan Cheng himself had just approached the restaurant and heard unflattering remarks about himself. The conflict was just beginning. Everyone in attendance was involved. How could they miss such a performance? Many people couldn't accept that Chen Feng was number one here. Chen Feng himself did not see the three guys as any opponents, so he was confident that he would be able to quickly deal with them and prove his point. The boys looked very scared, and Lu Xuan seemed uninterested in this conflict and not at all happy. Chen Feng would certainly not let go of such insolence. Besides, he looked stronger than the three guys in appearance. In such a case, he could afford to demand his abusers to kneel down and apologize to him. Otherwise, Chen Feng felt obliged to do it himself. Lu Xuan thought that what they were discussing others behind their backs was really bad and really didn't mind apologizing. However, kneeling down was a bit too much. But the bald man didn't want to stop at just apologizing, so he decided to teach him a lesson. Chen Feng swung his punch without even warning, but it wasn't a problem for Lu Xuan to stop him. Chen Feng's palm was so strong that its strike caused Yuan Cheng and Liu Chuan to fly backwards, hitting the furniture. But Lu Xuan continued to stand as if a light breeze had blown on him. Chen Feng looked very surprised, for he had not often met people who could resist his palm and not even show any pain. But he didn't have to be surprised for long, because Lu Xuan had come here to eat, and wished this lousy guy would just disappear. Everyone expected Chen Feng to be able to teach the guys a lesson, but who would have thought that he would find a worthy opponent? On top of that, Lu Xuan also reprimanded Chen Feng, as he was ashamed to admit that this was the first level. This was nowhere near the first level. This fight was clean, but still Chen Feng had the nerve to accuse Lu Xuan of attacking stealthily, trying to cover up his defeat in this way. In that case, Chen Feng had actually offered to fight Lu Xuan face-to-face in the ring. This idea didn't really appeal to our hero, as Chen Feng didn't even manage to endure his handshake, the point of going into the ring. But he began to recall Yuan Cheng's words earlier telling him that if he won first place in the competition, not only would he be able to enter the 5 elements pool and obtain a level 2 power stone, he would also be able to avoid the law enforcement squad's inspections. If one could get such plushies, Lu Xuan didn't mind fighting, especially since victory was in his pocket. Lu Xuan warned Chen Feng that he could still fight him, but of course it was no fun to just fight. Therefore, he proposed the following conditions. In case Chen Feng loses, he must officially recognize and confirm that he is not worthy of the first place, and give it with all the privileges to Lu Xuan. I could tell by the look on my opponent's face that he wasn't very happy with these conditions. But he agreed. They decided to meet in the arena of the academy, because it would be inconvenient to fight here. The news of the coming fight spread very quickly. Curious spectators did not want to miss the chance to look at this spectacle, and the early gathered at the arena. Chen Feng was very doubtful of his abilities because he asked his senior Cheng for help, because that kid was not easy, since Cheng Feng was his own man for senior Cheng, who the latter agreed to help. The elixir his elder had given him was a strength-increasing elixir. It could increase his strength in a short period of time, and also by several times. The elder had once heard that this guy had managed to defeat Leng Zhou herself, and back then, he was just a simple warrior. If Chen Feng were to take this elixir, even that guy, if he grew to be a martial artist, he still wouldn't be Chen Feng's equal. Of course, Chen Feng did not refuse such an elixir, for it was a great opportunity for him to win. But before Chen Feng left, the elder warned that this elixir had many side effects. When it ran out, Chen Feng might lose 1 level. From the first stage of the middle level, taking this elixir could drop to the initial level. Whether to use it or not, Chen Feng must decide for himself. For himself, he had already clearly decided and made a decision quickly. If he could wash away the shame, 1 level would cost him nothing. Senior Cheng, that is, Xiao Cheng, was famous in the academy, plus he had a very high level. But he was not known for his power, but for being an alchemist. Xiao Cheng was the first successor of the all-time great master. His alchemy was at a high level, and was also comparable to Ling Xiaoxiao. This guy was called a double star by everyone. There were rumors that he had successfully passed the level 1 alchemist exam not too long ago. Lu Xuan was starting to remember who Ling Xiaoxiao was, and finally remembered that it was that annoying girl. In that case, our hero could assume that Xiao Chen was just as bad an alchemist as that girl. The fight was about to start. Everyone who was interested in seeing it had gathered. Suya had already prepared to watch this spectacle. But her friends reminded her that she seemed to want to go train at Wuyang Academy. But now they understood everything, for she had come to this academy just to watch Lu Xuan duel. Everyone knew that this Lu Xuan was very capable. It was hard to tell right off the bat who would win here. As for Xiao Xiao, she hoped that Lu Xuan would be well beaten, but his opponent of whatever level was not capable of that, so it was obvious to her that Lu Xuan would win. It was as if the girl didn't know what she was talking about. Chen Feng isn't capable of beating Lu Xuan. This is nonsense! I was sure that Lu Xuan would already lose everything, because no one knew his personality better than his ex. In her opinion, Lu Xuan was cowardly and timid, and he also had a weak body. In short, he was just a weakling. But Xiao Xiao didn't understand what kind of ability it was to cover people behind their backs with dirt. If Lu Xuan chased Su Yu away, it would benefit everyone. In that case, if I was sure that Lu Xuan would lose, then my friend suggested that I should make her a bet. Whoever loses must bow before Lu Xuan in front of everyone and then apologize. While saying, "I was reckless, blind as a mole." The girl didn't like the conditions very much. She even seemed to tense up. Apparently I think I was scared. She was very brave with words. After all, she could only discuss people behind their backs. After this little provocation, the girl quickly agreed, saying there was nothing to be afraid of here. The bet was made. All that remained was to see who would still manage to win. The duel had already started. Chen Feng decided to take the advantage and attack first, hoping that from this he would be assured victory. Lu Xuan looked very disappointed. He was expecting some variety. But once again, he saw the old technique that Chen Feng used back in the restaurant. It seemed that this victory would be even easier than one could imagine. Lu Xuan merely waved his hand, but the 100-kilogram man flew upwards like a balloon. Even so, Chen Feng was not disappointed, but instead looked on the contrary motivated as if he had some sort of plan. This time he decided to use the ghost punch technique. It had been a long time since the spectators had seen this technique even during the competition. Using the ghost strike technique, Chen Feng was confident that his opponent would be doomed and victory would remain with him. But from the expression on Lu Xuan's face, one could read even more disappointment, for this kid was completely stupid. Probably no one had told Lu Xuan's opponent yet, but it was trivial and understandable to our hero, making Chen Feng seem stupid. The thing was, when he used this type of technique, he had a change in the support he would land on. Accordingly, Lu Xuan would have no problem slapping him in the face, causing his opponent to fly away for a distance. I couldn't believe my eyes. Some piece of trash who doesn't know how to do anything managed to hit Chen Feng a second time. Her friend already thought that Lu Xuan would win anyway, no matter how upsetting it was to Su Yu. But it could be seen that Chen Feng was not so easy either. He had just been thrown a long distance away, but he did not give up and got back up again, not wanting to lose this fight. He still had the slap marks, many worried if he was okay. Chen Feng had used such a powerful technique, but he was still stunned by some first years. People had the impression that he had cheated during the past competitions. In his direction there were not flattering statements. He began to despise and swear, and there was for what. He was here to save his reputation, so he decided to still use one he relied on heavily. Lu Xuan was not satisfied with his opponent stalling for time. He wanted this goon to admit that he had lost sooner rather than later. But he was angrier than ever. Chen Feng promised that he would kill Lu Xuan after all. He had already hurt his honor twice. The next moment, he immediately disappeared without another word. Chen Feng once again rose up thanks to his gallop, hoping to try his luck again and try to win over his opponent. This guy, in Lu Xuan's opinion, was pretty good and had potential. He was even sorry to cripple him, but it looked like there was no way without it. In principle, Lu Xuan didn't make any unnecessary movements, and didn't try to hurt his opponent too much. But what can you do when he was so-and-so reaching for trouble himself? The situation was once again the same. Chen Feng did not redeem any lessons. Even if he was 300 times stronger, Lu Xuan was more experienced and smarter. Chen Feng was lying down again, but he was conscious. But there was no telling when he would still get up, and Lu Xuan would hardly want to wait. Because of this, he recognized Chen Feng as the loser, and demanded the Power Stone and the ability to pass to the 5 Elements pool. Chen Feng was not even able to say anything, let alone get up. He was lying there like a living dead man. Suddenly, applause was heard from Xiao Chen, who praised Lu Xuan, because who would have thought that such a talented guy could be found in a low-level competition. In addition, Xiao Chen found Lu Xuan had enough qualifications for him to become his subordinate. But Lu Xuan didn't quite understand such a generous offer. Become a what? It turns out that if Lu Xuan became Xiao Chen's subordinate, he would be able to glorify himself and his family for centuries. What kind of nonsense was this? Lu Xuan had to rudely reject this offer. How did he even manage to be so bold? Xiao Chen was only angry. He had already had time to think as if Lu Xuan was seeking death. But in order to prevent conflict from developing, Xiao perplexedly asked him a question. What is he even doing here? As soon as he saw Xiao and Princess Luozhou, his mood changed immediately. Suddenly, he became friendly and smiling. But Xiao didn't. She didn't understand the old man's behavior at all. If he didn't want to become someone's subordinate, should he be killed immediately? Turns out, the old man just wanted to teach this lousy guy a lesson, and also show him what respect for a real alchemist was. Xiao was completely at a loss for words from what Xiao Chen gave out. This old man didn't seem to be aware that Lu Xuan was a second-level alchemist at all. This old man had lost his fear and had no respect for his elders. So pathetic. But the girls decided to ignore him, because people like him should be expelled from the alchemist's group. Xiao Chen thought he was a great alchemist and decided to teach this little asshole a lesson, who was very ill-mannered and dared to insult an esteemed alchemist. Lu Xuan was completely focused on something else, and here some ragamuffin was harassing him. A single glance was enough to see something that Xiao Chen did not expect to see. It was a second-level alchemist ID. It was enough to make Xiao Chen change his mind in an instant. Maybe it still wouldn't be too late. Lu Xuan didn't look too angry. Before this anger grew even more, Xiao Chen hurriedly bowed, apologized, and left this place away. Indeed, he literally ran away like a scalded man to meet a second-level alchemist and to mess up his relationship with him. Xiao Chen has a great talent. Finally, our hero has obtained the Power Stone and the golden thread of the 5 elements. Only with this golden thread would he be able to deal with the incredible power of the Lake of 5 Elements. He was getting closer and closer to his revenge, but suddenly, Princess Luozhou stopped him and asked him to take his time. After all, there was a man who really wanted to talk to him. Lu Xuan didn't look very interested after all. He had already been detained today, and there was someone else asking for a meeting. And it was his ex that the princess and Xiao had brought. She was literally ready to break free, but the girls wouldn't let her go. Suai remained silent, not saying anything. In that case, if they didn't have anything to say, then Lu Xuan wanted to leave. After all, he still needed to train. To think that he just defeated Chen Feng and became so arrogant. What a redneck he is after all. Su, I seemed to be ready to unleash all the bad words and hate on him. But she was stopped by the argument in front of the girls. Somewhat through gritted teeth, she still said the phrase that Luozhou had ordered her to say, hoping that her ex would now be satisfied. Lu Xuan was completely puzzled after all. He didn't know that they were having an argument, and he had no idea what this phrase was referring to as a flattering expression. It didn't sound even close. The girl was clearly in trouble with her head, as frustrating as it sounds, but it was true. Even her friends wanted to walk away and have nothing to do with this crazy woman. Su, I'm a total downer. I lost my boyfriend. I lost my friends. I don't think a sane person would want to get involved with her at all. But Luo had noticed something about Xiao. It was as if she had fallen in love with the handsome Lu Xuan and was now worried about him because of it. But Xiao hurriedly refuted these assumptions. After all, this guy had once made her look stupid in an exam. She actually wanted to tear him to pieces, but she couldn't do it in time. Apparently, Luo knew quite a bit about him as well, as Xiao could see. In fact, Luo had once made some inquiries about him. Luo Xuan used to be an unknown guy, but recently he had started to develop at a breakneck pace. Now, of course, it would be hard not to pay attention to him. Luozhou had a hard time finding such a cool guy that she liked. So she asked Xiao in advance not to spoil anything. To think that Luozhou openly admitted to making inquiries about him. The guy. No shame, no conscience. Yes, she did talk openly about her interest. So what was the big deal? But she wasn't the kind of person who was obviously interested, but seriously pretended not to be. 3 days after that fight, the forest became Lu Xuan's second home. No one was in his way here, and he could practice quietly without too much attention. It was just the perfect place to test your power, improve it, and not hurt anyone, except for trees and wild animals. His punches were truly powerful, like explosives. Such was the power of the 9th level. Lu Xuan was happy that he was finally able to achieve the results of practicing the Elephant and Dragon Diamond Paw Strike. If he had a good base of a 9th level martial artist, plus this combat skill, even the highest level academy disciples wouldn't be able to become worthy opponents to him. In the Sea of Clouds world, training was divided into 2 types. Training certain skills and training martial arts. Skill training could help increase the strength of the body and mind. Martial arts training allowed a warrior to practice all possible martial techniques, Based on strengths and weaknesses, martial arts skills and techniques are divided into 5 stages: God, Holy Spirit, Devil, and Private. Each of these stages was also divided into low, medium, and high levels. In our hero's opinion, the wuyang technique he obtained when he reached the 9th level of strength was a high-level saint technique, or even a top-level technique. One wouldn't even realize how much higher level this technique was compared to the secret of the boundless sky used by his technique in his past life. It was the same with martial arts. The technique that Chen Feng used was a low-level ranked ghost strike technique. This technique was only capable of making a fuss. Still, this was too naive on Chen Feng's part. Lu Xuan had already finished with his training, but he still felt as if he had forgotten something. Just what? He tried to strain his brain, but it was difficult to renew his memory of the forgotten. Oh, a miracle. He remembered something, and what he had forgotten to do was evidently serious business. Meanwhile, a lot of people crowded around the 5 elements pool and couldn't pass through. They stood there for 2 hours exactly, but the gate still wouldn't open. It looked like that low-level person hadn't arrived yet, and if there weren't enough people, the gate wouldn't open. In order to enter the 5 elements pool, one had to gather people at one time. One entrance cost 350 feats. It seems this low-level person was a guy named Lu Xuan, but not everyone had heard of him yet, Wang Zheng included. Zhou Xin was low-level, so the guy assumed that maybe she knew this Lu Xuan. Unfortunately, their acquaintance was not very favorable. Zhou Xin remembered Lu Xuan as a shameless guy, and was still over that incident, although she was the one to blame. No shame, no conscience. It was the perfect opportunity to teach a guy like that a lesson. Lu Xuan had pissed off Wang Zheng, by no means. Apparently he had no luck at all. Wang Zheng was ranked 16th among the high-level students. There was no doubt that he would teach Lu Xuan a lesson at all. The 5 elements waterhole was very far away. Lu Xuan, who had just remembered this, only had to hope that no one would be angry at his tardiness. But as soon as he thought about it, the very same evil, expectant people met him on his way. Lu Xuan was indeed very embarrassed after all. He hadn't purposely forgotten about it. Unfortunately, he didn't have any reminders that he had to go somewhere, so he felt guilty. Wang Zheng was very angry. Well, he finally met the very Lu Xuan who had made them wait for so long. Ugh, what shamelessness. Lu Xuan hurriedly excused himself. After all, it was as if he had temporary problems. That is, he was suffering from a stomachache. And in general, he has a little bit of health problems.
But Wang Zheng didn't really care. Today he would show Lu Xuan what it meant to be punctual and
Only the guy overestimated his abilities. I guess he didn't quite realize that you didn't get into the 5 elements pool for the pretty eyes. Lu Xuan wasn't going to stop at just dodging a punch. He would only respond to punches with punches and no other way. Everyone should realize that it is always possible to solve problems by talking, and it is not necessary to immediately attack with fists, especially against someone who is stronger than you. Perhaps someone else wanted to tell Lu Xuan about how ugly it is to be late, and how important it is to be punctual. There didn't seem to be any takers. Lu Xuan had made his level of martial arts clear. It was unlikely that anyone else would pester him to assert themselves. In fact, Lu Xuan felt very embarrassed, doubly so, after all. He had struck Machine, without even thinking about it. Now this guy was hurt. How could he apologize to him now? Lu Xuan hovered in the position where he had hit Wang Zheng. No one in the crowd could even take their eyes off of him. His strength was impressive. Zhou Xin couldn't believe that this was Lu Xuan's real strength. It seems that on that day, because she was a girl, Lu Xuan decided not to go all out and took pity on her, as it turned out to be Zhou Xin. But what was he doing now? Did he really decide to stay where he was and recover his breath? After all, this movement was very original, and Lu Xuan himself is cool. Surely this movement must have its own special meaning. Among the crowd, Lu Xuan immediately spotted that crazy girl. But what she was doing now had Lu Xuan completely stunned. Why was she copying his movements? She's weird. However, our hero decided not to pay attention to it. He had something to say, but he still couldn't start as he felt very awkward in front of these guys. After gathering his strength and thoughts, he honestly and sincerely admitted that he was sorry that he had come in a little late today and set the others up. Suddenly the gate opened. The old man heard some noise and looked out to see what had happened here. This old man's name was Senior Mu Yang Feng. He seemed to be in charge of the 5 elements pool. Everyone knew that this old man had become a martial artist at the age of 17, and at the age of 22, he had already reached all 5 possible heights of a martial artist. Mu Yanfeng had also managed to once rank first in the kingdom in the Outstanding People's Exam. But how could he be here? It turns out that Senior Mu had an accident in his early years. It was hard for him to continue training, so he returned to the academy to look after the Five Elements pool. While the visitors were whispering about Senior Mu, he noticed Wang Zhen lying down, who had been beaten up quite a bit. Mu Yangfeng also turned his attention to the culprit behind the guy's condition being so bad. The old man immediately guessed that it was Lu Xuan who had hit the poor man, who was now crying and couldn't stop his tears. Lu Xuan was in a really awkward situation. He didn't rush to immediately agree with this accusation, but tried to present everything more gently. He made up this legend: Lu Xuan was a little late, and this man dared to molest girls, so he was punished. Wang Zheng, of course, did not like such a story. After all, he was being slandered, and he was completely clean. In fact, it was obvious that Lu Xuan had attacked him. However, Senior Mu wasn't really interested in this. He was too lazy to solve these worthless problems. Since Wang Zhen was injured, they didn't have 10 people, which meant they could split up. Before the teacher left, Lu Xuan rushed to rectify this situation, for Wang Zhen was as healthy as an ox. In addition, he had an excellent understanding of his medicine. He was not seriously harmed. But Mu Yangfeng could see perfectly well that Lu Xuan didn't know a damn thing about medicine, and there was almost nothing left of Wang Zheng. And the guys needed to get out of here as fast as they could before they ran into trouble. Oh, what a shame. Today was such a great day to get to the Five Elements pool, and because he was late, it was ruined. Besides, Lu Xuan originally wanted to help his teacher, because his yin in his lungs had been cut off, ruining his prospects for self-cultivation. Suddenly, the old man immediately returned. Mu Yanfeng asked the young man to stay a little longer, which was very unusual. After all, Elder Mu considered himself a kind of role model, so of course he felt obligated to serve the students. There weren't 10 people here, but still, Mu Yangfeng invited Lu Xuan inside to talk. As for Wang Zheng, Mu Yangfeng thought that there was nothing wrong with this kid at all. This poor kid had been taught by a girl. That was why he was lying on the ground. He was not worthy of attention at all. As soon as they entered outside the gate, Mu Yanfeng began a topic of interest to him. Lu Xuan had recently said about the yin in the lungs. From whom did he hear about it? But do you have to listen to other people to understand this? Lu Xuan immediately noticed that the old man's breathing was rapid, so it was obvious that he had a lung problem. In addition, the pale complexion and sullen eyebrows made it clear that Mu Yangfeng was full of negative energy inside. Therefore, he could no longer improve in training, which was a conclusion that was self-evident. These assumptions were absolutely accurate. In the past, the 7th-level alchemist who had diagnosed Mu Yanfeng had said exactly the same thing. Of course, the old man was interested in one question: whether there was any way to cure it. It turns out that our hero knew 2 ways to get rid of this disease. Mu Yanfeng was surprised. After all, here, a 7th-level alchemist had once told him that it was impossible to cure this. So what were these 2 ways that Lu Xuan knew? The first method was to find the healing stone of the scorching sun beast. You need to keep it near your body every day. It will gently restore blood vessels, and in 6 months there will be no trace left of negative energy. And indeed, this method could be quite workable. But the problem was that no matter where the old man went, he couldn't find the scorching sun beast stone anywhere. In that case, he was also interested in the second way. Perhaps this one would be able to realize it. And the second way was to find someone with a true yang technique, able to help restore the blood vessels. However, dark energy is quite frightening. With any carelessness, both parties could be affected. Mu Yanfeng was well aware that the true yang technique was very powerful, so much so that someone who practiced it could simply be burned alive if they were careless. There was no such master to be found in the entire Genwu realm. But in any case, Lu Xuan had disposed Mu Yangfeng to him, so he was kind enough to open the 5 Elements pool and everyone could enter it. If these people could come here to temper their bodies, then everyone should have a golden thread of the 5 elements with them. The rules were simple. When the thread burned out, everyone had to leave. Otherwise, if someone fails to leave in time, the ferocious power of the elements will turn the person into a concrete statue. Everyone was already walking towards the water body. But Lu Xuan stopped for some reason, as if he had some more questions. In fact, Lu Xuan wanted to admit that he was practicing the true yang technique. Mu Yanfeng was ecstatic at what he heard. He couldn't believe that there was such a person in front of him. All was not lost in his development. Lu Xuan could indeed cure Elder Mu, but he was currently lacking in skills. He needed a reservoir of 5 elements and more golden threads. If Lu Xuan was able to cure Mu Yangfeng, then the latter was kind enough to offer to use the 5 elements pool at any time. and Mu Yangfeng would give Lu Xuan as many threads as he wanted. The old man's hands were shaking at such news, for it was like a chance at a new life for him. In any case, Lu Xuan suggested that they should already start their transaction. Elder Mu could give Lu Xuan as many golden threads as he wanted, but the cruel power of the five elements pool was too great for humans, and Lu Xuan didn't seem to have reached the limits of his power, so half a golden thread was the limit for Lu Xuan. If Lu Xuan lingers in the body of water, it won't be good for him, but our hero had his own training methods, and they were different from the rest. How could the highest technique of the Xinjia school's defensive arts even be afraid of this body of water? Everyone who had come wasted no time, and had already started cultivating at their power points. Lu Xuan also decided not to waste any more time and took out a golden thread. All he had to do was set it on fire and then throw it into the stone funnel. The body was his jewel, and merging with the gold it blossomed. The thread immediately reacted, and Lu Xuan felt as if he was in another space, where there was only him and his strength. Zhou immediately noticed Lu Xuan's appearance, and as if she was discreetly peeking. It surprised her that he had appeared fairly recently, but his thread was burning fast. It was likely the first time she'd ever encountered such a thing. In fact, looking at her thread, she could see that it was quite intact, as if it wasn't burning at all, just smoldering in place. She only needed to divert her attention for a few seconds, and there was nothing left of Lu Xuan's thread at all.
Senior Mu, for the sake of interest, also decided to take a look at the cultivators. Lu Xuan was tensions. After all, his true force than a shortenish person's tense.
Even if Mu Yangfeng did it at the same speed, he only managed to last for 2 strands. How Lu Xuan did it, however, remained a mystery to everyone. Lu Xuan's thread had already finished burning, and he hinted for the old man to lend him another thread. Well, no matter what, this guy was really cool. These golden threads were practically worthless to Mu Yanfeng, so he decided to take a risk and trusted Lu Xuan. The thread immediately made contact with the burned thread, thus replacing it without interrupting the cultivation process. It also didn't escape the attentive Zhao Xin that Lu Xuan had taken another thread after all. But things couldn't go on like this. Zhou Xin, although she was a girl, but she couldn't afford to show her weakness. She couldn't afford to... Mu Yanfeng, as if he sensed the girl started to persevere, he gave her advice. If she continued to hold on longer through her strength, it wouldn't do her any good. She heeded the elder's words, though, and the orb pushed her out like a foreign body. Staying in this body of water was comparable to having a cultivator's body being torn to pieces alive. Based on Zhou Xin's strength, Senior Mu recognized that the fact that she had lasted until now, considering her strength, it was very good. But this guy, Zhou Xin still couldn't take her eyes off him. His second thread had already burned halfway through. At that moment, she felt worthless, as she realized that there was someone stronger than her, that she had something to strive for. Today her thread wasn't even half burned out, but would she continue to be upset about it, or would she work harder? 4 days had passed since Lu Xuan had entered the 5 elements pool. Mu Yangfeng was already tired. His threads had all run out to the last one. There was only one left. And this last thread, Mu Yangfeng still gave it to Lu Xuan as if with some hope. The last thread burned out rather quickly. Lu Xuan seemed to have managed to achieve the desired result, and in the end, after 4 days, he finally came out of the cultivation state. The effects of cultivation could be felt very well. It was as if his body was made of steel. But this was only a small success for him. It was a pity that the 5 elements reservoir here was the lowest level. The result that Lu Xuan had achieved here was the highest. More could not be taken from this place. Mu Yanfeng still couldn't recover. After all, Lu Xuan should supposedly be feeling ill, but he seemed, on the contrary, quite awake, stronger and more aware. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. Lu Xuan felt better than ever, for his body was now several times stronger. Of course, our hero did not forget about gratitude and gave the old man a small piece of paper. On this piece of paper was written about how Mu Yanfeng would manage to cure his illness. Quite quickly, the old man ran his eyes over the recipe that was written. The ingredients that were written there were very simple, and there were doubts as to whether it would really help. But Lu Xuan realized that the rare medicinal materials Mu Yangfeng would not be able to obtain anyway. So the question remained, was the old man even going to be treated or not? Mu Yangfeng, of course, did not want to lose his chance. So they referred to the fact that Lu Xuan would return here in the evening, and they would start the treatment. In theory, this shouldn't have caused any problems. But Mu Yanfeng felt as if something was amiss here. In these 4 days, Wang Zhen had recovered quite quickly, and was already standing at the gates of the 5 elements water pool once again. The rumor that Lu Xuan was literally trapped in a body of water spread very quickly. Wang Zheng even thought of just dragging that guy out of there. But that boy didn't seem to understand who was guarding the place, saying such nonsense. Chen remembered. Something the place was guarded by Mu Yanfeng. But didn't his strength come to an end 20 years ago? What can this old man do now? But only it really pissed off the guard, because the young man did not understand anything at all and told him such nonsense. Senior Mu was an extremely strong level 8 martial artist, even though he was sick and his strength had dropped to level 4. But even a level 5 martial artist was no match for him. Therefore, Wang Zheng should have been more careful and watched his tongue. Who knows on which side death might be waiting for him. Lu Xuan seemed to be coming out. They had waited for this moment after all. Lu Xuan noticed with surprise that it was quite lively. Who would have thought that there would be so many people crowded here? All eyes were fixed on him, as if they were expecting to see someone else and not him. Wang Zheng had the audacity to shout all sorts of expressions from behind his back. The guy didn't think he had a very high opinion of himself compared to the arrogant Lu Xuan, who even dared to kill a student of the executive law squad. But Lu Xuan didn't quite understand what was even being talked about. After all, he hadn't killed anyone, much less a squad student. Wang Zheng was not going to explain anything, but instead demanded an explanation from Lu Xuan. How did he even dare to kill Du Yan and Lu Xiao? Otherwise, if Lu Xuan did not tell about it, Manager Chao Ming would make Lu Xuan beg for death. It seemed like this week was definitely not for Wang Zheng. No matter how much he tried to shit on someone, he could easily be beaten up. Lastly, Chao Ming still admitted that the way Wang Zheng talked about Lu Xuan was the way most people talked about Lu Xuan. But that was just plain nonsense. He had been in the 5 elements pool for all those 4 days, so how had he managed to kill 2 people in that time? Manager Chao Ming kept referring to the fact that Lu Xuan had good accounts in the past with these two. What kind of disputes could there even be talking about here? Therefore, the manager didn't want to lose such a criminal, so he sent 2 specially trained men to stab him in the back, and if Lu Xuan resisted, he could kill him on the spot. During this entire time, Lu Xuan had just come out of the body of water and was now expecting some sort of skirmish again. Well, it wouldn't hurt to test out your new abilities in action anyway. Lu Xuan didn't want to fight with the puppies, so he went straight to the culprit of this incident to finish off one. Then he wouldn't have to deal with 2. Chao Ming hurriedly extinguished Lu Xuan's fervor, Molly if he defeated Chen Feng. Then let him not think that he had become majestic and omnipotent. Even if there were a few more of these Chen Fengs, let Chao Ming not think that he would be able to easily slip away from Lu Xuan. He wasn't going to let down any of this man's words or actions. Therefore, he punched Chao Ming with all his might, so that his body was covered in clouds of dust. Lu Xuan did have old accounts with Du Yan and Lu Xiao, but he didn't blame anyone for them suspecting him. But if this kind of situation were to happen again from now on, and anyone else dared to resort to brute force without even looking into it, then let them not blame Lu Xuan for not being polite afterwards. The 5 elements. Water body made Lu Xuan's physical body very strong. Now even if he practiced at half strength, his result would still be twice as good. However, to get to the next level you need wooden fighting dolls. In the past, there were many of them produced and sold everywhere. But Lu Xuan didn't know if they could be bought here. Alternatively, he could ask Mu Yanfeng about it. He should know. Suddenly our hero remembered that he was again, and he forgot something. He had forgotten to go to Mu Yanfeng's place for the evening as they had agreed, but no matter, it was too late now anyway. So Lu Xuan decided to go to bed. Meanwhile, the old man was waiting for Lu Xuan, but he still didn't come, and he had to wonder why he didn't come. Mu Yan was already regretting trusting this young man. He probably shouldn't have done it. But even so, how did Lu Xuan know the root of his problems right off the bat? The old man already assumed that this young man had started training while still in his mother's womb. If he was so strong at a young age, how strong would he be in the future? However, previously, even the greatest master of all time was unable to cure Mu Yanfeng's illness. Would it be within Lu Xuan's strength? Our hero still hadn't shown up for his appointment, and Elder Mu was starting to go crazy because he didn't know what to do. At last morning came, the old man still stood waiting under the gate. He already felt as if he had dreamed about that young boy, and there was no Yang follower who could cure him. Be that as it may, one is destined to fight all one's life, and the elder has already determined for himself that he will look after the reservoir. Everyone has his own destiny. One should live according to one's ability. But one should also think about self-improvement, as Lu Xuan believed. Yes, he came after all. Mu Yanfeng was delighted as he didn't expect his savior to come back after all. Only after waiting for Lu Xuan for just one night, the old man had already lost all faith. He was clearly no match for the person Lu Xuan had treated before. The elder was very nervous, but still satisfied that he had waited for the boy here all night, but he still came. Lu Xuan in turn felt awkward in front of the old man, after all, made him worry. If he said that he just forgot about him, it probably wouldn't look very pretty. Therefore, he was not even going to explain anything and immediately got down to business. Mu Yanfeng had already prepared everything and bought the necessary ingredients. The old man thought that they would now go and ask the Alchemists Guild for help with this, but there was no need for them to do so, as they would only mess things up. Lu Xuan was an alchemist himself. His knowledge was enough to cure Yang Feng's illness. First and foremost, he needed a cauldron to brew the necessary potion. There was a boiler, but it was the most standard one presented by the academy for students, and its quality left much to be desired. But then again, this was not a problem for Lu Xuan. The most important thing was a cauldron to boil in. Therefore, he immediately set about preparing the potion. It was like an entire art form. Lu Xuan was so skillful at preparing medicine as if it was his vocation. Mu Yanfeng couldn't even take his eyes off this performance. Who would have thought that such a young youth would feel so confident at the cauldron? The timing of the medicinal materials entering the cauldron was simply perfect, and Lu Xuan's actions were very light and smooth. Even the greatest master of all time himself would envy his skill if he saw this. Quite quickly the cooking was over. You could smell the fragrant smell of herbs and dry ingredients coming from the cauldron. The decoction was to be drunk as soon as possible while it was hot. Mu Yanfeng immediately took the medicine bowl and without waiting for it to cool down, he began to drink. Of course it didn't end there. Lu Xuan still had to help digest this potion. The old man had very little strength, so he simply wouldn't be able to do everything on his own even if the potion was ready. After a single touch of Lu Xuan's fingers, Mu Yanfeng felt an unusual warmth through his body, which felt as if it was warming him. The old man wanted to say something, but this was the last stage. There was no talking. The last stage was the most difficult, for both Mu Yanfeng and Lu Xuan needed to allocate a special amount of strength here. In an instant, when the entire stream of power that Lu Xuan was sending out echoed in the old man's body, it wasn't pain. Rather, it was something unexpected but welcome. The elder had never dreamed in his life that he would one day be able to return to his 7th level. Everything seemed to be ready. Lu Xuan had already stood up and was about to say one last thing, but the old man interrupted him loudly. Words of gratitude came out of his mouth. In honor of the fact that the young master had cured him and was kind, he did not hesitate to bow to the young man. Mu Yanfeng now felt obligated and was willing to serve the young master as his master and accompany him everywhere. In this way, he wanted to repay him in some way. Lu Xuan didn't expect the old man to react to his treatment in such a way. In any case, Lu Xuan didn't need a chaperone, and he thought that they had settled their accounts when the old man gave him the golden threads. Mu Yanfeng realized how strong the young master was. His strength was incredible. But Yanfeng, although he wasn't as strong as the young master, he was still considered a pretty good master in the Gen realm. If Lu Xuan still agreed to accept Mu Yanfeng, at the very least, the old man would be able to run his errands, to do things that Lu Xuan himself would not be willing to do. It was a bit difficult for Lu Xuan, because he was used to doing everything alone and not letting anyone else near his business. But if Yanfeng was so requested, the young master had a thought, and later, he decided that Mu Yanfeng could still go with him. But as for whether Lu Xuan would accept Elder Mu or not, it would depend on how he would prove himself. Even so, the old man was still very grateful. Suddenly, Lu Xuan remembered that he also wanted to ask about the wooden dolls. Were they in the Gen realm? In theory, they should be somewhere in the city. Since Yanfeng had just recovered from a serious illness, Lu Xuan asked him to rest, gain strength, and not to rush to look for him. The old man in turn appreciated this concern, and it was a chance for Lu Xuan to get rid of him. Meanwhile, in the center of Zhenwu City, a man stood near a cauldron that was created by a great master. And if it was created by a great master, it should really work. This cauldron produced an unusual potion. It was much stronger in level than what he had before. The man had already figured out that he could sell it for good money. But the man was distracted by someone bringing last month's bills. But what interested the gentleman above all was not the accounts, but the whereabouts of the master who had answered the questions in the quiz. That craftsman was never found. How stupid they were. If they saw that the man had answered all the questions correctly, why couldn't they detain him? The servant was afraid, because if he was a master, he had an entourage, and they could destroy anyone. But on the other hand, was he asked to be forced to stay? The servant didn't understand the benefits at all. That guy was so cool back then, and he was just passing by. Luckily, he didn't have any change in his pockets. Apparently, that's why he went to answer questions. If he didn't have any money, you could give him some. No matter what it would be, potions or medicinal materials, the servant had to give him what that guy needed at that moment. But the servant didn't, if only because his master was terribly stingy. How could he dare give his stuff to someone else? In the end, it was too late to talk about it now. The master asked to keep looking for information. The potion had been brewing for a long time, but it still hadn't evaporated. All the master had to do was to add one leaf at a time. The servant interrupted his master's whole process. He shouted so loudly that the master was almost deafened. It was very good news, for the master they were looking for was here. The master could not believe his ears, for it was such good news. The appearance of the young master did not go unnoticed. He was noticed by everyone in the square. It was too spectacular. The only thing that made Lu Xuan happy was that he had changed his appearance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to avoid trouble. This quiz was very popular, and everyone followed it. And those who passed it were honored. Since Lu Xuan no longer had any other way to make money faster than answering questions, he had to make money this way. After all, his winnings were pretty good. They amounted to as much as 2,450,000. That should be enough to live on. When the right amount of money was collected, Lu Xuan decided to stop there and take his one money. Lu Xuan wanted to already leave with the money he had earned, but the crowd's close attention, Yi's request to take his time, made him linger a little longer. Everyone had something to do with Lu Xuan. Everyone wanted the young master to listen to him, and they were willing to give him any money for it. The girls, if they didn't have any business, they openly showed sympathy. Well, someone was desperately demanding to be let in to see the young master, and the crowd took this man seriously. They lacked the courage and power to obey the elder's words. His appearance caught everyone by surprise, for he had been invited here by Senior Wang. But even then he had not agreed, and only now suddenly came. He came to chat with young master Lu Xuan. Such an esteemed person asked for attention. Our hero had a few words to say. But Lu Xuan was so busy that he couldn't even listen to this. He had more serious matters to attend to. He didn't come here to listen to others. And from the crowd's side, it wasn't surprising since the young master is a professional at his craft. Of course, such a person wouldn't have much time. As expected, he had incredible energy. But the old gentleman was persistent. He only wanted a word or two, and was willing to give anything for it. In that case, Lu Xuan was willing to listen, with difficulty of course. But still, the esteemed gentleman needed to be hurried. The thing was that the honorable gentleman has a friend. Just recently he was injured. Every time the time gets close to noon, his whole body starts to ache. The gentleman used to follow the method written on the wall of rewards, and he felt a little better. So the gentleman would like to know if there is any way at all to cure this disease completely. Lu Xuan heard a brief description of the disease, and realized that it was the ice blood disease. The way to cure it completely was known to our hero. This gave some hope. Of course, the old gentleman could not miss a chance to ask for a request to help his friend get rid of this disease. But alas, Lu Xuan was too busy. He had no time. The chance for a cure was running away right in front of the old master's nose. He couldn't let it go. With tears and endless requests, the esteemed master was embarrassed, but he needed Lu Xuan's help. The old man was willing to fulfill any of the master's demands after all. He was the only one who could help him. Lu Xuan didn't like this kind of approach. He was completely angry because some obscure old man was groping him in public. Who was he after all? The man's name was Luo Yanqing. He was the headmaster of the Zhenwu Academy. But for now, unofficial. Luo Yanqing kept asking and begging Luo Xuan to help him. And Luo Xuan himself took a closer look at him, noticing that he didn't look like the principal at all. Lu Xuan was well aware that the ice blood disease left severe injuries. Such pain was impossible to endure. If the injury was severe, the patient could tear his clothes and thus burn with shame. Our hero began to feel as if Luo Yanqing had lied to him, and it was not his friend who was ill, but he himself. Luo Yanqing also confessed his lie. Luo Xuan didn't react in any way as he understood everything. In any case, this disease could be cured. Before the young master left, Luo Yanqing gave him his talisman. If our hero needed anything, he could just send a person to give it to him, and then Luo Yanqing could help Luo Xuan, even if he had to make a big sacrifice. Finally, the headmaster managed to persuade the young master. Lu Xuan promised that he would come if he had the time, so the old man could only wait obediently. Lu Xuan was on his way to his home, but he was once again detained by someone. Some strange young man knelt down and hugged Lu Xuan's legs. The young master was getting tired of it all because these people were crossing his line. He could lose his temper too, but it was unlikely that anyone would like it. The man was like a leper, asking for help and rescue. He expressed his desire to become Lu Xuan's servant. That kid was pretty desperate. A servant and a retinue are different things. And being a servant means giving your life to another person. Lu Xuan was already starting to lose his temper, the noise from the crowd, the annoying people like flies. He had to switch to shouting to finally be heard. He didn't need a servant, but not many people understood that. A new master appeared. He claimed as if Lu Xuan could use a servant after all. Lu Xuan prepared himself and got into a fighting stance in order to defend himself in case of anything, even considering that he and his master were standing at a decent distance. The master wasn't shy to admit that young master was indeed a head taller than other people, which meant that he couldn't always do small trivial matters alone. Lu Xuan would need a servant to help him avoid this trouble. If the servant was not needed after all, the young master could ask him to leave at any time. But how can one leave such a sweet assistant? Lu Xuan could probably afford it, as he was sick of all the gay cuteness. So far, he wasn't interested in guys, and his interests were completely different. Finally recovering from this wave of passion, Lu Xuan ordered his servant to get up from his knees, for he couldn't even deal with his hidden illnesses. This wee non-acquaintance was to become Lu Xuan's servant as he sought it, and after a month, if he performed well, Lu Xuan would think about his other demands. The master finally introduced himself. It turned out he was the chief of this town. If the young master was going to come here next time, he could inform him. Then Lu Xuan would be greeted properly. This time, the gentleman felt that he was too impolite. In that case, until next time, the headmaster might as well not see Lu Xuan off. Lu Xuan was incredibly happy that he had finally managed to get rid of those annoying people. One after another, there was no end to these people. He finally managed to get to Mu Xiangzhen's training room. Here, he wanted to enter the training room with the fighting wooden puppets. The coach was glad to get him into this room, for there was just a vacant seat. Before proceeding, the trainer warned that the wooden fighting dolls were quite dangerous. There was special protective equipment in the hall. If Lu Xuan wanted to, he could use it, but he refused. In that case, it was just a matter of payment. 1 hour in such a training room was worth 10,000 gold coins. They would be debited from Lu Xuan's card. The trainers hadn't seen this guy before. It looked like he was new. The men were already placing bets on how long he could last in there. One of them betting that he wouldn't last even 3 minutes. 3 minutes seemed too short. Another betting the guy wouldn't last 5 minutes. Princess Luozhou came here once, and for the first time, she only managed to last for 8 minutes. Only Princess Luozhou was trained in martial arts in the royal court. Even with her immense strength, the princess was only able to last for 8 minutes. And for this guy to last 5 minutes, that sounds unimaginable. Of course, he was a nobody, and of course, he wasn't expected to accomplish any great feats. Everyone in this room was wearing protective equipment, and this young master didn't even agree to take it. Is he really that brave, or is he just not afraid of death? Upon entering the arena, Lu Xuan was ready to settle accounts through the machine. Very soon he would be able to measure his strength. Many people judged this young man as follows. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. The audience felt very sorry for Lu Xuan, because he was completely goofy, and he was about to be beaten. The opponent on the field should be in 30 seconds. Lu Xuan was already ready. It was indeed true that the Guihai clan liked to do small things like this. They slowed down the doll's lifting time to build up tension. But even so, Lu Xuan didn't particularly feel this way. He knew that he would blow the go-to puppets into splinters. How ugly! Pay the money, and they are still delayed. Lu Xuan couldn't wait for them to start after all. It happened very quickly. The young master was attacked by 2 people at once, and he hadn't even prepared for a fighting stance. At the last moment, he only managed to dodge a blow that would have thrown him off, but so just a touch. What just now was worthless. Lu Xuan couldn't show himself weak and lose to some tree. The spectators watching from the side could see that Lu Xuan was scared to death. Who would have thought that he wouldn't be able to deflect properly? It is believed that he could use some rest, and rest for a while. But he had plenty of strength. He was disappointed because the level 1 puppets were too weak, and even useless. He may have gotten a little bit caught up in it, but he could easily fight back. One touch, and the 2 wooden puppets all shattered into pieces as promised. It was the ultimate craftsmanship. There was no trace of the first doll, but the second one was a little bruised. These dummies were very weak. Lu Xuan wanted to go better to the next hall and not even reach the remaining dummy to avoid wasting time on it. The observers could not believe their eyes. It seemed to them as if they were looking at someone other than a human being, and that it was a dream. Quite quickly, within 1 hour, Lu Xuan had managed to reach as far as the 6th hall. Besides, it looked like he was the only one who had managed to reach the 6th hall. He was glad he had managed to stay here alone. After all, Now he would be able to do his work much cleaner and not hold back. Even in the 6th hall, the rules were the same. Only here there was one more puppet than in the 5th. And also the strength of the puppets here was a bit higher. Before destroying them, Lu Xuan sought to test their strength to understand how best to do so. The puppets were quite resilient. As soon as Lu Xuan started attacking, they immediately became on defense and didn't even flinch. And then the puppet immediately hit back at Lu Xuan, so much so that he didn't even manage to defend himself. Perhaps he would have been sad, but on the contrary, he was very happy to finally have a worthy opponent. Finally, after half an hour, the young master walked out of the training room in sweat. He was wrung out like a lemon. It seemed as if he needed to call a doctor as he could barely stay on his feet. The trainers even became nervous, but Lu Xuan wanted to buy a potion that replenished his strength. He urgently wanted to recover and also asked to find him a carriage on the way. Of course, Lu Xuan was paying for everything, so he didn't mind helping out. The man wondered why this young man was even in the dull training room. The man decided to redirect this task to his colleague, but the latter took it as if the colleague had completely dissolved, and you need to be able to restrain yourself somehow. The wagon and potion were all for the guest, but one asked, who among the guests coming here would even need these things? It seems like the colleague was just weak and afraid that others would find out about it. This time, Xiao Xiao and Princess Luorua came to try their luck. Xiao Xiao had no idea how long she would last this time. The princess remembered that her friend had lasted 9 minutes in room 6 last time, which means she'll last 10 minutes this time. But it looks like her friend underestimated her. In that case, Luorua didn't mind seeing how long Xiao Xiao could hold out and then laughing again. In that case, they referred to see who could last the longest. They wanted to start practicing, but what they saw surprised them. From the way everything was scattered in the hall, the girls judged that someone had literally just been here. They couldn't even imagine who could have created such a thing. The battle dolls were badly damaged and needed repairs. The girls will only be able to come back tomorrow to practice. It was frustrating, sure, but what else could they do? Lu Xuan finally returned to his home after a busy training session, and the first thing he did was to take a bath with herbs. In this way, he was trying to heal himself and improve his condition, so that after sleep, the hard workout would not affect his body. A bath with medicinal herbs, potions worked pretty well. But even after that, Lu Xuan somehow felt an inexplicable excitement that he couldn't do anything about. He felt obliged to keep practicing. Such a thing as self-improvement would not tolerate negligence, so he took it seriously. But when it came to food, he was negligent. He might not eat for 24 hours and not pay attention to it, but when his stomach started to growl, he had to go out to eat. The next day, he visited the student dormitory to see how his friends Yuan Cheng and Liu Chuan were doing. They didn't look so good, all bruised and battered, as if they'd been beaten up. But how happy they were to see Lu Xuan. When this guy walked in, they couldn't believe their eyes. But the young master's ease turned into excitement, and he immediately noticed that something had happened. The guys referred to the fact that nothing serious had happened, because they were just practicing and accidentally injured each other. Besides, the place where the guys managed to train was just fine. The guys were eager to show it off to Lu Xuan. But our hero was not so easily deceived. He sensed the lie at once and immediately assumed that the boys had been beaten by the guards. Their tension could be felt immediately, but even so, they kept lying and saying it was in training like this. If the guys didn't tell him anything, Lu Xuan had to leave and ask the guards himself. The boys tried to stop him, but all was even. He wasn't going to let their beatings get away with anyone. Here were the barracks, and Lu Xuan was a stranger, so the guards immediately ordered him to scram without even figuring out anything. But ordinary threats certainly didn't work on Lu Xuan. He became even more persistent. The guards started talking some incoherent nonsense. Even his coworker started laughing at him. While the latter was sorting out what he had said wrong, Lu Xuan was behind his back. All these conversations were completely forgotten when Lu Xuan's intention became clear. The guard finally deigned to turn his head to notice Lu Xuan standing behind him. But what's the point? The guy got the smackdown he probably deserved. Lu Xuan wasn't even going to sort out who was at fault and who wasn't. He knew his truth, and he probably wasn't wrong. Of course our hero had the nerve to hit one of the guards. I'm sure he'll have a hard time after that. But he didn't feel guilty because the ones who had hit him were the guards. Lu Xuan demanded that an officer be called here. After this introduction, the guard turned completely pale. For now, it would not be Lu Xuan who would be in trouble, but him and his colleague. The news that someone had broken into the guard barracks spread immediately. Everyone wanted to know who had caused such a commotion. No one knew the young man, and even more so, why did he make such a fuss? The guys had to take a closer look to get the gist of the situation. In this young youth, They immediately recognized Master Lu Xuan. Chen and Liu Chuan rushed to Lu Xuan to persuade him not to do anything. As they walked along the road, they hoped that it didn't come to a fight, but they were too late. It was too late to stop the Mad Emperor. That's a real knockdown, drag-out search for something that later turned up on its own. The amiable conversations didn't last long. The squad captain immediately decided to calculate whether Lu Xuan was the one who had severely injured Chao Ming. To answer this question, our hero was in no hurry, for he had his own accounts and questions too. Surely the captain was the one who had injured Liu Chuan and Yuan Cheng. The captain's mutts began to react aggressively after all. How did Lu Xuan even dare to talk to the captain like this? The man himself was even glad that he had been declassified. If those two boys had listened to him, it wouldn't have come to this. But unfortunately, the boys stood their ground and wouldn't tell him where Lu Xuan was. The truth was clear. The guys had sacrificed their health for Lu Xuan's safety. His anger accumulated time and time again. He no longer had the strength to hold it back. Lu Xuan headed towards the offender of his friends with his fists. What he was doing was very brave, for few people dared to rebel against a whole troop. He had been told he would die, but what would actually happen? Today, the captain decided to fight Lu Xuan one-on-one. He wanted to let everyone know that the guards were not nothing and could not be manipulated. Many have heard that the captain's martial art is called Iron Palm. He's been practicing it for 2 whole years. The punch of this technique is truly powerful. Lu Xuan must have been unlucky today. They were only whispering because they didn't know Lu Xuan's abilities, which he was in no hurry to reveal. Whoever said that if you train something for a long time, it will be perfectly honed. Today, Lu Xuan will show the resonance of this assertion. He aimed his fist straight into the captain's palm, as if sensing where all of his bones docked, to shatter them all in one fell swoop. The iron palm and the entire arm curved like plasticine, not a trace left of the technique. The squad captain was completely at the mercy of Lu Xuan. He no longer had any techniques or strength to resist the young master. With difficulty, he tried to ask to be let go, but Lu Xuan was adamant. The captain's subordinates were also demanding Lu Xuan to let their senior go. They were even thinking of completely surrounding him. But it was hard for the crowd to do anything about it. They expected the captain to solve the problem, but he himself was powerless. Was it even worth helping him now? It was amazing how obediently they gave way to Lu Xuan, not even trying to grab him or block the way, instead giving way. Lu Chuan and Yuan Chen were very worried about their friend, but what was their surprise when they saw that there was no need to worry about him? What kind of strength did Lu Xuan possess to be able to go against the squad and punish the captain? As was customary, Lu Xuan threw the offender at the feet of his friends, so that he would understand that one should not offend the younger ones, and the guys should understand that one should not give slack. As soon as he threw the rascal to the floor, he ordered him to apologize to the boys. It wasn't just the captain who was surprised, but the boys as well. They couldn't imagine that such a man of such status would apologize to them, even though he had done something wrong. They stood staring at each other for a few minutes, as if they couldn't believe what was happening. Lu Xuan waited patiently for this rascal to utter a word. What a shame. But what do you do when you want to live? Clenched his teeth. The adult male still said what Lu Xuan expected him to say. Chu Wantian sincerely apologized to the guys because he was undignified, and he shouldn't have hurt them. When the apology was said, Lu Xuan had nothing more to do here. Together with the guys, they went to their own place. The captain was still kneeling, and the squad was completely confused. Not only the squad was watching, but also random passers-by along the lines of Su Yi. The incident was quite loud, and it would be hard to pass by. The girl was well aware that Chu Wantian was a third-level martial artist, a powerful person with great strength. But what about Lu Xuan? How could he have such strength? In that instant, the girl wondered what if she approached him, her ex. Would they be able to start over? She had to slap herself in the face to come to her senses. What bad thoughts had curbed her? To avoid doing anything stupid, she ran away, pushing all the warriors away. Meanwhile, at the door of Mu Xiangjung's training room, the girls were out of their minds. It was hard for them to guess whether this man would come to the hall today or not. His power was impressive, and it was not easy to forget about him. Luozhou was sure that he would return, after all. Mu Xiangjung needed to train for at least 10 days for the effect to be perfect. Toot, who broke the doll, couldn't help but know this. But Xiao Xiao had better ideas, just to find that guy. She expected that when they found him, he would be able to share the cultivation secret with them. Luozhou believed that he was surely a man, and if he was asked to do so by two beauties, surely he wouldn't be able to resist them. But what if that person is a woman? Will their plan fail? The princess had definitely decided for herself that they would respect her as a teacher in that case. Xiao Xiao already thought that only one of them would be taken as a student. This situation did not let the girls live peacefully, but nevertheless Luozhou tried to somehow support Xiao Xiao. Because why worry? Finally, they did meet. Lu Xuan and the two girls. The guy didn't understand how it was that he had met them again. He just wanted to make sure that they didn't hit on him again. Xiao Xiao took a rebellious mood as usual as soon as she saw Lu Xuan, but the princess had something to giggle about. She had a friendlier attitude and wanted to just chat with the guy, but the guy decided to just ignore them. Who would have thought that beauty didn't always save situations? Luozhou was beautiful and light and could cheer up anyone, but as for Luo Xuan, he wasn't interested in any of this, so he rudely ignored it. The princess has just been willfully ignored. It felt like her whole world had collapsed. But at least she had realized how annoying Lu Xuan could be. And the most unpleasant thing about this guy is that he doesn't care about anyone. And he's completely indifferent to the opinions of others. Luozhou suddenly started trembling and later turned into a monster. Now she suddenly realized that Luo Xuan was very funny and now she wanted to play with him. Her friend's intentions were clear. Who was Xiao Xiao to oppose them? Half an hour later, Lu Xuan once again came out of the training session. He could barely hold on like last time, but this time, it was a little easier for him. But he didn't even have time to go out before he was greeted by the same girls. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but wonder if the guy had received these wounds in the first hall. Luozhou was a little worried, because the young master could barely stand on his feet, so the princess offered to take a cart and take him to the academy, but he refused. If he wasn't in the first hall, then had he really been beaten up by the people in the living room? About that the girls could only guess. It was already time to go. The girls had to get ready before their grueling workout. The training was supposed to take place in the 8th hall. But the princess was completely upset because that master never showed up. But what was her surprise when she wanted to enter the ring, but couldn't because the fighting dolls were badly damaged and needed repair. Training was postponed again until tomorrow. The next day, Lu Xuan decided to go to Muxiangzhen's 10th hall since he had broken all the battle dolls in the 8th and 9th halls yesterday. But underneath the hall, those two were guarding again. Looks like they've been here all night. Lu Xuan even felt awkward and tried to pretend as if he didn't see or notice them again. The girls in turn stared at everyone, including Lu Xuan, to see who was the master who had smashed all the dolls in the hall. From the outside, Lu Xuan didn't look like the kind of person who could crush so many battle puppets. Whether it was him or not, Luozhou felt that they should see it for themselves. They tried to hide so the guy wouldn't notice them, and they managed to keep an eye on everything. Lu Xuan came out rather quickly, and if he came out quickly, it definitely wasn't him. But on the other hand, then who broke the dolls? In that case, Luozhou decided to guard him in the wooden hall. He was definitely going to show up today. The princess had to meet him. The servant was happy to help Lu Xuan and was always willing to do any favor. Lu Xuan searched and couldn't find the 10th training hall in Muxiangzhen. Could it be that the 9th was the last hall? The 10th hall was still there. But how the servant reacted to it was a separate matter. Something terrible seemed to have happened there. But the servant was still going to escort Lu Xuan out, and as he did, it turned out that this hall was closed. There used to be a lot of people who wanted to go to the 10th hall, but without exception everyone died there, so it was closed. But would the servant be able to make an exception for Lu Xuan and open it? It was possible. But if the young master still wanted to enter the 10th hall, he would have to stay in the 9th hall for at least 10 minutes. In that case, Lu Xuan provided his map where one could see all the records of its use. Afterward, the servant would be able to verify that there was definitely 10 minutes. Besides, the young master asked the servant to hurry up, for he was in a great hurry. It wasn't a long process, so the servant promised he could do it quickly. When the man left, our hero wondered what had happened to him, for this man was at a complete loss when it came to the 10th hall. The servant immediately ran to his master with the good news. After all, it turns out that the card that was given to the master, it was found. The master was eager to know to whom it belonged after all. The servant told him that a young man wanted to enter the 10th hall, so he let him check his card so he could see his time in the 9th hall. It was this man who had the master's card. In other words, the card that Mr. Master issued was held by a teenager. All of the master cards were made from the same pattern and could not be distinguished from each other, but on this card, the servant had specifically left a mark. In that case, the servant hurried to find out who this person was. Lu Xuan, age 17, among the hobbies one could notice were dancing and alchemy, and the advantages were wrestling and alchemy. Half a month ago, this guy was only at the 5th level of strength, and now he had already lasted 10 minutes in the 9th hall. There are 10 puppets with Juden strength in the 9th hall. Their strength is not at all comparable to the 5th hall. There was only one thing. Lu Xuan didn't last the right amount of time in the 9th hall. He just broke all the puppets there. In that case, the master guessed who the young man was. That only meant one thing. Lu Xuan was the master's secret disciple. How foolish it was to assume that the servant wanted to fall through the ground. Lu Xuan kept waiting and waiting for the servant. The waiting passed slowly and bored the guy. Finally, the master along with his servant appeared. Yuan Heng was pleased to welcome his dear guest whom he had waited for so long. As for Lu Xuan, he didn't even know who he was dealing with. The gentleman introduced himself as the master of this hall, Yuan Heng. The master shared that he had heard a lot about Lu Xuan, so he asked Xu Mengling to let him enter the 10th hall immediately. But Lu Xuan just didn't have time to listen to all of this, so he asked him to hurry up. The 10th hall was too dangerous, so the master decided to close it. Lu Xuan could enter at once without even going through the previous 9 halls. This he was very glad of, for it was hardly a special pleasure to go through them again. The servant awaited the next instructions from his master. Everything was extremely simple. Their goal was to establish a relationship with Lu Xuan. And also, a very important thing, don't tell anyone that he's a master's apprentice. No one can know about this at all, or it will do them a lot of harm. Lu Xuan didn't immediately start practicing and slightly eavesdropped outside the door. The conversation was still going on, but it would be meaningless chatter. Now it was clear to our hero why this man had become so benevolent. The main thing is to let others know about it. Then there will be no future issues. In that case, if everyone thought that Lu Xuan was really a master disciple, then he wouldn't have to explain anything and anyone. This situation was only to his advantage. But it was time for the battle to begin. It was no longer a wooden puppet, but a metal robot, about 1 meter taller than Lu Xuan. The other halls had 10 of these dolls each, but here he was only one. This seemed strange to our hero, so he thought for a moment before joining the battle. The martial puppet was already displaying some sort of martial art, which Lu Xuan noticed immediately. It was very dangerous, and its movements resembled a real person. Now, it was no wonder it was level 10. Our princess was still sitting outside the 9th hall hoping that the master would come after all. She'd even guessed on a chamomile to assuage her boredom and to find out if he was coming or not. She was very sad that the last petal would not come. Could it be that after waiting so long she would never see that strong personality? Luozhou decided to cheat, so she ripped off half of the petal so that the final petal would refer to the fact that this guy was coming. Luozhou probably wasn't expecting any guy as much as this stranger. She decided for herself that as soon as she found out who this guy was, she would immediately kick his ass. Suddenly the girl thought, because suddenly this guy is in the 8th hall, and she is here waiting under the 9th? Perhaps she really had wasted her time in front of room number 9, and he was in room 8 after all. In any case, if he wanted to enter the 9th hall, he would have to pass the 8th hall first. In room 8, she finally met someone. What was her surprise when she saw Zhao Qian's familiar face in front of her? The poor guy immediately took notice of her, who didn't know Princess Luozhou, and while he was distracted, the mannequin knocked him out. It only took a blink of an eye to strike. You'd think the guy would have fainted from the girl's beauty, but that wasn't the case. The princess was sympathetic to him, and her appearance was a surprise to the lad. The poor guy didn't understand what was going on. But Luozhou decided to let him down for his sins, but warned him not to call her by her name. She hadn't even quite gotten around to it yet, and she'd already beaten the guy up. As soon as she had beaten him up, she decided to ask him if he'd been to room 9. But how could Zhao Qiang go to the 9th hall when he had been beaten up so badly by a girl? Oh really? How come the princess didn't think of this beforehand? They left the argument for a better time. Suddenly they heard a rumbling sound like an earthquake. The news spread everywhere. Someone had been in the 10th hall for half an hour. Mu Xiangzhen had been passed. The princess, on the other hand, realized that she was drastically wrong. She was very embarrassed, but she wasn't going to apologize, only asked Zhao Qian not to tell anyone about this incident. She, on the other hand, had things to do, so she hurried out of here. Passing the last level in Muxiangjung wasn't easy, but Lu Xuan managed to pull it off. Fortunately, the transition to the great power level was complete. His body strengthened by leaps and bounds. The 9 flesh rings, like the 9 disciple rings, are the foundation of the highest level. Plus, there was also Gong Hai. In their first 3 levels, martial artists train their bodies, but very superficially. When a master ascended to a great power level and purified true energy, only then could it be considered that the master had achieved something. Master couldn't believe his eyes. Lu Xuan had actually managed to pass the 10th hall. It had been a long time since he had seen such strong people. Lu Xuan didn't feel very good and felt like he was about to fall. He had to hold on to the door to keep from falling. Yuan Heng immediately asked his servant to bring the spring return pill to help the master's disciple. At last, the young man came to his senses, and they could talk quietly at the table. First of all, Lu Xuan expressed his sincere gratitude to the hallmaster, because he had helped him a lot. In gratitude, Lu Xuan promised that he would definitely tell the hallmaster about this incident. It seemed as if Yuan Heng was over the moon, for he had managed to get the master's disciple to favor him. Besides, the hallmaster could ask any questions regarding alchemy or order something. Lu Xuan promised that he would give them to the master, but the request should be no more than 3. Before asking for any request, Yuan Heng sprinted outside, asking the young master to stay here. After all, he wanted to go settle something. Lu Xuan could see with a smile that this person was indeed a pill idiot. He was someone who was addicted to bad habits. But in any case, his collection was not small. He was a real pill collector. Yet these pills were of a very good quality. Lu Xuan only needed half of the medicinal properties to regain his strength. Our hero was feeling really good and fresh, so he thought, why not go straight to Gonghai? As they say, forge iron while it's hot. There were only 5 grades of Gonghai. The first class was the highest and the 5th class was the lowest. If the first class was the ocean, the 5th class was the water tank. Legend had it that there was a palace sea above the first class, but no one in the realm of clouds had ever managed to reach it. In his past life, Lu Xuan had only managed to reach 2nd grade, but he was still proud of it. On the other hand, the Demon Emperor he had fought the last time had reached 1st grade, but none of that mattered. Lu Xuan wasn't going to stop there and decided to keep practicing. Yuan is the beginning of all things, and Yang is the righteousness of heaven and earth, the progenitor of all things. 9 flesh rings can only be raised by 1 class. Juding's strength can also only be raised by 1 class. If one were to add up all of Lu Xuan's savings, he would surely reach 2nd grade. Pretty soon, the effects of the pill of spring's return will wear off. When Lu Xuan stopped, his new class would be secured by him. He had already accumulated so much. Would he not be able to reach even Gonghai's 1st class? If one just absorbed energy, one could also raise the Gonghai class. But if one took Yuan Heng's pills. But the pills were just an expendable item. Lu Xuan would be able to compensate Yuan Heng much more later. Lu Xuan continued to stand on 2 toes like this, and at the same time, he began to imbibe all the pills that were only in this office. He had already mentally apologized to his master, but he was also confident that he would be able to repay this debt. The Mad Emperor had absorbed every single pill that was here. How Lu Xuan would digest this was another story. The main thing was to endure this moment and be able to swallow everything. As soon as he swallowed all the pills at the same instant, he felt a violent burping sensation. But then, the true power of Qi didn't take long to appear. Lu Xuan's desire to continue cultivating only strengthened, and he stood more stubbornly. He felt completely unconscious, and he was not in the previous place, but in some strange room where there was a table, but much bigger than the last time. With difficulty, but he still managed to wake up. His whole body ached after his recent workout, but it was as if he swallowed the pain. Lu Xuan couldn't figure out where he was, but one thing he knew for sure was that there were yuan-yang spells written on the wall. After that, he realized rather quickly that he was now inside the very same plaque that had once visited him. From behind him, a voice was heard praising Lu Xuan, for he seemed to be not stupid, managing to quickly realize where he was. Lu Xuan was confused for a moment. After all, he didn't quite understand who he was communicating with. Was it a table or a crow? Of course, it was a crow that spoke to our hero. But when the crows learned to talk like parrots, this caused Lu Xuan to fall into a stupor. And the crow became angry, for she was not just a crow, but a golden crow, the greatest golden crow. But the young master didn't care who she was. At the moment, he was more interested in the table. Yuan Yang's spell was very powerful, but inside this tablet was just some strange crow. Of course, the golden crow got angry at such a dismissive attitude and started swearing even more. Behind his scolding, the bird slipped on a foot and fell flat. Lu Xuan was slightly worried and inquired about the condition of the crow. She could talk, she was fine, but she was dizzy. Finally, she stopped talking, and also made it clear to the young man that he had no right to know what this board was. The most important thing for Lu Xuan was to practice hard and bring his yuan-yang spells to the 9th level. Then he would understand everything. In addition, when the yuan spell reaches the 9th level, Lu Xuan will reach the revered Gonghai level. It seemed to be clear, but Lu Xuan still doubted the crow's words. 9th level yuan-yang spell, Gonghai. All of this was now rolling around in our hero's head even after teleporting. He felt sorry that he wasn't at the right level to know these things. He only knew the basics, but he would have to work hard to learn more. Lu Xuan also doubted the words of that crow. By then, Yuan Heng had also returned. He was happy, for he had finally come up with his 3 wishes for the alchemist. He had come at a very bad time, for Lu Xuan hadn't even had time to clean up the mess he had made here. Our hero felt very awkward, but nevertheless tried to explain everything honestly. He had just been at the most key moment of the training, so he had to do what he did. Of course, the pretext for why he did this, Yuan Heng was not very interested. After all, everything he had saved up for years was destroyed in an instant. Both men were very disappointed. They were silent for a few minutes, trying to digest what had happened. In the end, the master resigned himself to the fact that his pills were gone. After all, these pills were meant to be taken. And opening a gong high level is a lifelong endeavor, so it takes a lot of materials. Master understood everything perfectly, and Lu Xuan felt a lot of guilt on himself. So he promised that he would make up for everything to the last pill. Only it wasn't about money, because Yuan Heng had spent a lot of time and effort to produce all these pills. It was practically his brainchild. Seeing the master completely upset, Lu Xuan promised that he could help him consult with the master, and promised that within 3 months he would be able to produce 5th-grade pills. After such a promise, Yuan Heng was even somehow relieved. After all, 5th-grade pills were not an empty sound. And besides, there was nothing that Master Lu Xuan couldn't do. Meanwhile, the girls approached Uncle Yuan Heng. With such a flood of guests, Yuan Heng felt confused. He had not expected to see any girls here as well. It turns out that Princess Luo Zhou didn't just come to visit her uncle. She wanted to know about something. Uncle didn't quite understand what was wrong, and Lu Xuan had seen these 2 maidens too often lately. So often that he was simply fed up with them. However, the girls themselves did not understand why Lu Xuan was here and what he was doing together with Uncle Yuan Heng. Suddenly, the girls even assumed that Lu Xuan had become Master Yuan Heng's disciple. Such an assumption completely threw Master Yuan Heng himself off balance. The idle chatter was a bit annoying to Yuan Heng, and of course Lu Xuan. The girls were meddling, and the man had to get out of it somehow. Therefore, he decided to say that he and Lu Xuan are friends, the best friends ever. Of course, this was something that the girls had not expected in any way. Who would have thought that Lu Xuan would be friends with such an honorable person? In any case, if the girls didn't have any business with Yuan Heng, he politely asked them to leave. The master had a lot of business with Lu Xuan, and needed to discuss it. Before leaving, Luo Zhou eventually wanted to find out who had broken through to that 10th hall. After all, this was the only way they would be able to find out the name of that great master. Yuan Heng couldn't immediately tell who it was. He kept trying to distract the girls somehow. Realizing that master doesn't want to answer, Luo Zhou thought that perhaps Luo Xuan knows who this person is if he has been here for a long time. Of course, our hero wasn't going to reveal his face either and delayed his answer as much as possible. This really annoyed Luo Zhou because this guy was purposely bullying them. But even more annoying was the one they couldn't find. The princess promised that when she did find the craftsman, she would teach him a good lesson. And until she got the bones out of his body, she wouldn't rest at all. That man had completely trashed the dolls, and this resulted in them now being unable to train. Lu Xuan couldn't listen to this anymore. He was directly threatened, plus he felt guilty. So the only right decision for him was to run away. The girls started to suspect that Lu Xuan might know who it was, but he said he didn't know, and besides, Yuan Heng didn't know anything either. Just like that, the boy is gone. And how will Yuan Heng get out of it now? This was how the young master reached the Qi Cultivator Alliance. Lu Xuan held in his mind that Gong Hai should fill everything with his energy. He didn't know if there was someone here who was bribing the seal and collecting energy, but he still decided to look. Lu Xuan could certainly set these seals himself, but he couldn't find any terminals anywhere. If Lu Xuan succeeded, then his strength would increase manifold. Only if it failed, it would be difficult to find the material again. Everyone was gathered here, so there shouldn't be any danger. But the fact that there were so many people was also alarming. So Lu Xuan wanted to know what had happened. There were so many people here because they found some 7 soul stalks on the purple sunset mountain. So it got everyone interested. Lu Xuan was extremely surprised that some lousy ingredient managed to attract people like this.
However, the 7 soul stalk grew by absorbing the spiritual liquid. If Lu Xuan was able to drink the spiritual liquid, it would help him in filling Gong Hai.
The stranger noticed that Lu Xuan was interested and probably wanted to go look for the 7 souls stem as well. He also noted that the guy probably didn't even have any friends, and it was very dangerous to go alone. In the place where that plant grew, there were many monsters. Many people died because of those monsters. Lu Xuan had just heard a suggestion from Tian's mercenary group. They were just short of 3 people who would go on the 7 soul stalk. People were recruited there very quickly. It seems this group was a well-known group. The stranger was surprised to notice that Lu Xuan was not local at all. So he explained that this was the very first mercenary group in the kingdom. Of course, it was the most famous. About this strange guy with iron hands was told as follows. Once he was an ordinary worker, but he liked one girl. But later it happened that he was left without hands. This guy also wanted to join the team of the best squad, where he was immediately accepted. There was some old guy on the line who wanted to join the team too. The old man was immediately recognized and was called Mr. Iron Bar. He made 3 great warriors bow their heads with his goldenrod, a story that even reached a famous group of mercenaries. The appearance of the goldenrod lord caused a commotion throughout the crowd. I had to calm people down to be quiet. The group of Taijin mercenaries were looking for strong friends. Liao's brother with iron hands, Zhu, and also Mr. Iron Pond needed no introduction. As for the remaining spot, Taijin decided to make a selection to make sure of the strength. Of course, Lu Xuan was interested in this and was the first to ask for details. It was very simple. Because Taijin's group was going to go to a dangerous place, they wanted to take a fighter with a 3rd great strength level, or higher with them. For the last place besides Lu Xuan, there was another contender. His name was Lu Tao. He was just at the peak great force level. So he warned Lu Xuan not to waste his time. The young master heard this upstart, but as usual, he chose to ignore it so as not to stir up any conflicts. He still had questions about the selection, namely, were only the strong ones left. That was right. Taijin's mercenary group recruited exceptionally strong people who could stand up for themselves and the team in the future. In order to deal with this quickly, Lu Xuan immediately attacked the man to show that he was strong enough. Lu Tao was no good. Reacting to the young master's punch at the very last second, he managed to block Lu Xuan's punch and catch his fist. Well, there was no way to contain it. Lu Xuan's strength was indeed great to resist it. The blow was so strong that the man could not stand and fell down. Luckily, he managed not to lose consciousness. Since the fight was already over, Lu Xuan wanted to see if he could now join the group or not. Of course, he was answered in agreement and was presented with a jade box and armor. The stem of the 7 souls had a very concentrated odor, of course. It must be harvested with a special tool to preserve the quality and not attract beasts. This was what was in the jade box. Lu Xuan was certainly aware of some of the properties of the 7 souls stalk, but he hadn't heard anything about the concentrated odor. If there were no more questions, then the head offered to depart. Who would have thought that even a stem of 7 souls could become a treasure? They set off that same day. They had already reached Wangfeng Gorge, which was ahead. There were a lot of beasts there, so they would need to be careful. It was dangerous, but also beautiful. It was as if the rocks had deliberately created a kind of path to walk on. The energy here was much more concentrated than usual, Lu Xuan noticed for himself. The rest of the way was decided to be led by the head of the squad, and he also asked that the boys keep up, for the local places were dangerous. But before stepping in step, Liao stopped everyone walking ahead. This man seemed to know more than the others, or wanted to ask some questions of his own. Be that as it may, the head was ready to answer them. In fact, Liao wanted to clarify one point. It was probably something that many people were interested in. Namely, it was about the division as well as the benefits. Already halfway through, he wanted to know how they would still divide the stems of the 7 souls if they found them. There were a lot of mercenaries in Taijin's squad. If someone thought to cheat someone, what would happen then? It seemed to the man as if Liao had decided to make a joke. Were the 7 soul stalks really worth plotting something evil? Besides, the man made it clear that if they attacked the strong Liao, they would lose much more than they would gain. Such words certainly flattered Liao himself. He was convinced that they wouldn't dare to deceive or attack him, so he wasn't even surprised by this response. And as for sharing, it's been a long time coming. There were 12 mercenaries and 3 other travelers. So the mercenaries get 80% for each man, and the remaining 20% is left to them. The terms weren't bad and fair. Liao approved of this approach. In addition, he had made it clear to everyone in advance that of those 20%, 10 would belong to him, Liao. The old man agreed, but also made it clear that of the remaining 10%, he would take all 8% for himself. Lu Xuan didn't quite understand everything, but nevertheless reacted quite calmly. And a little later, he agreed to it. Agreeing to 2% of the 7 soul stalks loot was very surprising to the other travelers, for the terms of the division were very unfair to him, but he wasn't even going to challenge them. In any case, no one wanted to argue for him either. If everyone was in complete agreement, they decided to move on. The man noticed that Lu Xuan was not much weaker than those 2 travelers. He could only guess what he was up to if he agreed to such unfavorable terms. The young man bowed before Vice Dean Chen and asked to dispose of himself. The case was about Lu Xuan. He was rioting again in the law's executive squad. Yeah, it wasn't easy, and for good reason. The man didn't have time to voice it, as the dean rudely interrupted him for sticking up for the scoundrel. To Dean Chen, there was nothing more important than the executive squad after all. It represented the dignity of the entire academy. Those who dared to interfere with the executive squad should lose their arms and legs, as well as their skills, and be expelled. Those who hindered the squad had to die. There were dangers along the way in the gorge. Still, wild beasts were very numerous here. But fortunately, the squad handled them without any problems, and they were not a threat. The head suggested that they rest a little, and in half an hour go on their way. Their aim was to get to the middle of the gorge before darkness fell. The warriors were indeed tired after not even halfway, so they immediately plopped down on the ground to rest for a bit. Lu Xuan tried to figure out what to do and accidentally bumped into a flat stone. There was a lot of energy in this place, so the young master wanted to take advantage of the moment and practice. Who knows if he would ever get to this place or not. He tried to focus on himself and cultivate, but he kept getting distracted by some kind of scent. It was the guy's roasting game. The smell was very rich and spread everywhere. When Lu Xuan walked over, Liao thought as if the guy wanted to eat too, but the meat wasn't cooked yet, so he should have waited his turn. But in response, the young master lightly hit the iron-armed man on the head. It seemed as if the young man was seeking death by doing so. But Lu Xuan knew what he was doing, and Liao was doing stupid things, so he had to punish him. Liao wanted to fight back and swing back, hitting the offender. He had already even prepared to punch, but in the same instant, Lu Xuan ran away as fast as he could. Liao still didn't understand anything and thought as if Lu Xuan ran away because of his cowardice. It still took the man a while to realize that behind him stood a huge gorilla, about 5 times his size. He tried to resist her. Unfortunately, the monster wasn't very friendly. However, Liao's strength wasn't enough to resist her after all. The gorilla was level 5, but it seemed as if beasts of that level were only found in the depths. It seemed to be attracted by the smell of fried meat. Everyone tried to escape whoever they could. There was a command to flee, and then wait for a signal from the ringleader. The situation was so bad that Liao didn't even bother to wait. He was left alone with the gorilla. The guy tried to twist his own out of the situation somehow, for example, to give the gorilla meat. And in return, she won't kill him. But it seems such a deal didn't really suit her. Why would she want a paltry piece of meat when there was so much more? Liao fled for his life. And while he was running, he was very angry with Lu Xuan because he saw that there was a huge beast behind him. But he didn't say anything to him. For this, the man did not want to forgive Lu Xuan. In the meantime, our hero has already run to a safe place where no one will surely get him. Next, he decided to act on the situation. He remembered that the stalks of the 7 souls didn't like the sun. They needed water, and he's probably found a place where the stems may well be growing. But someone's voices were heard from behind. Someone had also come across this place, but the people had doubts about whether the stalks grew here or not. Lu Xuan didn't expect someone to catch up to him so quickly, so he hurriedly hid himself so that he wouldn't be seen. It was an entirely different company, and there were familiar faces among these people. Lu Xuan immediately spotted Zhou Xin among them, who was also probably looking for the 7 souls stalk. These people were clearly not simple. 2 with the Bisui level, and another 2 with the Gong Hai level. Zhou Xin was probably in the main position, as well as their guide who had a 3rd level of great strength. The man was still sure that the 7 soul stalks were inside this cave. But this cave was guarded by beasts. If humans entered there, there was no telling what they could expect. Well, if they found the stalks, one of the men could promise much to his guide. But if not, he would meet his battle comrades today. The man swore to his master Wei Che that he had not deceived him. But whether to believe it or not, the decision was up to the master. Whether it was true or false, Wei Che still couldn't afford to rush into this cave mindlessly. After all, it was probably very dangerous, so he wanted to hear everyone's opinion. One of the travelers told Mr. Wei that he had brought along a board of seals, his family heirloom. It was a level 5 binding seal. The 5th level was considered the weakest. Wei was literally perplexed. Why was this man's family such a weak relic? Quickly forgetting about it, Wei made it clear that Zhang Yan had set traps away from this place to catch the beasts. The Lord only had to figure out how to do it, and he asked the others to help him. And then if something goes wrong, we'll act according to the situation. Zhou Xin was weak, so Mr. Wei asked her to hide here. When the Lord found the stems, he made a promise that he would generously share them with the girl, thus helping her increase her strength. Zhou Xin agreed with the man. Basically, she was in no hurry to take a risk for nothing on the front end. And Lu Xuan observed an interesting picture from his hiding place. Wei Cheng liked Zhou Xin. What an interesting romance. Yet Lu Xuan had a great opportunity in front of him. 2 hours had already passed. The boys were still waiting for Mr. Wei. Finally, he emerged from the cave with the news that everything was ready, which meant it was safe to go. Mr. Wei was not at all worried about what was ahead of him. After all, these were just some beasts, and he was strong enough to resist them. When he finally entered the cave, he heard a deafening roar that pierced his entire body. The man was confused for a second, but soon pulled himself together and led quite boldly, eager to see the monster one-on-one. He didn't care anymore who was growling like that. The monster that did get the courage to come out turned out to be several times bigger than some human. We immediately noticed that the beast in front of him was a level 6 beast, a red-eyed demonic gorilla. Without hesitation, he took out a spear, and a sturdy one, so that he could surely pierce the gorilla. With his actions, he made it clear that he was not at all afraid of a monster that was several times larger than him. Of course, the gorilla was not going to give in and immediately began to fight back against his enemy. Surely some wooden spear will be a barrier for the monster to strike his enemy. Under the monster's blow, the spear broke, and the guy flew away like a rag doll. No one who knew him even rushed to save Mr. Wei. No one realized what had even happened since the monster was nowhere to be seen. Mr. Wei had completely collapsed. Shaoxin was even scared. Was the man okay? Wei immediately woke up, and in doing so, tried to rouse his colleagues to at least start doing something. In the end, they rushed away. Life was far more important than some stalks of 7 souls. The level 6 gorilla rushed after them, unwilling to let go of its prey. Such a situation was only to Lu Xuan's advantage. It was just the perfect chance to enter that cave and still stay safe. So he immediately set off. Upon entering the cave, Lu Xuan noticed that there was a very overwhelming energy here, which indicated that blue soul stalks must have grown here. To follow, of course, our hero decided to follow the river. And there in the depths already began to appear the sprouts of the stem of the 7 souls. Lu Xuan, of course, decided not to be ceremonious. He had such a great opportunity to shop. It would be a sin to pass up such a chance. Finally, when all the stalks were gathered, Lu Xuan had one more thing on his mind. The only stalks were nothing. The most important thing to him was this spiritual liquid. The stems of the 7 souls were arranged in a straight line, so the spiritual fluid could flow in that straight line as well. But no, there's a wall blocking everything. Do we have to tear it down? There seemed to be no other choice. Lu Xuan was prepared for this outcome as well. He had quite enough strength to pierce such a thick wall. However, Lu Xuan had guessed before that this wall was hollow. Lu Xuan tried to hurry up and do everything as fast as possible. After all, that company might return at any moment, and he needed to obtain the spiritual liquid as soon as possible. Finally removing a part of the wall, Lu Xuan noticed the very cherished spiritual liquid that he had traveled such a long way for. Now the only thing left to think about was how to properly utilize this liquid. And also, our hero took this water for a sample to finally make sure, and really it was it or not. As soon as he took one sip of the liquid, he was finally convinced that it was definitely her. There weren't even any impurities in this liquid. This was certainly a good thing, but the old question remained valid. How would Lu Xuan be able to take all this liquid with him? Sitting and thinking, he began to dig into the ground. He noticed that the ground was very wet and the rock was very fragile. Because of this, Lu Xuan quickly made a decision that if he didn't have any receptacle, he would just take it whole. It was a brilliant idea, and the only right thing to do in this situation. After a while, Lu Xuan still managed to realize his plan. It was directly an entire small lake. The only thing left to do was to carry this lake to his home. It was very heavy, but Lu Xuan could handle it, and fortunately, the size of the lake also fit in his hands. To his misfortune, Lu Xuan saw a familiar face here, one that he tried not to cross paths with. Hurry up and manage not to be seen. Zhou, of course, didn't recognize her old acquaintance, so she shouted throughout the cave as if she was afraid of something. Lu Xuan couldn't see properly, but he recognized from the voice that it was that crazy girl after all. The girl was certainly not happy that some stranger had appropriated all the treasures for which the whole company had come here. She was about to attack, but she didn't have time to do so, for Lu Xuan was much quicker and jumped over her literally. Of course, with such a heavy weight, it was hard to just jump over, so I had to use the girl's fragile shoulder as a stepping stone. As a result, Zhou was unable to hold on to such a heavy weight, and fell down herself, losing all balance. When the stranger ran out of the cave, the girl realized that it was her acquaintance, Lu Xuan, the object of her admiration. But for the moment, she had forgotten everything she admired about him. Her mind was taken over by greed. She was ready to kill this guy. Because of that, she immediately followed his footsteps, but missed him, and ran into her master Wei. She didn't have the courage to admit that she had found someone, so she lied when asked if she had met someone. The red-eyed demonic gorilla was too strong, unfortunately. Even the seals were unable to stop it. There was no point in standing around any longer. While there was time, Mr. Wei decided to run into the cave and get everything he could. Zhao Xin still hesitated, a kind of sadness enveloping her. For surely there was nothing left in the cave for them to take back. Zhao Xin could now hear the bewildered shouts of Mr. Wei, who had seen everything that was happening. The girl hadn't been deep in that cave herself yet, so she didn't fully understand what was even there. Finally, Zhao Xin dared to admit that she ran into one man, but he knocked her to the ground. All Wei wanted at this moment was to know who the person who had done all this was. But the girl was confused and seemed unwilling to give Lu Xuan away, although she clearly remembered him. After all, Mr. Wei wanted to at least understand what had happened in the first place. And had the girl seen that asshole? Zhao Xin admitted that she didn't see it after all. Lu Xuan had covered her face with a huge rock and she couldn't see it. Be that as it may, Wei decided to immediately go after this scoundrel. He probably didn't have time to run far away. And as soon as they could catch up with him, they would take his loot. Meanwhile, our hero was chasing as hard as he could to avoid spilling the liquid. Even at this speed, it was not worth running, for the water was already spilling out. The chi energy was also dissipating, and beasts could also come running. It was clear that there was no way Lu Xuan would be able to run behind his shelter, so he decided to find some place where he could hide and practice. As soon as he thought about it, he saw a nice cave. The entrance was small, but it was enough to carry the liquid through. Quite promptly, Lu Xuan carried his treasure into a small cave, away from outside eyes. Now it would be worth thinking about how the hole could be covered, or else he would be discovered very quickly. Mr. Wei had already quickly gathered his entourage and ordered everyone to scout the places to find that thief as soon as possible. Surely that man, far away with such a stone in his hands, hadn't managed to escape. Wei was sure he was definitely somewhere nearby and they couldn't miss him. So, in order to get things done faster, the leader suggested that everyone split up. Lu Xuan himself heard all of this, but he tried to distract himself from the noise and concentrate on his cultivation. After all, that was why he was hiding in his cave. Whether they would find him before the time was not that important. These guys were standing right in front of his nose. Lu Xuan was of course a bit afraid, so he was cautious. And the search for Lu Xuan had already begun. Everyone had to look through the smallest crevice. Lu Xuan caused their team to suffer a huge loss. Mr. Wei will not stop being angry until he chops Lu Xuan's corpse into small pieces. Wei wasn't the only one who wished to do this. The other team members also wished to find Lu Xuan. After all, this kid had taken advantage of them. They were ashamed to call themselves human until they broke his ribs and killed him. At some point, Zhao Xin realized the duel situation she was entangled in. It made her feel more sad. In the end, Mr. Wei gave the command to spring into action. Lu Xuan realized the complexity of the situation. There were so many of these people. If they all rushed into the cave, he wouldn't be able to escape. In addition, he never had time to absorb all the spiritual liquid. He was also weak. He needed time, which was very little. To his dismay, someone did discover the cave, which was reported to the entire team. Lu Xuan had already decided to stand up for what he wanted. There was no other way, after all. Whoever doesn't take risks doesn't drink champagne. Surprisingly, this small cave was discovered by Lu Xuan's old acquaintance, Zhao Xin. The girl looked very confused when she had to face Lu Xuan, and Lu Xuan in turn was hostile and determined to defend herself and her prey at all costs. A voice came from outside, asking the girl if she had found someone inside. This was a very exciting moment, not only for Lu Xuan, but also for Zhao Xin herself. The girl made up her mind very quickly, and informed her acquaintances that it was not a cave at all, but an ordinary large crack. At this moment, Lu Xuan had a completely different look at that crazy girl he met for the first time. His surprise froze on his face. He expected Zhao Xin to give him away, but she lied to her own, for his sake. Why, eventually the group moved away from Lu Xuan's hiding place, but the search was still going on. Zhao Xin decided to confirm her words about seeing a man holding a huge stone in his hand, and she was sure that he had not run far away. The girl was trusted, so the search continued, and without even touching that cave, the group decided to move forward. It was more or less safe now, so Lu Xuan decided to leave his hiding place. Several minutes had already passed, but Lu Xuan still didn't understand why that girl had helped him. The whole thing was so damn incomprehensible that it completely threw our cold-blooded emperor off balance. But still, he managed to pull himself together, remembered that he had been given a chance to escape, so, forgetting the situation for a moment, he sprinted. The safest place for Lu Xuan at the moment was the most dangerous place. That is, right now, he needed to return to the beast cave where he had taken the liquid. After a while, his group still reached that cave. They immediately began to believe as if there were surely 7 soul stalks there, because as soon as they found the place, they immediately decided to look for what they could find there. Lu Xuan decided not to reveal himself right away and observe everything a little bit. For a minute, he was even sorry these guys were late. While his group was searching for the 7 souls stalk, he decided to take a short nap. After all, there was no point in manifesting anyway. But after a while, he saw another group he was hiding from. Lu Xuan made a concrete conclusion that this Mr. Wei was definitely not stupid, and so they continued their search, looking carefully for everything and not missing a single clue. Lu Xuan knew very well that these guys wouldn't just give up. Plus, he was in a rather desolate area. He had a plan. The people were still speculating, for they did not understand whether the thief had escaped or hidden somewhere. Wei was sure that that person probably hadn't escaped and was hiding somewhere. And if he was hiding, he was just fed up with life. Beasts had a more developed sense of smell than humans. This thief was carrying 7 soul stalks. He would hardly be able to hide from the beasts. These were very logical explanations. They made sense to go along with them. Some noise was heard from behind the bushes. Someone was lying to the man who had suffered a lot of suffering, which was emphasized. These people believed that the 7 soul stalks had been carried away by a disciple named Wei Chen, something they would have to accept. Wei Chen himself wanted to already do something, but he was stopped because the dialogue was introduced by a guy with iron hands. There was no need to rush. But the man wasn't going to leave things as they were and let Wei Chen get away with it. He planned to spread the news soon, so that all the people who were looking for the stems of the 7 souls would know about it. Judging from the conversation, the guys knew that the stalks of the 7 souls were here. But was that really the case? Wei already had his guesses and plans, so he smiled wryly. He assumed that the guy who'd been caught. He stole the loot, but what he was they never knew. It was already better than no information. But still, how did the gentleman suggest to deal with such a situation? No one seemed to understand anything yet. First of all, Mr. Wei was betting that they were the strongest team of all, and if the stalks ended up in their possession, everyone would take it for granted. Secondly, even if other teams get in the way, they will easily be able to overpower them and continue on their way. It was very doubtful, but nevertheless no one dared to object. The further plan was clear, but what would they do now? Mr. Wei didn't know it himself, so he suggested asking someone else. He had seen an iron-armed group enter that cave, Liao, who had managed to reach the top of the Sea Realm Palace, which was pretty good. But even so, in Mr. Wei's eyes, this person was a nobody. The leader of the group, as they sat there pondering what to think, listened to someone's footsteps. They looked frightened, but were nonetheless ready to fight. Lu Xuan finally appeared in front of the group and returned as if nothing had happened. Lao immediately rebelled, for he was not happy about Lu Xuan's appearance. How did that shameless boy even dare to come back here? He was a traitor in everyone's eyes, and they didn't want to see a man who abandoned his comrades when they were in danger. That was why they wanted to teach him a lesson. But Lu Xuan didn't blink an eye as if it wasn't about him. He knew very well that it was only with his help and strength that the group would be able to find the hands of the Iron Monkey. Or did they not believe him? This had a calming effect. The members of the group immediately changed their mood, and Lu Xuan decided to cut to the chase. After all, he had a message about stems. Everyone was of course curious about where they could find them, or any other news to hear. But still, the leader was afraid as if Lu Xuan would want to give them away again. And these guys were very cruel in Lu Xuan's opinion. In the end, our hero decided to confess as if he had heard that Wei Chen had gotten the stalks. Each of the guys started to remember who this Wei Chen was, and finally they remembered that it was the Wei Chen who was in the palace. Furthermore, Wei Chen was a martial arts master who possessed 5 skills. This was truly someone who was worthy of possessing the power of the 7 soul stalks. Only the thing was this: in order to drive suspicion away from himself, Wei Chen decided to find someone to pin his guilt on. The ringleader didn't quite understand why Lu Xuan was leading the case, so Lu Xuan had to explain. Wei Chen would most likely announce that the 7 heart stems had been stolen. When he meets up with the other teams, they will have no trouble finding out the location of the thief and putting him away. Teams that were not to their liking would be subjected to constant attacks and stealth attacks. This was very sneaky on Wei Chen's part. Finally, Wei Chen himself appeared outside the cave. He didn't expect to see so many people here. And Lu Xuan turned out to be right and made up a simply perfect story, because his entire story was confirmed, and Mr. Wei appeared outside the cave. Before he could even greet everyone, Mr. Wei called out for everyone to surrender in front of him. Everything was going exactly as Lu Xuan had predicted to the boys. When the intrigue was engaged, Lu Xuan left the stage, for his presence would be clearly unnecessary here. He was certainly satisfied with his work, for the conflict between the groups had been ignited. Of course, just giving up on the group would be no fun as they positioned themselves as the best. In addition, the group leader decided to reveal the cards, because everyone knew what had happened and that Wei Chen had taken all the stalks. The Iron Dragon didn't seem to deny it. Apparently, they really did catch the person who stole all the stalks. Analyzed Mr. Wei. Such openness was very much to Wei Cheng's liking after all. An honest person would not hide the truth. This was where he wanted to end all conversations, so Wei Chen immediately demanded that this 7-soul stalk thief be handed over to them. If the Iron Dragon head would hand over this thief, there would be no more business for today. The man stood there and saw that Wei Chen was a liar, lying and not blushing. It looked like he wanted to quarrel with them. So the Iron Dragon group pointed their swords. No one expected them to be treated like this. Mr. Wei saved their lives, and these ingrates stood up to him. Tijin's mercenaries were indeed very naive. But what about this guy with iron hands and iron rod master? Liao decided to speak up separately. After all, whether the Iron Dragon fought or not, it was their mercenary business, and it had nothing to do with him, so he didn't want to get involved. Of course, this outcome wasn't something Tijin wasn't very happy about, but it was fair enough. Wei Chen himself was pleased that at least someone's brains were working. Not everyone wanted bloodshed. Lu Xuan emphasized to himself that Liao had a very stern appearance, but he was actually the ultimate coward. That was why Liao decided to move to another chair. He had met the mercenaries by chance and he was always free, which he hurriedly told Wei Cheng. Wei Cheng could see that he was flattered by this situation. He was only happy to take such people to him and weaken the other group. Mr. Wei's other followers looked at this situation very skeptically, for indeed the guy was playing two sides. Until the alliance treaty was terminated, they had to remain allies. Of course, the mercenaries considered Liao to be the real traitor, but Liao had his own opinion on the matter. Even though they had made an alliance contract, but he considered mercenaries ungrateful, so he would abandon them and take the right path to Wei Cheng. The situation was getting worse by the minute, and there was nothing the head of the mercenaries could do about it. Eventually, the final string was cut when Mr. Iron Pond also decided to leave the mercenaries. The old man sincerely apologized to the head of the group, but he didn't want to change his mind. The man was very displeased, but he had to grit his teeth to keep from blabbing anything unnecessary and offensive. Mr. Wei didn't understand at all why someone else came out. Lu Xuan must have had something to say, or maybe he wanted to move to another group. In any case, he decided to play his game to the end. When Zhou Xin saw Lu Xuan, her mood even lifted a little. She was sure to be interested in watching his future actions. It was a pity that the contract was useless. At the most crucial moment, Lu Xuan decided to run away. What a worthless scoundrel this boy was. Wei was extremely surprised to see Lu Xuan wasn't with the mercenaries either. Lu Xuan introduced himself. He was from Zhenwu Academy and also studied together with Zhou Xin. Our hero had long heard about Senior Wei's reputation, and so, today they met. Lu Xuan realized that he was not famous for nothing. Before responding to Forrest's words, Wei Chen wanted to clarify if Zhou Xin really knew him, which he confirmed. In that case, if Zhou Xin had seen Lu Xuan, then he couldn't lie to them, so Mr. Wei was kind enough to offer to let Lu Xuan join them. They were all from the same academy, so Lu Xuan assumed that they would get along. He emphasized that the head of the mercenaries was his friend, rather than just arriving here and finding that the 7 soul stalks had been carried away by someone and they didn't see if they did it either. The mercenaries were astonished that Lu Xuan didn't come out to leave, but to stand in their defense. Wei Chen began to realize what Lu Xuan was getting at. He didn't want to go to him, but to protect the mercenaries. The mercenary leader could no longer hold back, seemingly ready to pounce on Wei Chen, but Lu Xuan stopped him, making him realize that this was not the time. Lu Xuan honestly admitted that he didn't understand anything about the location of the 7 soul stalks, so he asked the elder to explain everything. Wei Chen didn't like the fact that Lu Xuan could only what to ask, but nevertheless, he tried to briefly explain that if someone found the location of the 7 soul stems, it would be very beneficial. Lu Xuan had another question after this answer. Wei wanted the mercenaries to hand over the thief to him, but did he really see the mercenaries catch him? Or was he told about it by someone else? Suddenly, the aide remembered that they had overheard the iron-armed guy talking to someone not long ago, and that was already very suggestive. Liao did not understand at all what it was all about, for he had not had any conversations. He had been openly set up, and yet the old man had been set up together. Wei was not stupid, and fell for these provocations just as Lu Xuan had planned. In Mr. Wei's eyes, Liao had given himself away with his guts, and now dared to claim as if he was clean. The rage didn't wait long. Wei attacked the imaginary enemy without any hesitation, but he managed to bounce back in time. The guys were already starting to realize that something was wrong here, and the old man with the cane suggested they just run away. Did they really want to escape justice? What bastards! Of course, no one was just going to let them go, because according to the other group, they were the ones with all the stems of the 7 souls. The only one who didn't run was Zhou Xin. For a moment, she held her gaze on Lu Xuan. Only the two of them knew the secret, but still they didn't understand why Zhou Xin didn't give it away. Was it feelings or respect for each other? In any case, Lu Xuan was now indebted to Zhou Xin, for if it wasn't for her, he would be in a very bad way. Our hero exhaled with relief, for everything had gone very smoothly, and luckily the girl didn't give him away. Even without her demands, he would repay her for such kindness. Anyway, he offered to settle the debt at the next meeting. Their acquaintance was not the best, but still, how things can change in an instant. It was already time for the girl to go, and Lu Xuan gratefully looked at her back as he escorted her with his gaze. He was about to say one last thing to the girl, but he was interrupted. Someone thanked Lu Xuan for his support. The mercenaries were literally imbued with gratitude. To this man, if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have been able to get away from the hostile group. Lu Xuan was somehow even embarrassed after all. They were on the same team. They had started acting together. Of course, Lu Xuan couldn't abandon them. But I bet he was embarrassed as hell about the whole situation. But above all, self-development came first. The head couldn't express his gratitude in words, so he gave Lu Xuan his Tijin group plaque. If the guy had any requests, he could safely go to the mercenaries. They would always help. This kind of gratitude to Lu Xuan was definitely not unnecessary, so he gladly accepted it. In addition, he advised the mercenaries to leave this place as soon as possible, because although Wei Chen had left, he might come back. And Lu Xuan wanted to stay here. He didn't hide that there was a lot of qi energy here, so he wanted to train here for a few days. In that case, Tian still decided to follow our hero's advice and said goodbye to Lu Xuan. As soon as the mercenaries left, an unexpected guest flew up to Lu Xuan. The Golden Crow was surprised that Lu Xuan had made such an interesting decision to stay here to train. After all, Wei Chen was a bone in his throat for him. But Lu Xuan just didn't have time to think about it. He had done everything as cleanly as possible. Plus, he was stronger than Wei Chen. So why would he be afraid? For 3 whole days, Lu Xuan continued cultivating. The Golden Crow was becoming more and more interested in Lu Xuan's personality, finding him to be an interesting person. And for good reason, because in just these 3 days, he had managed to reach the full Gonghai level. But now was not the time to talk about it, Lu Xuan suggested to discuss it after leaving the cave. The Golden Raven didn't quite understand why this couldn't be talked about in the cave, but only after leaving the cave. But they didn't have to explain everything, because as soon as they came out of that cave, it was blown up as if there were some kind of explosives. The Golden Crow was even frightened by what was happening. How could Lu Xuan know about this? And also reacting so coldly to everything. Bisue level. Opening 1 point results in an initial level. 4 points is medium, 7 points is high, 11 points is peak, and 15 points is full. Different channels for different people present different effects. If there is a point of spiritual power, the 8 channels are opened. Spiritual power gains the ability to be absorbed from the air, which allows for relentless training and progress. If there is a point of spirit power, once it is opened, the power permeates the entire body, strengthening the muscles and making them stronger. The point of the spiritual eye makes a person's vision sharper, and allows him to see things that an ordinary person would not see. If you open 15 points, you can rise to the full Bisue level. But the more auxiliary channels you open, the more powerful the potential power in the future. In the past life, Lu Xuan had managed to open 30 points. According to legends, a person has only 36 points. If you open them all, you can get unfathomable benefits for yourself. Lu Xuan might have continued to ponder on the topic, but old acquaintances had appeared. The two of them had been searching for Lu Xuan for a long time and finally found him after all. Lu Xuan praised Wei Chen, for he had worn them down quite well. If it wasn't for our protagonist, they probably wouldn't have suffered. Of course, they weren't just looking for him to thank him. They intended to kill Lu Xuan. As usual, the young master reacted in a completely detached manner, as if it didn't concern him. The only thing he advised the two of them was to be restrained, because this fight would be of no use. The old man with the cane was the first to attack. His aged body was seething with unbridled rage. He wanted to destroy this brat with all his heart. Exposing his cane and using it as a weapon, the old man pointed the point of the cane directly at Lu Xuan's abdomen. the place where his belt was tied. The spearhead didn't even manage to pierce Lu Xuan as it broke in half. To the old man, this seemed impossible. But it seems Lu Xuan's body was strong enough. Anyway, he warned these fools, but they didn't believe him. Giving himself a hard time was not something Lu Xuan had any intention of doing either, even if his strength was obvious. After such a blow, the old man crashed into a tree, which he felled with his body, and after that, a stream of blood flowed out of him, after which he was unlikely to survive. Perhaps this would serve as a lesson to Liao. Watching his comrade die gave him consternation, but most likely not for his comrade, but for the power he was about to face. The fright quickly changed to anger. Liao immediately realized that the person in front of him was a full-level Gong Hai who had been hiding his strength the entire time. Lu Xuan didn't care at all how this guy thought. After all, he definitely wouldn't survive today. But what insolence! Liao had Bisui's level, which meant he was one level above Lu Xuan. Because of this, he placed bets on his iron hands, as he was confident that his level advantage would help him defeat Lu Xuan. The iron arms had not even reached Lu Xuan before they were completely destroyed while still in the air. There were cracks, bolts flying apart, and it would be impossible to repair such arms. Leo was left at a loss, and even without arms, he could hardly defend himself now. There was literally a beast in front of him. Who was not going to spare anyone? Lu Xuan didn't care who was in front of him. He was ready to tear to pieces anyone who stood in his way. Soon, the entire body also fell to the floor, with only bits and pieces left of Liao.
Lu Xuan pointed out that this guy had only recently raised his level, otherwise he hadn't deal with him so easily.
The golden raven reappeared, urging Lu Xuan to look away. Lu Xuan wondered why this crow, which called itself a sacred bird, like the other crows, only thought of its nest. But after searching, Lu Xuan found something expensive. It was a really big find, and he wasn't talking about the 3 million gold on the merchant's card. There was a much better item, namely, the peace herb. If Lu Xuan could make a peace pill out of it, other people wouldn't be able to see his chi and strength level. Half a month had already passed. Lu Xuan remembered his debts, so the first thing he decided to do was to repay his debt to Master Yuan. As promised, he brought his master's answers to all 3 questions that Yuan Heng had asked. The man was simply delighted, as he had no longer expected to get answers to the questions he had asked. After receiving his long-awaited gift, Yuan Heng could not help but marvel at Lu Xuan's strength. It was growing at an incredible rate, because in a few days, the young master had managed to become a Bisui-level fighter. Lu Xuan preferred to be humble and referred all his success to the merits of his master's knowledge. After all, he was the one who had helped him along the way. Moving away from the topic, Lu Xuan wanted to ask Yuan Heng for something. The latter was happy to hear the request, and was definitely willing to help. Lu Xuan informed the Lord that he needed to find 2 people who had a spirit power scale of 0.5 points, and afterwards, these people should help him. The request was unusual. Yuan Heng slightly wondered where he could get such people. But weren't there any in the whole kingdom? It seemed to cross Yuan Heng's mind after all, but he wondered how to do it all right. It was not an easy task, but the master was willing to take it on, and promised that he would bring these people to Lu Xuan in 2 hours. However, these people might still have to say that Lu Xuan was a disciple of the master. It wasn't difficult, so Lu Xuan didn't refuse such a request. After the appointed time, Mr. Heng brought 2 people to Lu Xuan's place as promised. Old man Luo Dean of Zhenwu Academy as well as Lun Hai were introduced to Lu Xuan. Our hero was already familiar with the dean, but people didn't want to linger on introductions. However, Lun Hai was not averse to getting to know such a talented disciple of the master, as he was already a hero at his young age. Such compliments even made Lu Xuan feel embarrassed, but he quickly turned his attention to Dean Luo, for he had something to convey to the master. Namely the method of curing icy blood diseases that the Lord had asked for at their first meeting. No one could believe their eyes, but in front of them was actually a recipe for how the disease could be cured. It was just what was needed. Dean Luo was very happy because the recipe was extremely simple, but he couldn't think of such a thing. Of course, he would pass on all the thanks to Master Lu Xuan, but even so, if Lu Xuan had any requests, he, Luo Yanqing, would in no way refuse them. Dean Luo was very polite, but to elaborate, Lu Xuan was still a student of Zhenwu Academy. The fact that a student of Luo Yanqing Academy had become a student of a great master was a true honor. These 2 gentlemen didn't practice alchemy, but their spirit power scale had already reached 0.5 points. Now the question was different. What kind of help did Lu Xuan need? There was actually nothing complicated. Lu Xuan only wanted to ask the men to stand around him and harness his spirit power as much as possible. The lad was well aware that it would be a bit costly for the men, so in such a case he promised that he could give after the end of this action pills that would restore fortitude as a thank you. It was surprising to learn that such pills even existed. But even so, the men were intrigued, hence they decided to spring into action. As agreed, Lu Xuan sat down in the middle with the men around him. This process resembled some kind of sacrament, for it was truly magical. Lu Xuan used his strength to form a circle with yuan-yang spells written on it. When he beckoned, the three gentlemen all prepared to use their spirit power in maximum strength. It was surprisingly effective. Lu Xuan knew what he was doing beforehand, so there was no difficulty and everything went according to plan. His spirit power scale had reached 0.8 points. This was the scale of a 6th grade alchemist. It was obvious that it was as if all the strength had been sucked out of the men, but nevertheless, Yuan Heng was worried about Lu Xuan's well-being, but he felt much better than these men. Even realizing this fact, Yuan Heng was glad that he was able to help the disciple of the great master. When the cultivation was over after all, Lu Xuan was just as promised, ready to give the men pills to regain their fortitude. Let's go back to Zhen Wu's dormitory. The guys didn't expect the executive law squad to be so vindictive. They immediately issued a final golden order. They also announced a reward of 1 million gold coins for Lu Xuan's head. But our protagonist didn't know this at all, so he was surprised to see the dejected faces of his friends. And those in turn didn't understand why this madman had come back. The executive arm of the law has issued a golden final order to start hunting him down, and it's like he's setting his head up on purpose. But Lu Xuan didn't understand at all what this all meant, and why he wasn't even allowed to appear. Yancheng had to explain that the golden final order was an order allowing the Academy's disciples to arrest. Since the Academy's founding, this had only happened 2 times. He was first taken against one rapist. It was rumored that he raped about 100 girls. Because of him, the Academy gained notoriety at the time. And the second time a warrant was taken out against a murderer because an angry student killed his classmate's family of 134 people. And for the third time, this warrant was taken against Lu Xuan, who had essentially done nothing of the sort as those predecessors. This whole situation was very unpleasant, because Lu Xuan really didn't do anything wrong, only acting on his principles and not allowing himself and his friends to be offended. The guys were telling him one thing, to escape from here, and he still had time. In a short while, the fighters would gather here, and Lu Xuan would definitely not be able to escape from them. But Lu Xuan still didn't enter this situation. He didn't even know what to reply to the guys. Besides, he didn't understand why he should leave here. Who would have thought that the object of the Golden Order would be such an idiot? The man who appeared from behind was not familiar to Lu Xuan, so he tensed up slightly, and the stranger was already preparing to introduce himself, and was extremely surprised that Lu Xuan didn't even know him. He didn't want to know. He immediately threw the intruder out of the room. After all, it didn't even make sense for the Mad Emperor to find out who this person was, and a few more people could be seen behind the wall. The stranger didn't seem to wake up again. Among these people, the boys recognized a familiar face in teacher Wei Chuan, but the latter, as if he didn't notice them, turned his full attention to Lu Xuan, calling him a bold bastard. He dared to kill in the academy, and seemed to want serious trouble. The young master didn't even realize that he had actually killed that stranger. After all, he hadn't intended to do so, but such a dismissive attitude only made the teacher angry, for it was superciliousness. Wei Chuan decided to take on the role of a god and cleanse this world of the filth in the form of Lu Xuan instead. But did he have enough power as a god to do such a thing? He wasn't a deity for a reason. His gaze faded as Lu Xuan stopped him. Would he dare to do anything else and take the nerve to call himself a god? Wei Chuan kept telling Lu Xuan that he was a murderer. But if that was the case, Lu Xuan now felt obliged to conform to what he was told. What did the Mad Emperor want to do now? He was merely trying to fit the labels that were put on him, nothing more. To think, how could Lu Xuan, that insolent bastard, dare to do such a thing? Wei Chuan's son-in-law is the deputy dean of the executive law squad. If Lu Xuan even touches a single hair on him with a finger, his son-in-law will kill his entire family. And on top of that, those 2 scum from Lu Xuan's dormitory would also die, and Lu Xuan wouldn't be able to save anyone. Our hero's patience broke, and as a consequence, terrible things followed. His head was blown off Wei Chuan's shoulders, and no amount of threats could help him. Now it was the turn of others who wanted to capture Lu Xuan. Will they follow their teacher's example, or will they run away and come to their senses? Some people immediately bowed their heads to Lu Xuan. They didn't want to and didn't dare to touch him. so they immediately asked for mercy. What they had seen was enough for them. Lu Xuan was silent, as if he was thinking about the right thing to do. His gaze was contemptuous, as if he was facing some fleas instead of humans. This silence was enough for them to rebel again and wish Lu Xuan to die. After all, he had dared to dishonor them by bringing them to their knees, which meant that he would not be able to atone for this sin, even if he died 100 times. But he didn't even want anyone to kneel before him or ask for anything, much less ask for forgiveness himself. For what? Besides, if these people had asked for his forgiveness more sincerely, Lu Xuan would have been too lazy to kill them, and so had to solve the heads. The guys noticed that Lu Xuan was indeed too strong, but to resist the entire academy was beyond insane. Because of this, the friends suggested to deal with these corpses themselves, and Lu Xuan had to escape quickly before he fell into the hands of the enemies. But what will Yuan Chen and Liu Chuan do? Will they stay here? The guys continued to keep a positive attitude. After all, they had not killed anyone. They would be punished at most once, maybe expelled, but it was nothing terrible for them. Meeting real danger, they didn't abandon their friend. To Lu Xuan, this was very precious. In this case, he promised that they would not regret this decision. But right now, the guys didn't want to discuss this, and suggested that they postpone talking about it. After all, Lu Xuan needed to escape from here, and fast. But he wasn't going to leave, which he said right away. Looks like this was the final decision. No matter how hard the friends tried, they couldn't persuade Lu Xuan to save himself. Before leaving to go about his business, Lu Xuan asked the guys to find 2 carts. After all, we need to take these corpses to the executive squad. Deputy Dean Chen and his assistant were discussing pressing matters together, until when another assistant burst in with the news that Lu Xuan had returned. Of course, Dean Chen ordered to catch this creep, and in case he resisted, to kill him. But the old man misunderstood his subordinate. However, there was no need to explain anything else, because the decapitated bodies flew after them, which spoke for themselves. The first thing Dean Chen noticed was Wei Chuan's decapitated body, after which he felt an unquenchable terror. Chen was furious, because he did not expect that some ragamuffin would dare to kill his relative, and even so brutally. Lu Xuan wanted to continue to answer for all his deeds. If need be, he would also be beheaded. He was no longer afraid of anyone. Of course, the Vice Dean immediately ordered our hero to be captured and locked up in the dungeon. How is it that some thug is going to walk free? He, of course, listened to him, and 2 people immediately headed towards Lu Xuan. It seemed as if Lu Xuan was about to be completely killed. But these guys didn't even have time to even run up to him before they immediately flew off like will-less puppets. Chen was finally maddened by this, promising Lu Xuan to make his life a living hell. The Vice Dean was this person chosen for a reason as well. He possessed strength, so he was feared by everyone, except Lu Xuan, of course. No matter what position he held, Lu Xuan didn't care, because his behavior was inappropriate. He was maintaining a mess among the warriors, and should pay for it. The young master had his other techniques in reserve that became available to him when he discovered the Bisui level. This was one of them, but Dean Chen didn't appreciate it. The 2 men merge in a brutal fight where, afterward, only one will emerge victorious. Chen's eyes seemed to open when he started fighting Lu Xuan. That was when he noticed Bisui's full level and realized that he had underestimated the young man. And yet he didn't care about this fact. After all, Lu Xuan had killed Wei Chuan, which meant that he was now obligated to die. Now Chen was no longer holding back and was hitting with all his might. Lu Xuan had no problem avoiding these punches. He didn't even have to fight back. And as soon as the right time appeared, Lu Xuan prepared his fist to strike. The punch went straight for Dean Chen's chin. He didn't even have time to defend himself. But fortunately, he managed to hold on after that blow, even though it wasn't light. Chen continued to threaten Lu Xuan with serious retaliation, but still hadn't managed to hit the young man. At last, he succeeded in something. He tried his best, for he wanted to punish the murderer. Lu Xuan didn't even move from his seat. Only his gaze became gloomier than a cloud, and Dean Chen was already jubilant from his small victory to touch Lu Xuan. For him, this was truly a good achievement. In the next instant, a reply came from Lu Xuan directly into Chen's stomach. The Dean's joy was short-lived, for the blow was so strong that blood spurted from his mouth. He could no longer stay on his feet and fell like a corpse. They weren't alone in this hall, but those watching didn't dare to make even a sound. They were shocked by what had happened, and would hardly dare to confront Lu Xuan. If he knocked out Dean Chen, what else would he be able to do? As long as Lu Xuan wasn't touched, then he didn't try to hurt anyone either, and once again returned his frown to Chen. The old man could not even move, only with fear in his body awaiting his terrible fate. Finally, his assistant dared to speak up. Dean Chen was still an important person to the academy, and if Lu Xuan killed him, he would be in huge trouble. But Lu Xuan didn't care at all, so he rudely shut up the insolent person who was meddling in the wrong business. When the deputy's life was on the line, Dean Luo appeared just then, asking Lu Xuan to remove his foot from Chen's face. Chen couldn't stand it anymore, and as soon as he saw his acquaintance, he ordered him to quickly kill that bastard Lu Xuan. But Luo countered by ordering Chung to shut up. For now he had no rights not only to demand anything, but even to speak. He had probably not expected such a thing from his old acquaintance, but he didn't dare say another word. Dean Luo quickly decided to inquire about Lu Xuan's condition to see if he had any injuries. But Lu Xuan didn't quite understand such interest and thought as if the old man wanted to stop him. First of all, the dean wanted to ask to let Chen live. After all, this whole situation already set on him. His reputation was completely ruined. Whether he had a good reputation or a bad reputation was irrelevant. But Lu Xuan felt as if he was stumped and didn't even know what to say to that. To at least redeem himself somehow, Luo remembered that Chen had a Tiba flower and could ask to give it to Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan still thought about it. This was a pretty good suggestion. From the Tiba flower, he would be able to make a pill to increase strength. It would manage to more than double it. Lu Xuan finally decided to set his conditions, which were Tiba flowers, Sanshao herb, and Zixiao seeds. If all these ingredients could be found in 3 days, Lu Xuan would keep this foolish man alive. In addition, all the ingredients had to be sent to Lu Xuan's room. On that and referenced, Luo had just saved Chen's life, who had lost his reputation. A few days later, all the ingredients were ready. But the Zhuan Mai pill was a 7th level pill. If Lu Xuan wanted to improve it, he would still have to use the pill furnace. Because of that, he came to the market to find this 7th rank pill furnace. The girl took this question as a joke. After all, Master Meng Zhou was the most powerful alchemist in this kingdom, and he was only of the 4th rank. So how could a 7th ranked furnace exist here? This, of course, made things extremely difficult. Lu Xuan then decided to ask for yellow spirit and black iron ore. He would like to purchase these ingredients, but the store didn't have them. Some 3rd-rank alchemists usually had them on hand. If Lu Xuan needed it so badly, he could participate in their seminar. A seminar is a gathering of alchemists. Only alchemists above the 3rd rank can participate. Well then, there was nothing left for Lu Xuan to do but to go and take the exam. The girl had originally wished Lu Xuan good luck, but only as the guy left did she realize that he wanted to go and take the exam right now. What the hell was that all about? Other alchemists, such as Xiao Xiao, were also prepared for the exam. Until the exam was passed, then the alchemist was considered a 2nd-rank alchemist. Today, the girl intended to become stronger. Some alchemists did not expect that Xiao Xiao would also dare to take part in the exam. After all, it was much more difficult than the first one. This old man had also come to evaluate his rank as an alchemist. During the period of refinement, his spiritual power scale had reached 0.4 points, and when he managed to become a rank 2 alchemist, he only raved about taking revenge on Lu Xuan for his past disgrace. But the idle chatter annoyed Xiao Xiao. This fool didn't understand anything at all, and the girl could only sympathize with him about how no one had told him how stupid he was. Xiao Xiao wanted to just stand in silence and prepare mentally before the exam, but that restless old man kept yanking her around. This time he turned the girl's attention to the object of their discussion, Lu Xuan. Who would have thought that he would come here too? The guys crossed each other with dissatisfied glances, not hiding their dislike for each other. Lu Xuan had nothing to say to them, so he ignored them. But Xiao Xiao couldn't leave things as they were and blocked the young master's path. This was not the first time something like this had already happened, as we remember. So Lu Xuan was perplexed the whole time as to what was wrong with this girl. She wanted to challenge our hero again. But why would she do that when it's obvious? But before refusing, Lu Xuan still clarified what kind of challenge Xiao Xiao wanted to challenge him with. It turns out that the girl was aware that when Lu Xuan managed to reach the 2nd rank of alchemist, he used pills. That was why she decided to challenge Lu Xuan today. But he ignored her again as if she was nothing, which in fact she was to him. It made her angry. She could call him a coward. But still, nothing changed. Such stupid provocations didn't work on Lu Xuan unless he was interested in something. For the alchemist rank evaluation, everyone who could, and even someone you didn't expect to see, was Elder Zhou Xiang. He's supposed to be at home cleaning, so why did he come to the exam? Zhou Xiang was very famous in the city. He had become famous 10 years ago. In addition, Yuan Heng was his disciple. There were some very important people gathered today, which was unusual. And even Master Hen came as well. Since everyone had now arrived, the examiners asked us to hurry up and get our guests into their seats. The examiners sat down as they were supposed to, but were quick to reassure the examiners as they were very nervous. Everyone was gathered here today because someone was going to become a rank 3 alchemist. Why the excitement? Still, it wasn't easy to get rid of him, because you'd have to fight for that spot. Not everyone was here to take part in the assessment, but they could still observe by just standing on the sidelines. This will be a great opportunity for them to learn from the mistakes of the examiners and not to repeat them in the future. Now we had to decide who was involved in the evaluation after all. Of course, Lu Xuan didn't just come here to watch, but to master a 3rd rank alchemist. Xiao didn't expect such boldness from the guy at all. In that case, if Lu Xuan was the first one who wanted to participate, then Yuan Heng wondered if he had brought a rank 3 pill furnace. He did not have such a stove, so he could not bring it or borrow it from anyone. This caused some ridicule after all. How was this dummy making pills on 2nd ranked equipment? What was he even able to do on this furnace? But Yuan Heng took this information much more loyally, and offered the young master to lend him his ZUND. And yet the offer was generous, but our hero decided to turn it down. After all, it does not require an oven to purify the pills to 3rd grade. Self-confident young people are great, but pretending that everything is within your reach is not good, as one of the examiners thought. The pills provided for the exam had already arrived. The time for the assessment was 3 hours, and you had to start right away. Lu Xuan was unusually collected and very serious today. On any other day, he would feel rather relaxed. One could see this exam was going to be a bit tough for him. Even so, he still acted quite confidently, for all this was based on his knowledge from the past. Even to prepare the pill, he decided to use a single batch of ingredients. People started whispering again, for in their eyes, Lu Xuan was too arrogant. If he doesn't use pill furnaces, then he only needs ingredients? Xiao refrained from commenting. Who knows what she was thinking? She had always been curious to observe Lu Xuan, even though she disliked him. She considered him a worthy opponent. Because of that, she respected him. Lu Xuan probably knew what he was doing and didn't care what anyone thought of him. That's what really confident people did. No doubts, because everything will happen in the end. He did so not only confidently, but skillfully, as if he was turning alchemy into something graceful, rather than demonstrating purely science. The elders knew that Lu Xuan was using Chunyang Genqi, and it was indeed justified. After all, the method was good enough. Besides, it couldn't be used by every aspiring alchemist. But on the other hand, the Lord condemned the young master for burning medicinal materials like that. Indeed, they were burned, but the result is more important, isn't it? This fire turned into a green flame, as if to burn away everything unnecessary and preserve the most important ingredients for the pill. It looked like madness. It was not just alchemy, but some kind of magic that they were encountering for the first time, even if they were experienced in it. Soon, that green flame turned into a green ball that still gave off a slight heat. Yuan Heng didn't fully understand if there was something special about this technique, but instead of explaining, the gentleman suggested looking closely at what Lu Xuan was doing. The small pill was no longer green in color, its shell turning bright red and yellow, as if it had absorbed the remaining heat. With this method of purification, the pill seems to be more pure. In fact, there was a significant difference between the furnace and this method. If one let the 2 drops merge, one could control the true energy. This alchemy method can utilize true QI, and this ensures that the pill will not lose its power. The fusion is much faster, making the pill more pure. The master had questions about who this Lu Xuan was after all. Yuan Heng didn't know how to introduce his new friend, so he just said that he was a good kid. This answer was not very informative. But what else could he say, after all? Yuan Heng didn't know much about Lu Xuan himself. Meanwhile, the pill was already prepared. The yellow color was gone, as well as the red. These colors merged together, blending into a bright orange color. Lu Xuan had actually successfully made a pill without even using the pill furnace, which now seemed too strange to all the spectators. Xiao, who was watching Lu Xuan's every move, literally trembled with envy and anger towards this man. Surely she too would like to be in the young master's shoes. She considered herself worthy in alchemy, but she realized that she was far from his level. The pill looked just perfect, but still, the examiners tried to look at it as closely as possible to see what its secret was. The barrier-breaking pill has been successfully recycled. What Lu Xuan provided was a top-grade pill. The young master had passed the 3rd step of the alchemist grade. He had now become a 3rd-rank alchemist, but there was a bit of a wait. The examiners wanted to send the 3rd-rank alchemist badge. Then, when it was ready, there was time, so Lu Xuan didn't even argue about it, and immediately left without saying anything last. But before he left the room, Zhou Sheng detained him. Lu Xuan had already thought that the old man wanted to become his disciple as well. After all, there had been a lot of applicants recently. Zhou Sheng wasn't really talking about things that were on the surface, but in his opinion, Lu Xuan's strength was far greater than the third rank. In that case, Lu Xuan dared to ask for an evaluation of his product right there, but he was refused. There was nothing more for him to linger here, so he walked away. Once again, he was asked to stay, for the examiners could truly see that the young master's strength was far greater than the third rank. That's great, but what were the elders going to do with it? Give Lu Xuan a high-ranking certificate? There was silence between the elder and the young master for a while. Many people dreamed of becoming Lu Xuan's disciple, while others thought that this child was about to overcome something beyond his control. Listening to this nonsense, Lu Xuan further fell into incomprehension. What was happening here was not clear. In the end, the old master, not shying away from anything, threw himself on his knees right in front of Lu Xuan. Unashamed of the public and his status, he honestly admitted to Lu Xuan that he wanted to worship him, that he was great. Plus, the master hoped that the young master would take him as his disciple. When Lu Xuan talked about taking someone on as a disciple, he was joking in general. He didn't think anyone would take it seriously. How can he get out of it now? Zhou Sheng of course condemned the way the Lord was acting. After all, this approach was extremely wrong. The audience did not understand how such a respected gentleman could worship this child and call him a teacher. It was indeed unexpected, but Mr. Zhou urged everyone to listen to him. Lu Xuan in turn made it clear to everyone that he didn't accept anyone as a disciple. He didn't need it. It was just extra baggage. The next day, Lu Xuan decided to try his luck again and went to the market to buy 30 cold water vessels and 50 pieces of fittings. Finally, there was at least this kind of ingredient in this market. It was worth 27,000 gold coins, and there would be a shipping fee upon arrival. The Czech was certainly not very happy, but what can you do? I didn't have to be sad for long, as familiar faces appeared. The princess didn't expect to see Lu Xuan in this market, so she was surprised by his presence. Luo Xuan admitted that he had come to the market to buy some things, but Luo Ruo had somehow originally believed that he had come here to participate in rank evaluation. When he heard about the rank evaluation, he was surprised that the princess was also possibly participating in it. It turns out that she was a rank 2 alchemist, and today, she appeared for the exam to receive the 3rd rank. Lu Xuan was pleased with her achievements. Therefore, he sincerely congratulated her on it. For a moment, he decided to leave the conversation and asked if there was a quiet room here, as Lu Xuan wanted to rent it for a while. Such a question frightened the girl a little, for what does a single guy need to rent a quiet room for? Telling the truth was certainly not something Lu Xuan was going to do. If he let the princess know that he wanted to refine the equipment, it would be a big problem in the future. Lu Xuan decided to confess that he wanted to learn something, and this could only be done in silence. Will there be any more questions to this? Luo Zhou knew that learning alone was not easy, and it was better to find someone who could help. But Luo Xuan had his own methods and didn't want to adjust them. If Lu Xuan was adamant and insisted on his own, Luo Ruo was kind enough to offer her room. She had another special room anyway, and she didn't need this room for now. If Lu Xuan wanted to do some experiments, it would be quite dangerous to do it inside. But knowing the mechanics, one could be careful as the young master promised. Well, the girl was leaving to take her exam, but still asked the guy to be careful. When they said goodbye to the princess, Lu Xuan beheld the real special piece and princesses with matching tools. There wasn't much time, but it was necessary to start already. Lu Xuan planned to first create a medicinal cauldron that suited him in every way. It really was a quiet place to retreat to. Plus, it was nice to have everything you needed to grow. Although it was a temporary quarters, but Lu Xuan felt quite free here. He did what he needed to do to create what he wanted. That, of course, had to be played with a bit. To get the desired result, you needed not only tools, but also knowledge and a suitable place. Lu Xuan tried his best to pour out the metal he needed so the cauldron came out just perfect. This of course took time, so as not to rush the heat. In such an environment, Lu Xuan was truly enjoying the process. That's why everything worked out just fine. No one looked under his hands. No one told him what to do as it was in the exam. He already knew what he needed to do. Therefore, after 1 hour, he got the desired result. The fusion on the cauldron was excellent. Lu Xuan had not even imagined that he would be so lucky. He only used 7th-level forging and casting, and because of that, he was able to create a 9th-level medicinal vat. This was simply excellent. The result had surpassed itself. Fortunately, in order to move such a thing, Lu Xuan didn't need to carry it around in the physical dimension, as he could transport it into the tablet. Such were the privileges of the Bisui level. Princess Luozhou apparently hadn't finished her exam yet. Lu Xuan's new plans were maturing. Meanwhile, under the Alchemist's Guild, people kept whispering about someone who had managed to rise to a high level at a young age. It was Princess Luozhou who was being congratulated, for she had managed to obtain the status of a third-rank alchemist. This was truly a student surpassing the teacher. People were proud of the princess. The examiner decided to admit that today's results were really not bad. However, there were still some flaws. Luozhou completely agreed with her teacher's words. She admitted that she needed the master's guidance. It was difficult to explain in words, so the teacher suggested the following. The teacher wanted to make a son and mother's sword right away, so he suggested to the student that she observe the process carefully. Luozhou suggested that her teacher go to her chambers, for there he could complete the creation of her son and mother's sword, and she could study the whole process and contemplate new methods. The suggestion was a good one, so the teacher approved it. They approached her chambers rather quickly, but it was only here that the girl remembered that she had completely forgotten about Lu Xuan. She didn't even know if he was there now or not. Judging from the way the student glowed, the teacher immediately realized that her room was being used by someone else. The princess had to confess that she had rented it out to a friend. Since she hadn't used the room at all lately, she decided to rent it out. The question then arose, was this friend an alchemist? The girl didn't know how to answer this question and was completely confused. She seemed to be, but she wasn't. Luozhou felt herself in the most foolish position possible. Master completely freaked out. After all, the common room is the most important room of any alchemist. A lot of Master's spiritual power gathers there, not to mention the involvement of all the alchemical tools. Having spent a lot of time with her student, the teacher thought they had already developed a tacit understanding that lending someone her tools was akin to giving someone her underwear. Therefore, the princess had to remember that the resting room was akin to a bathing room. Except for the master and the closest friends, no one should be allowed to enter the chamber. Luozhou didn't quite understand this, so she was upset when the teacher reprimanded her for such a prank. The only good thing was that this man didn't stay here long enough to make a mess. But something did catch the eye of the observant teacher. A shard of metal from which the cauldron that lay on the stove was made. It truly impressed the old teacher and seemed like something impossible. The girl didn't quite understand her teacher's amazement, because she wanted to understand what was going on after all. Soon the old man started running around the room as if looking for something else, but he couldn't explain anything. In front of him was a pen tip that had been polished exactly to the last millimeter. Whoever made this was a great craftsman. It could only be a true great craftsman. And yet, what just happened? The amazement from the teacher's face still hadn't passed. He was completely confused and didn't know how to explain it to the student. In the end, he dared to ask, did anyone else besides Luozhou's friend use alchemy here? The girl started to remember, besides her, no one here used this room. She was the only one here. But it still seemed impossible. Definitely, to create such materials, an alchemist must be of rank 6 and no less. Now, the student understood all of her teacher's excitement, for it really did seem impossible. One just had to look at this alloy. This alloy was made of hard ebony, yellow, sparkling soulstone, high-grade carved steel, and other materials. This alloy was perfect. Luozhou, as a third-rank alchemist, understood that all these ingredients did not match in their melting point, and it was almost impossible to combine them. The three materials were indeed almost incompatible. Under normal circumstances, they could not be fused. But notice that iron plate. The surface of this plate is akin to art. There is not a single trace of work left on it. In other words, when that master was hitting with the hammer, he was using energy, where each blow was made with equal force and energy. So the teacher wanted to find out from his student as soon as possible, who else had she invited here for alchemical work. But the girl only allowed Lu Xuan to come in here. There really weren't any other people here. At least she didn't invite anyone. In that case, the teacher began to demand that the princess go and invite this Lu Xuan again. But wasn't he the one who said that you can't invite everyone into this room? It was as if the teacher had forgotten what he had said. He was of a different opinion, because this room could always be destroyed and rebuilt. The tools still needed to be changed after a while. However, it didn't matter now. It wasn't easy for Luozhou, because her teacher's opinion changed faster than the weather. But the girl didn't have to do anything but obey. Our hero decided to settle down in a cozy cafe and drink a couple of pitchers of wine and eat some delicious food. At last, he did realize that that crow was not some kind of dream. If Lu Xuan wanted to keep raising the level further, simple pills would not be enough. Without a good knowledge of the meridian system and high-level acupuncture techniques, The body limit would prevent further progress. The crow could certainly give Lu Xuan a scroll to study the meridian. However, she demanded 10 jugs of sacrificial wine, and she wasn't even afraid that Lu Xuan could drown her in the same wine. Be that as it may, Lu Xuan had been practicing since his rebirth, but he had never come into contact with wine. He definitely deserved a little break today. Mr. Wei, along with his companion, also showed up at the famous cafe. Wei Chen was glad that Zhou Xin had finally managed to cross the boundary of ordinary people. The girl had a breakthrough, so they decided to celebrate it here. Mr. Wei was generous and decided to order 1 large bowl of wine and 1 portion of each dish that this cafe had. And while the dishes were cooking, the kids could sit down. Here, our hero certainly didn't want to get into trouble, so he tried to be as inconspicuous as possible so that even Zhou Xin wouldn't notice him. After a while, Mr. Wei still talked about Lu Xuan. After all, ever since that trek, that kid had deceived everyone. The cafe was so famous that Song Shao and his entourage came here. Many people didn't like this place, but because of the master, they tolerated it. Besides, since they had come here, it was still possible to have fun here, and there were rumors that there were quite a few beauties here. These guys had a few joyous days here today, so they decided to go wild. Chiang Shao immediately noticed Lu Xuan sitting with his back to him, but did not pay any attention to it. And later, he noticed the decoration of the entire hall. Zhou Xin. She literally shone among these gloomy guys. The entourage immediately realized that Song Shao must have had his eye on that chick. It was clear from the look in the gentleman's eyes. So his subordinates got straight to the point and turned to the haughty. They made it clear to the girl that Mr. Song Shao himself had his eyes on her. They didn't even pay attention to her companions. After all, if she served this gentleman well, she would have a rich life. But Zhou Xin's companion didn't like the suggestion. He felt sympathy for her, and as a man, he could not ignore such a situation with a woman. Song Shao allowed this girl to accompany him. And who does this brat think he is to say such a thing? No one will be able to have a proper dinner tonight. Wei Chen decided to put up a fight here because it was about his woman. But alas, he didn't even have time to get up before he was immediately slapped down with a good slap. So good that he flew off to the other end of the hall. He had to fly through a couple tables to finally land on the floor. The level of the opponent was immediately clear. Wei Chen recognized the peak of the first stage of acupuncture. This couldn't help but be terrifying. Mr. Tsang Xiao's escort couldn't leave Wei Chen alone and decided to escort him all the way. He decided to accompany him with a solid kick, which caused Wei Chen to fly through the wall and into the street. With no one to help him, Zhou Xin was left alone with those freaks. The girl was required to serve Master Tsang Xiao. Otherwise, she would be stripped and her clothes thrown away by this deadbeat, looking very indecent. Zhou Xin was uncomfortable at this moment, for she was alone with the men who were harassing her. What would this girl be able to do against them? She was strong, but not strong enough to compete with several strong men at once. Out of the corner of her eye, she finally noticed Lu Xuan, who clearly didn't want to get involved in any of these stories. So he was sad when the girl noticed him. But for Zhao Xin, this guy was like a life straw. Right now, she could literally be torn apart like a doll. Therefore, she didn't hesitate to ask Lu Xuan for help, because he was the only one who could help her. Her body was trembling. At this moment, she looked like a wild cat, ready to rush out at any moment and fight until she was exhausted. Lu Xuan actually understood everything. He was just unhappy that his evening of rest had been disrupted. Zhou Xin noticed that the guy wasn't rushing to help her, so she reminded him that he was her debtor after all, and he hadn't repaid the debt. He was drunk and out of it, his head hurt, and he was being blackmailed. Eventually, he agreed to help. He wouldn't leave his acquaintance in distress. Lu Xuan cast an unkind glance at this slug that was beginning to threaten him before proceeding. Our hero hoped that if he sent the guy, he would still get off his ass, so he decided to put this theory to the test. Mr. Tsang Xiao's entourage of course fell into a stupor from such insolence. After all, they had just recently shown their strength. And here there were some more unruly people. To tell this man to piss off, it looks like the young master has clearly had some trouble with his head. Maybe he's mentally retarded, and his mental capacity is that of a redneck. Shuzi seemed to have misheard something, so he decided to ask Lu Xuan again. Did he really have to leave? If he didn't want to, Lu Xuan was kind enough to help with that. Things happen, people sometimes can't hear everything, you have to show them. Shou Zi, who had just recently thrown Mr. Wei out of the cafe with ease, was himself thrown outside by Lu Xuan, who continued to drink his wine afterwards as if nothing had happened. Well, it could be seen that Lu Xuan had surpassed the peak of the first stage. It was very commendable to achieve such a thing at such a young age. Even Mr. Tsang Xiao appreciated such talent. But in his eyes, Lu Xuan was still nothing more than a strong ant. Therefore, Cao Shao decided to give Lu Xuan a chance and kneel down, begging for mercy. In that case, he would be able to survive. Before giving any reply to Cao Shao, Lu Xuan made it clear to his acquaintance that after this incident, they would be even, and no one owed anyone anything. It was a little sad, but what else could Zhou answer? These guys were very shouty and persistent because again they made it clear that they wanted to straighten each other out. This behavior was not very flattering to Lu Xuan. Not only was he ruining his evening, he was also being insulted. They demanded some kind of apology for what? He finally decided to get up from his seat, for it was clear that just sitting around drinking wine was not going to solve this conflict. In the next instant, many screams and moans of pain were heard, and soon the whole cafe was trashed. There were battered bodies everywhere, some alive and some half dead. Mr. Cao Shao looked like a living corpse. After such a massacre, there wasn't a spot left on him, and how much pathos was there? Zhou Xin was still alive and unharmed, and was looking at those breathless bodies like a child. Lu Xuan was certainly not going to leave his wine behind. After all, he still had to take it to the crow. As soon as it was over, he hurriedly left. Lastly, he reiterated that with Zhou Xin they were even and warned the girl not to contact him again. Lu Xuan walked straight down the street and finally found a small nook where there were no people. There, he took out his tableau to meet the golden crow. At last he could give her wine and receive his reward. The alcoholic crow instantly smelled Lu Xuan, who had returned. Now the crow had gotten her wine, but what about the acupuncture scroll? It seems the bird was already drunk from the appearance of the wine and had completely forgotten the deal, beginning to sip his long-awaited wine. Of course, this did not suit our hero. When he saw the bird ignoring him, Lu Xuan became blacker than a cloud. And finally he managed to do what he wanted so badly, drowned the crow in wine. He had to repeat his question. Where was the acupuncture scroll after all? Maybe this time the alcoholic crow would deign to answer. It was difficult to speak, but she still said that by practicing the core element of the sun secrets to the perfection of the first stage, Lu Xuan would be able to obtain this scroll. It turned out to be extremely simple. Lu Xuan was even surprised by such simplicity. Crow could only hope that she had not deceived Lu Xuan, or else she would never be able to drink her wine again. Although it wouldn't be easy to perfect the core element of the sun secret, Lu Xuan first needed to complete the pill practice he had started. Meanwhile in the dormitory, Liu Chuan and Yuan Chen returned to their room completely tired. The training methods Lu Xuan had passed on to them were just fine. Not much time had passed, but the guys were already reaching new levels. This was a great secret to them, plus, Lu Xuan had originally warned them not to drop a word about it. So the guys tried to keep quiet and not reveal it to anyone. The guys were all guessing and remembered Lu Xuan's ex, Su Yu. They wished they knew if she would be punished or not. Yuan Cheng was somehow sure that yes. Moreover, Lu Xuan had been improving very hard, that perhaps his heart was still aching for love. Lu Xuan was really good at everything he could be good at, only he still didn't understand women. He was having trouble on the love front. I was able to discuss this with the guys as some unexpected guests arrived. Who could it be this late? Xiaoxiao decided to visit the guys for some reason, but she looked like she didn't expect to see them at all. Rather, she was counting on getting to Lu Xuan's room and apparently wanted to meet him. Xiaoxiao was the head elder here, so the guys were a little afraid of her. I had to admit that Lu Xuan's room was indeed here, but he wasn't here right now. In that case, the girl entered the room as if it were her own and decided to wait for the young master. Apparently there was serious business to attend to. This girl has a lot of nerve, of course, but what could the youngsters do? Even a girl passing by didn't expect to see Xiaoxiao in the guys' room and Lu Xuan. Looks like Xiaoxiao wasn't the only one who wanted to meet the young master. Princess Luozhou also had a matter and needed Lu Xuan urgently. There were too many guests in their room today. The only thing the princess didn't understand was what her friend was doing here. Xiaoxiao decided to honestly admit that she came here with the purpose of asking Lu Xuan to practice making pills. Luozhou wanted the same thing, but she needed to practice with Lu Xuan in making tools. There was some misunderstanding between the girls. What is it? Lu Xuan is so talented? These girls were looking for Lu Xuan to practice alchemy. They were talking nonsense. What kind of alchemist could practice both pill making and blacksmithing? The guys were completely bewildered. But then another guest arrived. So must not have been satisfied with just one meeting at the cafe today. What did Big Sister come to learn from Lu Xuan? Zhou Xin was looking for a young master to practice martial arts. There was an awkward silence between the guys. Why were so many girls looking for Lu Xuan? Was it really because of his skill, or did they have feelings? Meanwhile, our hero finally made it to his room. He could barely stay on his feet. Creating these pills consumed too much energy, and it took a long time to recover. Therefore, Before even reaching his room, Lu Xuan decided that he would rest for the next 2 days and have a good meal at the same time. But what was his surprise when he noticed what was going on in his room? The boys looked at him sadly, as if they had done something wrong, and behind them sat 3 beautiful girls. What on earth had they all forgotten here? Lu Xuan was extremely surprised by the appearance of these annoying girls. All of them were looking for Lu Xuan. He was a master alchemist of the 3rd rank, and Xiao Xiao was an alchemist of the 2nd rank. So she came to ask some questions to the elder, and he dare not refuse. Lu Xuan was completely confused because he was expecting to have a long-awaited vacation, and now they wanted to bombard him with questions. Princess Luozhou also showed up to ask some questions. After all, when Lu Xuan lived in her room, he was the only one practicing there. Now it's time to reveal some of the cards. It was all so unexpected and so spontaneous. Lu Xuan probably preferred to face his enemies in a fight than the girls who were eager to get answers to their questions. But the last one just got to him. He had just said goodbye to her tonight and asked her not to look for him. But she was already in his room. Lu Xuan understood everything about these two. But what was Zhou Xin forgetting in his dormitory? Moreover, the debt had been repaid. The girl was completely confused. As if she had been asked to date, she had completely forgotten why she had come here. As the saying goes, the best defense is offense. So she let Lu Xuan know that they didn't have things settled yet. But how come? Wasn't it Lu Xuan who had just recently pulled her ass out of a scuffle a while ago, completely forgotten? In fact, all the words were difficult for Zhou Xin to say. It was obvious from her appearance that she had sympathy for Lu Xuan, unlike those 2 girls. So she was literally blushing like a little girl. But in order not to give away her feelings, she once again started to react aggressively. Of course, she hadn't forgotten about that night. But that incident when Lu Xuan had touched her, the young master still owed her for it. The blood rushed out of his mouth. Lu Xuan's brain was bleeding from the girl's annoyance. He didn't seem to be hitting on any girls, so why were they hitting on him? Everyone wanted something from him, even though he didn't even take anything from them. How could Lu Xuan get out of this situation? Ignoring him like before just wouldn't work. Zhou Xin had put him in a damn embarrassing situation. What would they think of him now? That he's some kind of pervert? Lu Xuan hurriedly resolved the situation, because what Zhou Xin said was a real lie. She was just spreading rumors and provoking him. Shameless. Who would have thought that Lu Xuan was such a bastard? He did such a thing, and now he didn't want to take responsibility. And yet, it was all said by his friends. Be that as it may, Lu Xuan was still indebted to Zhou Xin. Now he only had to wait. She would come anytime she wanted and repay her debt. These words were very hard for her to say, because Lu Xuan really didn't hit on her, but she had to get close to him somehow. Master wanted everyone to leave him and finally rest, but the girls were extremely annoying and weren't going to leave until they knew the answers to their questions. Luozhou was excited to find out if Lu Xuan was really the one who had managed to pass the 10th level of the creation skill. Our hero had no way out, he had to dryly admit it, because lying would not have saved him. Initially, the girls couldn't believe their ears and eyes, but it made sense. If a great master was found, the princess hoped he would help her increase her strength, and in return she would never bother him again and leave now. Of course, Xiao Xiao also needed help with the pills. She begged Lu Xuan to help her practice making pills, then she would also leave right away. But why would Lu Xuan do that? He could basically kick these girls out, but they didn't offer him anything worthwhile in return. Moreover, they didn't even know each other. The princess was content to be impulsive and didn't realize that people shouldn't just do things for nothing, much less help develop. What a nasty person Lu Xuan was after all. But such stubbornness of a friend only amused Yuan Cheng and Liu Chuan. Luozhou had to kick them out so that they wouldn't spoil anything. Finally, the guys wished the girls to have a good time with Lu Xuan. The Grand Master reiterated that there was no way he would teach these 2 girls. Therefore, they should hurry up, for Lu Xuan wanted to rest. Of course, they were very angry and displeased. But pride took over. They wouldn't be asking for it. But the princess wasn't of the same opinion as Xiao Xiao, after all. After all, Lu Xuan never agreed to their training, and she didn't want to leave. Xiao Xiao once again tried to reason with her friend, because Lu Xuan had made it clear to them that there was no way he would agree to this. But the princess was adamant she had her own methods of extracting consent from even a stubborn man. Lu Xuan continued to remain silent and just watch the girl's actions. And she decided to apply her tactility. Such movements were a bit frightening even for someone as strong as Lu Xuan, especially when it was done by a girl, and as we remembered, he always had problems with girls. It turns out now, Lu Xuan has sex with Luozhou, and if he touched her, He must now agree to the girl's request and teach her a new method of training. But did Lu Xuan not want to take responsibility? In that case, the princess would have to tell everyone else that Lu Xuan harassed her and didn't take responsibility for it. Even from Xiao Xiao's side, it was bloody disgusting and ridiculous. The whole time she was silently watching and couldn't believe what her friend was doing.
But the other side of the coin was that Lu Xuan still agreed to Luo Zhou's provocations.
Xiao Xiao was still standing petrified. She just couldn't believe what was happening, and what her friend had done. When the princess called out to her, it was as if the girl had woken up from a nightmare. Luo Zhou encouraged her to do the same now, but Xiao Xiao wasn't going to sacrifice her honor for something like this. She was above all this nonsense. Lu Xuan finally gave up and agreed to teach both girls just to beat the foolishness out of them. Well, Luo Zhou was very proud of herself for showing her intelligence to the best of her ability. And thanks to her, they did get what they wanted. Meanwhile, the master was going crazy because Lu Xuan had lost everything. His reputation, his money, his position, and now he owed that bastard some herbs. Strength was running out, but suddenly some man outside demanded to see the master. Toth was already abruptly refusing this meeting. He wasn't in the mood to date anyone. But the evening guest was very persistent and walked in himself, immediately talking about revenge against Lu Xuan. The gentleman was concealed under a wide-brimmed hat, his face was not visible, and the deputy director did not recognize him. The stranger immediately warned the gentleman not to try to find out who he was, for it was enough that they both wished revenge on one man. The lord reflected, for thoughts of revenge had been more than once in his mind, but how to carry it out he did not know. Therefore, what was now offered him was tempting. Still, it was unclear why the stranger so suddenly wanted to help. The whole reason was because he wanted to kill Lu Xuan, and the stranger was looking for allies. The next day the guys managed to get some rest, but in the courtyard of the academy they heard a bell, which meant that the academy was calling everyone to gather in the inner square. Looks like something happened and the academy principal or someone else had something to say to the students. The friends immediately rushed to the square. It was likely that this could be related to the entrance competition for Ba Cheng and the Yin Yang Academy. Lu Xuan was quite distant, so he had to clarify what the guys meant. The Yin Yang Academy is the inner academy of the Beishu Kingdom. Lu Xuan was long overdue to return to Earth because he didn't even know the obvious things. He didn't even know what Beishu Kingdom was. Liu Chuan felt as if his friend had come from another dimension. Generally speaking, we were now in the central empire of the Chou-Yang Kingdom. This empire was divided into countless kingdoms and provinces. The Beishu Kingdom was at the first place of importance among all of them, and the Yin-Yang Academy was the supreme governmental institution of the kingdom. Only thing was, the Yin-Yang Academy had never messed with a mediocre institution like this. It was unknown why, but such a top institution decided to give 10 students a chance to join them from Zhanwu. It was quite an interesting proposition. Surely many students would like to enter such an academy. After all, after graduating there, you could open up better opportunities for yourself. Many familiar faces could be seen in the crowd among the students. Quite a few students showed up today. Lu Xuan really disliked these crowds, and a lot of people. And a few minutes later, Principal Lo came out to the students. This year, additional enrollment was opening up, and all because the academy was facing a tough challenge. The best students from Anwu and Zhenxing Academy have already arrived at the qualifying competitions of this realm. Students from other academies can challenge all the members of the local academy, learn from the battles and achieve the best results. It was certainly very strange that some foreign students would challenge him to a fight. The dean had to quiet the students in order to continue his speech. It was known that the Yin-Yang Academy had decided to select disciples from the 3 lower realms. However, places are limited. After much negotiation, the elders came to the decision that the 10 disciples from the lower realms who challenged and won would be able to qualify to join the Yin-Yang Academy. After this news, the students felt a rush of emotion, for it was indeed a very good opportunity for them to get into the best academy. If they managed to pass the selection process, they would surely be able to become the most famous in the country, as well as successful. Specific requirements and questions will be announced later. Therefore, the director wished each student to achieve the best results in the upcoming competitions. All the disciples quickly went to register. They already thought that surely the requirements for registering for this competition were incredibly high, but the desire to get into the yin-yang was no lower. Friends, of course, and recommended Lu Xuan to register for these competitions too. After all, the Yin-Yang Academy was much more powerful than this one. The master completely wondered if he needed it or not. He thought back to recent events. It was no surprise to him that that man looked like a student. He must have been sent to participate in the competition. Did that mean that all these people would have the same low skill level? As demanding as the requirements are, many students have made the decision to register. Luozhou and Lu Xuan couldn't miss this event either. The princess must have expected the master to come to the registration as well. You could tell by the look on the guy's face that he wasn't very happy to see the girl, and it was understandable why. But she was very unhappy with his sour face. Every time they saw each other, Lu Xuan got into some kind of trouble, so he wasn't ashamed to admit that he wasn't happy to see them. Many people were unfamiliar with Lu Xuan, but the fact that the princess approached him drew attention to him. Everyone wondered who this kid was. Some still knew Lu Xuan as a student from junior high school. Xu Xiao was very interested in our hero, but he was warned that Lu Xuan was not weak. After all, Wei Chen had suffered at his hands. But could that weak Wei Chen be compared to the great Xu Xiao? This really offended the bulky man, so much so that he sent his assistant flying. While they were standing in line, there was still nothing to do, so Xu Xiao decided to say hello to Lu Xuan. The man started threatening our hero to stay away from the princess, not even looking at the fact that it was the princess who was staying closer to him. If Luozhou only wished, Xu Xiao could throw this annoying person away. Surprisingly, the princess replied in agreement, determined to take a look at this concert. But was she sure she wanted to look at it? In this way, she was trying to supposedly show that her advantage was not so easily exploited. Not in her childhood, not now. She had never been touched by a man. Now that Lu Xuan had touched her, shouldn't he help her clear the way? Lu Xuan decided to clarify whether the girl wanted him to deal with just this obstacle, or all the ones ahead. Alas, the girl wanted the guy to deal with everyone. Just as Lu Xuan had assumed, meeting with the princess was no good. Before their fight began, Xu Xiao warned Lu Xuan afterward that he was not a weakling like that Wei Chen. But Lu Xuan didn't even listen to him to the end and punched him in the chin without letting him speak a word more. The huge man flew straight back at his assistant into the wall, finishing off the unfortunate man. When Xu Xiao was engaged in useless chatter, he should have been worried about biting his tongue during a fight. This whole situation amused the princess quite a bit, because she was the reason why there was a fight here. Finally, registration was over. The number of those admitted was now 20, all of whom met the requirements of the competition. The number of participants was quite small, and many people didn't like it. Some thought that to pass, one had to possess the level of the highest limit of acupuncture, and the youngest of the participants had to be 25 years old. Yuanqing and Liu Chuan couldn't pass the requirements, but they really hoped that Lu Xuan would succeed. The support of his friends was of course nice to Lu Xuan, but he also wished for his friends' happiness. Dean Luo had already assumed that the Zhenwu Academy had failed completely this time. A time later, other deans from other academies gathered as well. They hadn't seen each other for quite a long time. One of the deans had remarked that Zhenwu Academy had gone completely downhill. After all, among the 3 great academies, there wasn't a single one whose students couldn't qualify for the 10 seats. After all, indeed, in this academy competition, if Zhenwu Academy didn't take at least one spot in the top 10, it would be a bit embarrassing, wouldn't it? But it was still too early to draw conclusions, for only the competition could show the difference in the cultivation of the disciples. Suddenly the deans noticed the esteemed master Hu Yunzong, but the one wasn't too happy about the courtesy of the academy directors, after all. He was just here for selection. And afterwards, when the deans had withdrawn a bit, he opened his favorite book. When Dean Luo noticed this book in the old master's hands, he literally turned pale. He saw something incredible. Hu Yunzong had already selected a few talented people. He just had high hopes for them. Of course, it didn't mean that they would definitely enter the yin-yang. It was very disgusting, and the dean didn't like it. After all, that trio was very arrogant, and among the 10 seats, 9 were already taken. Finally, on the eve of the competition, the rules were announced to everyone. Lu Xuan noticed that at first glance, the rules were very ordinary. To remedy a situation the dean didn't like, he immediately chased to his students. Anyone who managed to enter the top 10 for the competition, Dean Luo was going to reward that person with 1 soul stone and 4 rank 4 pills. The offer was very tempting. Lu Xuan would still have to hit 10. A soul stone was a much stronger, spiritual liquid. It was made of pure spiritual energy. Even if one had tons of money, it was still impossible to buy it. It was likely that the principal would gift it from his personal stockpile. The competition was about to begin. Everyone had to take their seats. It was an exciting moment for each of the academies. Those who were going to compete should have familiarized themselves with the rules. If the rules were clear to everyone, the fight was on. Yang Yi with red hair was one of the chosen by Master Hu Yunzong. Dean Luo believed that this fight would end badly. But it was true that the strength between the opponents was not equal at all. The level between them was different. No matter how much the opponent tried to hurt Yang Yi, Here everything did not give in, and when he got fed up with everything, he simply stopped his opponent's strikes. To finally set the stage, Ian and brutally threw his opponent to the floor. He's dealt with the first one, but he still has a fight to fight. The next match was supposed to be between Lu Xuan and Liao Qin. It was certainly sad to see the previous defeated. There wasn't a living spot left on him. If the opponents continue to be so strong, Luo Zhou will surely be in big trouble. Furthermore, Lu Xuan didn't understand at all why there was such a big difference in strength between the academies and Zhenwu Academy. What was Principal Luo doing all this time? Lu Xuan had managed to become quite famous recently. He was recognized everywhere, even from the back. Zhang Xiao remembered Lu Xuan well from that night, for he made him look disgusting. This guy had beaten him back then, and it seemed as if Lu Xuan had some kind of magic weapon with him. Brother Dao was extremely intrigued by such a thing. Zhang Xiao demanded that he avenge him. However, the latter didn't mind either. Dao promised that he would not let Lu Xuan pass to the next round. The fight was already starting. The students looked at the fighters with bated breath. The opponent was aware that Lu Xuan would dare to raise his hand against Zhang Xiao, therefore urged our hero to immediately surrender. Lu Xuan didn't quite understand why this person was so hyped up and starting to threaten him right away. The fight started, but they didn't engage in a scramble. Dao demanded that Lu Xuan hand over his magic weapon to him as the elder. Lu Xuan didn't quite understand what kind of magic weapon he was talking about. Did he really know something about Lu Xuan's black jade? He wasn't supposed to find out. Dao was already teasing Lu Xuan, saying he didn't want to part with his toy. But the black jade was Lu Xuan's greatest trump card after his rebirth. Of course, he couldn't just give it to another person. This trash was incredibly weak. But how did he still manage to know about the black jade? Lu Xuan had no idea who was actually behind him, but it didn't care about all that. No matter what kind of people were there, Lu Xuan felt obligated to kill anyone. However, it would then be very difficult to leave after such a thing. Dao was running out of patience, so he began to push the young master. But he shouldn't have started it. Lu Xuan had terrible strength without any magic tricks. Well, this poor guy had it coming. Lu Xuan was forced to call on his other self. Compared to the previous victorious fighter, Lu Xuan's strength was not even close to him. His power not only extended to the entire battlefield, but also to other people. Dao had managed to let his guard down during this time, and this was the perfect chance for Lu Xuan to catch him off guard and strike him with one of his hands. The hand strike went straight to the stomach. It provided the perfect fuel for the enemy to fly a great distance from the arena. Before he landed, he flew several kilometers and hit a huge stone mountain. That's where the unfortunate man left his trail, where most likely they won't go looking for him. Lu Xuan remained the undisputed winner. This moment has been recorded by many people, and no one would dare to challenge it. Luo Ruo, Xiao Xiao and the directors were particularly impressed. Who would have thought that this young man would be so strong? They had heard of his power, of course, but had no idea it was so great. The bout, of course, was already over. Lu Xuan from Zhenwu Academy was officially put up as the winner. As he passed through the crowd, everyone shouted his name triumphantly, as if it now represented more than just a man. Xiao Xiao still couldn't believe this hallucination. How on earth could so many people see one hallucination at the same time? Of course, after the fight, Dean Luo also wanted to contact Lu Xuan. He had his own accounts with him. This duel had left something different in the soul of every witness, but Lu Xuan didn't feel very good afterward. Even so, Dean Luo demanded Lu Xuan to win the competition in the name of this academy. Well, where has the director been before? He certainly knows when to ask for it. Previously, the difference in the level of the disciples of the 4 higher academies was not very significant. But now, all of a sudden, they had prepared in advance, so the dean was afraid that they had known about the competition for a long time, unlike Zhenwu. This was the truest trap for Zhenwu Academy, and this trap could stand as a real humiliation for the Zhenwu Kingdom. Well, in that case, that explained everything, and it wasn't Dean Luo's personal blunder. But Lu Xuan still didn't fully understand why they were looking for him. Mr. Luo presented our hero with a soul stone. That disciple really did have an accurate eye. Master really hoped that with Lu Xuan's skills, he would 100% manage to go all the way to the end, and this soul stone was a prepayment for Lu Xuan. This was very unexpected, and Lu Xuan must have been flattered that he was so trusted and given such precious things up front. The soul stone could serve well for restoring physical strength, and if Lu Xuan might need other materials for further alchemical practice, our hero can safely seek out Mr. Luo. Such trust was indeed pleasing to Lu Xuan. In return, our hero promised that the dean could be calm, because there was no way Zhenwu Academy would lose face. If this was what Lu Xuan was talking about, who was the headmaster at peace? After some time had passed, Lu Xuan managed to reach the 4th bout where he was victorious. Many opponents were afraid to face Lu Xuan, because they surely knew that they would lose. The longer they watched the battles of this disciple, the more anxious they became. Suddenly, Lu Xuan was looking for someone and still found him. But what did they want? They weren't going to explain anything and simply demanded that the young master follow them. Dean Luo wasn't quite sure what the matter was either, and of course he got a little flustered. It turns out that Principal Yuan Chang and the other 3 headmen immediately summoned the masters to meet them. Because of this, their servants were looking for Mr. Luo and Lu Xuan to join. There were rumors about a person named Lu Xuan that he acted recklessly, and some say that he even cheated for personal gain. Now that the masters have found out, they need to put things in order. The news was certainly not good. The dean and Lu Xuan gave each other sad looks. The masters were immediately informed that the esteemed master Luo Yanqing was not present at the moment. He had to go away, and the faithful servant could relay to him whatever the masters told him. First of all, Old Master Hu wanted to know more information about Lu Xuan. Dean Luo Yanqing had specially prepared all the necessary information about the young master for the elders. It was surprising that Luo Yanqing was so concerned about them. But it was much more surprising for them to find out that Lu Xuan turned out to be a 3rd-rank alchemist. Meanwhile, our heroes were already being led by the shortest way to the gentleman. But then Mu Yangfeng met them on the way and immediately recognized Lu Xuan. No one expected to see this old man here, but it was as if he didn't care, because he approached Lu Xuan, not them. But on the other hand, he was a little sad that he wasn't welcome. But that was just his imagination. Lu Xuan made it clear that he wanted to go and see the Council of Masters now, and therefore asked Mu Yanfeng to go with him. After all, if something was wrong, the old man could always tell the young master. Mu Yanfeng was one of the masters of the academy, so he believed that there would be no problem with his presence. The servants thought it over and urged the Lord not to worry. He could go with them. The main thing was that he should not provoke the disfavor of the elders. At last they came to the place where the elders lived. Before entering, the guests were warned not to be noisy or reckless, otherwise they might disturb the elders, and then even the gods would not save them. They appeared in the luxurious hall where 3 elders were already waiting for them. The servants bowed respectfully and alerted their masters that the guests had arrived. Lu Xuan's keen eyes noticed something in this hall that caught his attention. Behind one of the columns, a familiar man was hiding and peeking at the guests as if he was up to something wrong. But rather quickly, Lu Xuan's attention to this man cooled down. He unhappily clucked and continued to observe the elders, for that man was not worthy of attention. The man realized that now was the right time, so he came out of his so-called hiding place. He started throwing all sorts of sins at our hero, as if Lu Xuan had arbitrarily attacked the guards, killed the teachers and general students of the academy. It was impossible to get away with such crimes, so the master asked the masters to announce the decision on the punishment and tear off all the skin, cut it into small pieces, and throw it away. But all it took was one displeased look from Lu Xuan, as the accuser's filthy mouth immediately quivered. The entire body fell into a stupor, for the strength was truly frightening. It was easy to bark from behind the pillar, but in front of Lu Xuan himself, it was difficult to say the same words that he had said a few seconds ago. Lu Xuan didn't fully understand what this deadbeat was going to do, so in order to properly punish him, he decided to do it all by himself. Not only did the man's teeth fly out of his mouth, but he himself flew out and fell into the wall, crushing it completely. Arrogant fool. Lu Xuan dared to kill in the presence of one of the masters, indicating that he was indeed ruthless, which meant that he had to be punished. Without any warning, the master immediately pointed his hand at Lu Xuan, supposedly punishing the young man. But Luo Yanqing stood up for the young master. He urged Master Zhang to be more merciful and not do such a thing. But now Luo Yanqing would also be taken into custody, as he had just dared to rebel against the elders. That's saying a lot. The dean hurriedly denied he didn't want to rebel against the masters. It was just that all the accusations towards Lu Xuan still didn't have any proof. Before passing judgment, it was still necessary to figure out who was right and who was guilty. The master instantly protested. The 3 elders had just seen everything. This little kid, standing in front of the elders, dared to raise his hand. He was completely undisciplined and didn't take the academy seriously. He urgently needed to be punished. The man didn't like that Director Luo was very protective of Lu Xuan. This already made it seem as if Luo Yanqing had been bribed, or maybe Luo Xuan was his bastard child. But what a stupid thing to say. This bastard should watch his words, or he might lose his tongue. Luo Yanqing had been single for decades, so how could he have a son out of wedlock, and what was the point of him hiding it? Luo Yanqing was the principal of an entire academy, but he was concerned about protecting only one student. After discussion, the Council of Three made their decision. Luo Yanqing is suspended as principal. Now all he has to do is expect a resignation from his position. What now concerned Lu Xuan? He, as a student, showed his disrespect to the academy, killed a person, and caused trouble. Lu Xuan's training ends right now. If he dares to challenge the decision, he will be killed immediately. Dean Luo dared to challenge the decision. He was definitely not happy with the decision. Lu Xuan probably didn't care whether he studied or not. And yet, Luo Yanqing risked explaining the situation to the elders, for now was the period when the Yin-Yang Academy was recruiting students. Lu Xuan was the only one who was capable of getting into the top 10. If the elders suspended him now, Zhenwu Academy would be the only one whose students wouldn't make it into the top 10. And after something like this, the damage to Zhenwu's reputation would be enormous. If no one makes it onto the list this time, it was quite possible that the Yin-Yang Academy would never come here to recruit students again. Instantly, the vice dean protested and urged the elders not to listen to Luo Yanqing's nonsense. He had an argument for it. Mall Captain Liao Qing of the guard team was in the top 10. He just needed to be given some time, and he would definitely manage to enter the top 10. In that case, the elder ordered to bring this Liao Qing to see what he could do. There was very little time. It was very sad, because these two had gotten into such a ridiculous situation, just to save their reputation and the reputation of the academy. And they were being accused of disrespecting the academy. Luo Yanqing was sad if a talent like Luo Xuan was just going to be lost like this. Liao Qing arrived at the elders rather quickly. The master immediately asked if Liao Qing thought that he had a chance of making it to the top 10 and helping Zhenwu Academy get the first place. In an instant, Liao Qing hesitated, for the question was quite a difficult one. But later he decided to admit that his skills had a few weaknesses. Therefore he believed that it would be incredibly difficult to prevail. The elder asked not to be modest, for he realized that this guy was loyal to the academy and determined. Right now, he was given the opportunity to open the path to the acupuncture stage so that he would be able to reach the top. There wasn't even a reply, but the masters had high hopes for this young man. Because of this, they definitely decided to help the young master and gave their strength. It was extremely unexpected. Who would have thought it would all turn out this way? But things were not as the elders would have liked. They were willing to give their strength, but this young man's meridians were blocked for some reason. It seemed impossible, but the reason was that Liao Qing had been seriously injured, and now his meridians were blocked because of it. Because of this injury, he was unable to improve. He was very sorry for upsetting the elders. Indeed, for they had no one else to choose in place to preserve the reputation of the academy. The vice dean was still holding out hope. He let the elders know that the academy found out about the test later than everyone else. Even if no one makes it into the top 10, they can accuse the other 3 academies of evil intentions. But it looks like the elders may have forgotten something. The trio began to discuss something. It was hard for them to trust Lu Xuan, because how could they trust anything like that? Mr. Zhang still dared to speak out, addressing the ungrateful Lu Xuan. After all, if it wasn't for him, the academy would have no right to claim anything at all. Now, Luo Yanqing simply had to punish Lu Xuan. The dean wanted to protest again after all. How could he punish this young man? But the elder was not happy about it after all. How could Luo Yanqing dare to disobey his orders? Lu Xuan hadn't uttered a single word during this entire time, but he finally decided to speak up. His opinion was that Elder Zhang and the other elders should put up monuments to themselves. Was it really that interesting to deceive himself? It was certainly very audacious and arrogant on the part of an ordinary student towards the elders. But it was very brave nonetheless. Lu Xuan didn't even realize that Zhenwu Academy was so weak, after all. Its tops were also rotten. Zhang Xun had met many children who didn't understand how high the sky was, but Lu Xuan was the stupidest one he had ever met. Lu Xuan didn't get hit because Mu Yangfeng stood up to defend him. The old man couldn't afford to let his master be threatened by anyone. Everyone now realized that Mu Yanfeng had reached the Abyss Realm. This couldn't help but be impressed. Mu Yanfeng had acted quite brazenly towards the elders, after all. He was a teacher at the academy. His actions were already perceived as if he wanted to raise a rebellion. But in reality, he had made his boundaries clear. If anyone tries to harm his master, he will be ready to kill anyone. Mu Yanfeng was certainly good and strong, but would he be able to defeat all 3 elders? What about Luo Yanqing? Would he continue to stand by? He was very confused and didn't even know what to answer. Luo Yanqing thought that even if he didn't even help, with his strength, Mu Yanfeng would be able to kill 1 or 2 elders. But Lu Xuan was also right, because if they even tried to force him to kill him, he wouldn't do it. Who would have thought that he would be the one who would have to solve this problem? In his humble opinion, all of this was caused by Master Chen's action. They should have investigated this matter carefully to begin with, and not complicate anything. The deputy was certainly not happy with this opinion. After all, there was nothing to investigate here. Chen speculated as if this person, named Lu Xuan, had already contacted demonic forces. It was too harsh an accusation even in the opinion of the elders. Did the deputy even know what he was talking about? The elders all understood that Deputy Chen wanted revenge, but linking a student with demonic forces was not easy. If the deputy was accusing Lu Xuan just because of this, then he was simply horrible. Eventually, the man decided to lay out his trump cards and claim the evidence. Chen did some investigation and found out that Lu Xuan, absolutely beggar, he had no money or strength. But recently, his strength had just incredibly increased. It was obvious that these were the dark arts of demonic forces. Chen was no longer shy and demanded permission from the elders to kill this guy right now. But the elders were still hesitant. They thought and hesitated as if trying to weigh every decision. The decision had been made long ago. After all, killing a human being was an unforgivable sin. But if Lu Xuan is also sniffing around with demonic forces, his crime will only get worse. Now, there was no way Lu Xuan would be able to leave this place without being punished. Mu Yangfeng was worried about his master because the ban had been lifted, so he wasn't sure if he could protect Lu Xuan. Therefore, the old man advised the young man to find a way to escape from this place. What the elders were doing was very frightening. The academy had rules that allowed one to defend oneself when unfairly punished. Therefore, if Lu Xuan were to defend himself, it would not be against the rules. But this was only a privilege for those who had made significant contributions to the academy. Apparently, Lu Xuan didn't have that privilege. This, of course, interested Lu Xuan, for this was what would level their rights, and then one could see what these elders would do to him. If it was about making a contribution, Lu Xuan was willing to make a contribution. It was exciting to be on the same rights. In order to make a contribution for the academy, he called Liao Qing to him. It was clear he couldn't cultivate because his acupuncture points were damaged, which means Lu Xuan has decided to grant this student a cure. The poor guy was completely frozen at his level and couldn't advance with all his will. Could it be that Lu Xuan would now be able to help him develop further thanks to this opportunity? After a short treatment, Liao Qing felt that he had truly broken through to a new level. There was no limit to his happiness and gratitude. Because if it wasn't for young Master Lu Xuan, who else would have helped him? Liao Qing had once made a promise to himself that if someone managed to cure his illness, he would recognize that person as his master. Because of this, Lu Xuan now became Liao Qing's master, but the latter asked him to stand up. Liao Qing had now reached the Tongxuan realm, which meant that he would easily enter the top 10. Surely this must have been considered a contribution to the development of the academy. But to the elders and to Chen, it didn't matter. The most important thing now was to investigate Lu Xuan's crime, namely the killing of many people, and the suspicion that Lu Xuan was a spy. As long as Lu Xuan couldn't get the kingdom's recognition, then that meant he couldn't get the title. It was very unfortunate that the title had to be awarded by the king personally. How would Lu Xuan get it? It was quite late and asked not to disturb anyone, but someone knocked on the gate. The eunuch who had been sent by his majesties, the ruler of the Zhenwu kingdom, Wu Tsung, came to visit. Wu Tsung wished to meet Master Lu Xuan, but everyone had one question: why? Lu Xuan had already started to believe as if it was because of Princess Luo Zhou. I had to introduce myself after all. His superiority Wu Kun ordered Lu Xuan to be proclaimed a duke and assigned a residence. Our hero only had to proudly accept the royal decree. Now Lu Xuan was no longer an ordinary alchemist or a mere bum. He was now given the title of a duke. He and the king did not have any friendly relations and they did not know each other. So Lu Xuan did not understand why he was given the title of duke. A general in charge of general affairs, a marquis, an uncle, a son, a commoner, but not the closest to the king in status. Why? It seemed impossible, not only for Lu Xuan, but also for his enemies. One would think that it was just some kind of mistake or something. With the title of duke, even the elders wouldn't dare to bother Lu Xuan anymore. The title bestowed by the king carried great weight. If anyone dared to harm such a person, it would be tantamount to opposing the king himself. The three elders were strong, but even they wouldn't dare to go against Lu Xuan as long as he had the title of duke. Everyone was curious to know how he had obtained the title of duke. But first of all, it was necessary to show due respect to the king for it. Other than the eunuch, there was no one else to ask questions to, so Lu Xuan tried to learn anything from him. But the eunuch was also clueless, for it was just an order from the king. Duke Lu was now obliged to accept it, and he could enter the residence right now, as it was already prepared. The key to this residence had already been issued. Fortunately, it was not too far from the academy. As for the servants, the eunuch was ready to help. If no one else had any questions, the servant wanted to leave. Luo Xuan tried to find some answers from Luo Yanqing. The dean assumed that His Majesty just immediately perceived Lu Xuan as an old friend, so he gave him the title of Duke to emphasize the sincerity of his friendship with Lu Xuan. But nothing was still clear to our hero. After all, he had never even met Wu Kun or seen him, so how could he take Lu Xuan as an old friend? It turns out that they had met, but Wu Tsung had simply decided not to reveal his true identity to Lu Xuan. Wu Tsung accepted a rank 5 soul-strengthening pill from our hero. His Majesty was suffering from damage to his soul, however, thanks to this pill. Not only did he heal the damage, but he also broke through the barrier, increasing the power of his soul. Granting Lu Xuan the title of Duke was just a small gift. Wu Tsung won't even mind if Lu Xuan wants to marry his daughter. Finally, the puzzle came together. Lu Xuan realized who it was about. It was the same Lun Hai, the one who helped Lu Xuan last time. But earlier, Lu Xuan had memorized that the king's name was Luo Ling, not Wu Kun. You really can't say it was the king. Who would have thought that Yuan Heng had found such powerful people to help him that day? And if you look closely at the faces of Luo Zhou and Wu Tsun, they will indeed look alike. Lu Xuan wanted to understand one more point though. His Majesty's name was Luo Ling, which everyone knew. But then why did he call himself Lun Hai? Luo Ling is indeed the king's real name, but who would dare to call him otherwise? The king just called his middle name, Lun Hai Shanzhen, which is his Taoist name. Therefore, Lu Xuan can call him Lun Hai. That's it. It all makes sense now. Our hero was still worried that there was a spy here, and the king was already aware of his conflict with the execution service. Perhaps that was why Lun Hai was so supportive of Lu Xuan. Chen in turn hurriedly took control of the situation and reminded the elders of what he had promised. The elders had the opportunity to obtain qi strengthening pills. Thanks to them, they could break through to the level of great masters, and they would no longer have to have any ties with the kingdom. What kind of pills are there? Lu Xuan wanted to kill a very powerful and influential person. Once the elders favor this person, compared to that, the duke's title is nothing. If Chen failed to kill Lu Xuan, they would kill him. It was really motivating. He reminded the elders again that they had already insulted Lu Xuan, and if the duke got away with it now and entered the Yin Yang Academy, then no one would have a chance to survive. It was right, after all. Once Lu Xuan became a disciple of the Yin Yang Academy, he would definitely take revenge, for he had been greatly insulted. The danger must be nipped in the bud. The Yin Yang Academy was simply incredibly powerful. Even if the elders became great masters, they still wouldn't be able to do anything against this academy. But Lu Xuan didn't even know what to do in response. He listened and observed the behavior, and it was clear to a fool that the elders and Chen were going to kill our heroes. But the main target was Lu Xuan. Therefore, the young master suggested to make preparations. The fight was already hanging in the air, but suddenly the market representative Yuan Heng sought a meeting with Dean Luo. This of course surprised the elders, as the plans were ruined. They wouldn't kill Lu Xuan right in front of a respected person. Apparently the matter was urgent. Yuan Heng certainly didn't want to bother the principal for nothing, but he had to. As soon as Yuan Heng noticed Lu Xuan, he remembered that he wanted to meet him as well. In fact, the market master came here because of Lu Xuan. Finally, the 3rd level alchemist badge was ready, and Yuan Heng wanted to give it to our hero. Now with this badge, Lu Xuan was officially a member of the Alchemists Association. If anyone dared to offend him, the entire Alchemists Association would help him. Such news was not very happy for the elders, for they hardly wanted to confront an entire association of alchemists. In fact, they were not competing with them in terms of strength. After that, a member of the Artifact Creation Masters Association came here. He came here to see Master Lu Xuan. He had never seen Lu Xuan in person before, so he had to clarify whether he was the great Lu Xuan. Those blueprints that Lu Xuan left yesterday, the Lord followed them, but he still didn't understand. So he decided to take the initiative to meet Lu Xuan in person. But Lu Xuan didn't understand the blueprints in question and was completely confused. He had too many things to do today. But it didn't end there, it was just beginning. A servant ran into the hall shouting congratulations to Luo Yanqing and also congratulated the elders. But what was he congratulating them on? It turns out that after Elder Hu Yunzong found out that Mr. Lu Xuan was a 3rd-rank alchemist, he directly decided to give him a Yin Yang Academy Disciple badge. The elder now claimed that Lu Xuan was now officially a disciple of Yin Yan Academy. There was no limit to the joy of the elders after such marvelous news. Dean Luo, on the other hand, was ready to jump with happiness. Liao Qing still didn't understand how it was possible to become a student of the Yin Yang Academy without being ranked in the top 10. Hu Yunzong believed that if Lu Xuan discovered his acupuncture points, he could match the strength of the Tongsuan kingdom, which meant he had great potential. The Yin Yang Academy was not looking for masters, but talents. This, of course, was just fine, and Dean Luo could finally breathe out a sigh of relief, for now his academy wouldn't fall so low. The elders trembled with anger and hatred for the young man. Apparently their plans had not been cancelled. Mr. Mu noticed this, of course, because the three still wanted to kill Lu Xuan. But what will our hero do? Lu Xuan made it clear that those who wanted to kill him didn't live long. The instruction was accepted. The gentleman understood everything without further ado. Mu Feng, without embarrassing his enemies, clearly stated that the young master had given the order to kill the three elders, because perhaps someone wanted to join in. The newcomers didn't fully understand what was going on, as they had no idea about Lu Xuan's conflict with the elders. They had to think a bit, and look at the faces of the elders to understand the situation and what had happened here in the first place. One look was enough for them to hurry up and decide to kill the three old men. Besides, they were in a hurry, for some of them had not had breakfast, and some of them valued their time. It was really a pity to waste time on such trash. Before the fight could even begin, Elder Zhang stopped the men. "You must have wet your pants already, you bastard." Finally, the elders admitted that they really wanted to kill Lu Xuan, but it was only their enmity, so they demanded a fair fight with him. On the part of Lu Xuan's followers, this was very low. They didn't even seem to see the age difference between them and Lu Xuan. How could he dare to speak of any honesty after such a thing? Yet if Lu Xuan didn't even dare to fight, he should have just forgotten about it. The elders just wanted to kill him, but now they couldn't. Therefore, they thought of stopping just there. Who would have thought that the elders of Zhenwu Academy were so cowardly, and their behavior was very pathetic? Still, the last word rested with Lu Xuan. Before the battle began, the young master wanted to know if the elder was sure that he wanted to fight him. Zhang Xun definitely wanted this, but if Lu Xuan was agreeable, then the elder was suggesting to forget about it right now. If it was now, Lu Xuan was fine with it. Of course, this made Liao Qing and Mu Yangfeng very scared, because the guy seemed to be just going for suicide. But the young master warned his friends not to worry, for he didn't do anything he wasn't sure of. Mu Yanfeng remembered well that his master was only at the final stage of opening acupuncture points, which was as much as 2 realms below these old dogs. But still, he had the very same soul stone that Luo Yanqing had given him. The dean immediately recognized this stone, and he was even glad. But on the other hand, he also understood that the soul stone right now was useless. Yes, but the soul stone is not the only trump card right now for Lu Xuan. The young wizard began popping the shower stone into his vial. I also threw in a few herbs. Afterward, he refilled the water and it was consumable. The gentleman, of course, didn't quite understand. Was this really how alchemists created pills? Yuan Heng had to clarify that they didn't do that. In any case, Lu Xuan's preparation for the fight was over, and now he could start the fight. The elders felt obligated to kill this impudent young man at any cost. It was really an unequal fight, 3-on-1. In addition, the difference in age and experience was enormous. But even though his allies were worried, Lu Xuan tried to act very brave, if only because he felt that way. He couldn't afford for anyone to dare openly attack him. All he did was for security and his authority. The forces were indeed unequal. Lu Xuan was much stronger than the 3 old men who had fallen for Chen. The hall was completely trashed, some barely able to stay on their feet and others possibly passed out at best. The old man only now realized that Lu Xuan had actually broken through to a new level thanks to that elixir. It's amazing that someone so old didn't even realize what it was. Mr. Zhang had completely lost consciousness and was bleeding, although he seemed to be the stronger of the 3. The elders wanted to unite, because this guy had just broken through, so his foundation was still unstable. But Mr. Zhang didn't answer anything because he couldn't. It was quite possible that he was already dead. The realization of this made the other elders shudder, for such a fate could await them as well. Lu Xuan looked like a child at this moment, as if he didn't even realize that he had killed someone or created an atrocity. In the eyes of the elders, he looked like a real monster who could destroy them without any problems and wouldn't even blink an eye. They were afraid of him and tried to stay away. They foolishly tried to threaten him, as if that would make a difference. Lu Xuan continued to walk towards the old man. The latter had actually stumbled into the wall, and soon flew through it like it was the best chance for survival. There was utter devastation in the hall where everything was perfectly done. 2 of the elders had been eliminated, and the last one was left. In his eyes, one could see his willingness to die, as if he already knew his fate ahead of time. After all, he couldn't resist Master Lu Xuan. But at the last moment, Dean Luo stood up for this old man and asked the master not to kill him. After all, Elder Yang was Luo Yanqing's mentor. Besides, he had already gotten what he deserved. Will Lu Xuan be able to keep him alive? Today, our hero was in a good mood. Plus, he wasn't bloodthirsty, so he easily made the decision to let the old man go. But before he left, Lu Xuan wanted to ask him a question. Dean Luo even vouched for Elder Yan, as if he would answer any question. The elder confirmed this, but his voice was no longer joyful, as if he didn't care whether he lived or died. Lu Xuan's question was very simple. He wanted to know what Chen had promised the elders if they opposed Lu Xuan. The reward for this was a qi-strengthening pill. If the elders killed Lu Xuan, Chen would give them 1 qi-strengthening pill each. Lu Xuan was surprised that such a person had an 8th rank pill. How could he even have such a thing? Chen was only at the beginning stage of the realm of enlightenment, so where could he have gotten rank 8 pills from? The elders had seen them with their own eyes when he took them out. Yan speculated that it was most likely that these pills were given to Chen by a powerful person who really wanted Lu Xuan dead. Unfortunately, Elder Yan didn't know the details of this powerful person, but Lu Xuan could ask the details from the caster himself. Lu Xuan immediately advised to tell the whole truth to him and the identity of the person who gave the QE strengthening pills. Otherwise, the young master would have to kill Chen as he deserved. Chen couldn't say anything except that he didn't know anything, but Lu Xuan had no desire at all to persuade Chen to tell nicely. So the foolish man only had 1 chance. The master continued to claim as if he really didn't know anything. The stranger came to him and simply said that he had killed Duyan Lu Xuan. Things were much clearer now. It was clear why the correctional service had provoked Lu Xuan. People that could just bring in a pill to strengthen the TSY, that's reason enough to get the corrections service to act. The strength in Lu Xuan's hands was no longer contained. The outcome of this gentleman was a foregone conclusion either way. The only thing left behind was really 3 QE strengthening pills. This trash was no longer needed by Lu Xuan, and he could simply discard it. Before parting ways, Lu Xuan remembered who helped him and who was behind him in every situation. He was grateful to these people for helping him and would never forget it. The gentlemen in turn were only too happy to help Lu Xuan. If the young master needed anything else, he could always come to them for help. The next day, the training regimen resumed again. Lu Xuan continued to cultivate in his favorite forest. But as soon as he came out of the other space, he was immediately greeted by his assistants, Liao Qing and Mu Yangfeng. They brought good news. Liao Qing, just as Lu Xuan had predicted, was in the top 10 in the competition. Considering Lu Xuan and Liao Qing, the 2 from Zhenwu Academy had already made it into the top 10. This was very good considering the rush. But Liao Qing had corrected Lu Xuan, for there were not 2 but 4 people in the top 10. This, of course, astonished our hero. After all, they had hoped that at least 1 person would enter, but there were 4. It turns out that the other lucky ones were Princess Luo Zhou and the genius alchemist Xiao Xiao. What Lu Xuan didn't expect to see in the top 10 was this couple. The princess was a 3rd-grade artifact creation master, and Ling Xiao Xiao was a 2nd-grade alchemist. The Yin-Yang Academy accepted promising talents, not just those who could swing their fists. What a surprise! Lu Xuan was so hopeful that if he left this academy, he would finally get rid of this annoying couple. But Lu Xuan needed to pull himself together after all. He was a golden raven. Lu Xuan tried to find the source of that voice, but there was no one around except for the 2 men. The young gentleman's behavior excited them a bit, but our hero didn't pay attention to it. He heard that voice again. This voice told him not to let Lu Xuan try to find him, because the raven was still in the jade card. But why did that crow call out to Lu Xuan so suddenly? It turns out that he just wanted to remind Lu Xuan that the strange treasure was located 7,000 kilometers to the east, and it would be very useful to the young master. The reason why the raven was telling Lu Xuan all these things was because he wanted Lu Xuan to become a master quickly. Only then would the raven be able to gain freedom faster and go out to drink. In that case, the course was, instead of which was placed 7,000 kilometers to the east. But what was there after all? Mu Yanfeng only knew one thing. It was quite far from the Zhenwu kingdom. And besides, it was most likely the territory of the Wuyang kingdom. Up Wu kingdom, Yang Lu Xuan had heard of the Wu kingdom for the first time. But nevertheless, it sounded very familiar. Lu Xuan remembered that perhaps this was where Sui, his ex, wanted to go. The Wuyang kingdom was of medium size, which was much larger than Zhenwu. It was also said that their king had reached the supreme mastery stage and possessed unprecedented strength. This was of course very strange after all. The Zhenwu kingdom didn't even have a master, and the ruler of the neighboring kingdom is a supreme master. The difference in strength was too great. And on the other hand, it wasn't surprising since the Zhenwu kingdom was small, even very small. From then on, Lu Xuan decided to reward Yang Feng and Liao Qing as long as they were loyal to him. From under his shirt, he took out 2 practices that perfectly matched the physiques of the men. After they rewrote them, these practices would self-destruct. Lu Xuan also admonished the guys not to let anyone see them. It was a worthy reward for loyalty, and it didn't cost Lu Xuan anything. But the guys should be careful while practicing, especially Mu Yang Feng, because he was no longer young, so he better not be in a hurry. Even being old, Mu Yang Feng still wanted to keep breaking through to new levels, especially when he had such a mentor. Yuan Cheng and Liu Chuan finally found Liao Qing, and teacher Mu Yang Feng. They were completely out of breath while running through the forest. What was it that happened that they had to follow them? It turns out that Master Hu Yunzong of the Yin Yang Academy was looking for Lu Xuan and Senior Liao Qing to say something, so the guys needed to get back to the academy faster. There was a real celebration at the academy. Lots of people and set tables. The guys didn't expect to see some kind of holiday here, so they were surprised by such preparation. Everyone paid attention to Lu Xuan because he was chosen by Master Hu Yunzong himself. It was only the final stage of the acupuncture discovery, and Lu Xuan was fighting with only brute force, and he had no achievements. Of course, many people did not like this decision, because it seemed undeserved. Lu Xuan's case was immediately found, but he, by his good old habit, chose to ignore it. But unfortunately, the former rival was too persistent to ignore. You see, he thought that the disciple that Hu Yunzong personally chose would be more extraordinary. But it turned out to be just a coward who was even afraid to look him in the face. He was given a student badge before the competition was over. Of course, it was obvious from the students that he was just paying someone off. Liao Qing was accused of hiding behind Lu Xuan's skin. Finally, Lu Xuan decided to ask his companion, what was the clown in front of them? It was very arrogant. But by doing so, Lu Xuan was immediately setting the boundaries. It seemed to the students, and as if Lu Xuan wanted to die, calling the senior a clown. This clown was Liu Ziming from the Genshin Academy. After noticing Lu Xuan's audacity, Liu Zai offered to fight him. If Lu Xuan lost, he would have to kneel down and bow to this clown. The guy was still waiting for a reply, but there was none from Lu Xuan. He stumbled to his table where everything was already prepared and his name was written. Of course, it wasn't good to eat alone, so he motioned for Liao Qing to sit across from him. This kind of ignoring really annoyed Liu Zai. He became completely angry. Many students believed that Lu Xuan wouldn't want to fight simply because he was a coward. Surely he must have realized that he was no match for Senior Liu Zai. Today was a celebratory banquet, and the elder didn't want to upset Master Hu Yunzong, so he was gracious to let Lu Xuan get away with it. But next time, he promised that he would teach him how to lead properly. Of course, even after that, Lu Xuan did not change his opinion and continued to call Liu Zhang a clown. But by now, everyone was already in place to continue the conflict. The older ones were just showing up at this point. Liu Zhang was very kind to let Lu Xuan go, but if he saw him next time, Lu Xuan wouldn't be able to get off so easily. The young master did not dare to say anything more, for what could one say to a clown? The students hurriedly rushed to meet Master Hu Yunzong, but he just offered them a meal, and afterward, he wanted to say something. Lu Xuan actually followed this advice. He hadn't been eating well lately, and was hoping to have a proper meal at least now. But where is it? He's been too popular lately, and a lot of people have been hitting on him. Luozhou had already noticed Lu Xuan's conflict between Liu Zhang, and dared to call Lu Xuan naughty. And for good reason, because that guy was the champion of those trials, which means he'll surely be out for revenge afterward. Very interesting information, but Lu Xuan was too busy to say anything. This familiar disdainful attitude of Lu Xuan, Luozhou had already learned over the past few times of acquaintance, but she had never learned not to be angry about it. Luo Ruo didn't actually want to quarrel with Lu Xuan. She had come here to say that the training method Luo Xuan had given her was wonderful. The princess had practiced it for a little over a day, but she could already stay for more than 20 minutes at the 8th layer of restraining formation. The letter O, this is what Lu Xuan managed to give out in response to the princess's thanks. But she still couldn't understand why this guy was ignoring her. In any case, they would go to the Yin Yang Academy together after the banquet, so the princess wasn't even in a hurry. Luo Xuan continued to ignore, and Luo Zhou so wanted to charge him with her elbow on the back of his head, but refrained. The young master seemed to have boiled down all the information. The Yin Yang Academy was located in the Beishu Kingdom, and they had to go there. But what was Lu Xuan trying to get at? I guess he was just wondering how to get there. The princess was of course not remotely surprised that Lu Xuan didn't know such trivial things, and everything already Lu Xuan was indeed a bit special to say the least. But even so, Luo Zhou explained that it would be necessary to move north, about a distance of 100,000 kilometers. That was a hell of a long way off. How on earth could Lu Xuan put everything together? Well, it was also a reason for the young master to go there as soon as possible. Did they all had to get to the Yin Yang Academy in the opening ceremony because if someone didn't show up by then, the student would automatically be expelled. Plus, the princess wanted Lu Xuan to give her a few more tips on how best one could create artifacts. Hu Yunzong noticed that the students had already finished lunch, so she asked permission to talk about the upcoming trip. If nothing changed or happened, the plan was to head to the Yin Yang Academy by tonight. This news didn't make everyone very happy, after all. The students weren't even given one day's rest. Why was everyone in such a hurry? But the blame wasn't on Hu Yunzong, after all. He himself had just received the news that the opening ceremony would begin in exactly 1 month. There wasn't much time. The elder has already asked the dean to prepare the best horses for the students. And when they were ready, they could go to say goodbye to their families or buy everything they needed. They had to leave before it got dark. But Lu Xuan was still not satisfied with this arrangement. So he decided to talk to the elder. Perhaps he would be allowed to go a little later. He could get there on his own. Plus he had some things to do in the Wuyang kingdom. Elder Hu Yunzong was in charge of recruiting students, and there was nothing he could do about the date of the ceremony. Did Lu Xuan definitely needed to do it right now? Absolutely yes. And if the elder couldn't help in any way, Lu Xuan preferred to refuse to enter the Yin Yang Academy right away. Luo Zhou immediately realized what the matter was. She literally shouted in front of everyone, as if Luo Xuan was going to look for his childhood first love, Su Yu. The princess was angry, whether from jealousy or something else. But Lu Xuan didn't understand this reaction at all. Unfortunately, Elder Hu Yunzong couldn't let the student leave so spontaneously alone. But he could give it a chance. If Lu Xuan could withstand Hu Yunzong's 3 moves and promised to report to the Yin Yang Academy before the opening ceremony, the old man would allow him to go anywhere. This was a great opportunity. Lu Xuan of course immediately agreed. It was rumored that Master Hu Yunzong's strength had already surpassed 1,000 ding, and he could lift an elephant or a mountain with one hand. Would Lu Xuan be able to withstand the movements of such a man? Hu Yunzong immediately warned that he would not hold back. Was Lu Xuan ready for this? Even after hearing about Hu Yunzong's strength, Lu Xuan still agreed. Hu Yunzong was a little worried after all. The young man was talented, and the elder didn't see any point in giving in either. Luo Xuan wasn't joking about it either, which surprised Luo Zhou and Liao Qing in his seriousness. This guy was indeed very stubborn. That's what the princess could tell about him. What will Lu Xuan use for his defense? Nothing at all, but if he realizes he can't handle the pressure, then he'll use the artifact. In that case, Hu Yunzong had already prepared his palm. The old man was really strong for his age, and his palm looked imposing. Lu Xuan felt the strength of 3,000 ding. And at this moment, he realized that the elder had only used a fraction of his true strength. To protect himself, the young master used a golden elephant armor. The blow came rather quickly, the elder as promised no regrets, but clearly trying not to hurt the young man too much. Every single person he knew in this hall was worried about Lu Xuan, because it would be a pity to lose such a talented friend. But he survived. Lu Xuan withstood the first blow, after which he didn't even have a scratch. After this, his mood even lifted slightly, while he was eager to feel the next blow. Elder Hu Yunzong was also pleased with how the young master had done. Hu Yunzong still admitted that he had only used 20% of his strength. But now the stakes were rising and he would use 50. Without a doubt, Lu Xuan decided to continue. Without warning, Hu Yunzong immediately aimed his next palm. Lu Xuan had to fly back a bit, but pretty quickly the palm caught up with him, for he had to endure this blow, not avoid it. Quite quickly, the young master figured out what to do and countered his strength with the strength of the elder. The entire hall was corrupted under the oppression of this force, but Lu Xuan still managed to stop this palm after a few meters, and afterwards the palm slammed right onto Lu Xuan. The elder immediately asked the servants to lift Lu Xuan up and examine him properly. After all, it was unlikely that he would be able to stand up on his own after such a thing. But there was no need for that. Lu Xuan felt quite normal as before. Besides, he could even continue on. The strength in his body was still there. Well, this was quite good in Hu Yunzong's opinion. The old man even suggested that Lu Xuan might have used some tricks, but still managed to withstand a 50% hit. Liu Zhang recognized that Lu Xuan was quite strong, but it was just brute strength. But he had the most profound knowledge of swordsmanship. If you rely only on your body, you will be no different from a wild beast. When one reaches a certain level of cultivation, weapons are of great importance in battle. Hu Yunzong's third movement would be 70% of his full strength. If our hero manages to pull it off, the elder will honor Lu Xuan's request and keep his place in the academy, even if the young man is late. Sure enough, if Lu Xuan still failed, he would follow to the academy with everyone else. Now there was a need to continue. Hu Yunzong had already prepared for a third strike, but Lu Xuan stopped him. Was our hero giving up and not willing to take any chances? What he really wanted to know was whether or not he could have used a weapon. Hu Yunzong was quite benevolent and allowed Lu Xuan to ask him for any weapon he wanted. After briefly thinking, Lu Xuan still settled on the sword. Quite quickly the elder and provided that very sword. Moreover, it was not just any sword, but Hu Yunzong's sword, a sword of bright light. The elder decided to borrow it for a while. Lu Xuan as a master appreciated this item. This sword was also known as the Lord of the Hundred. If used rashly, it would only harm the one using it. Therefore, not everyone could use it. The sword was indeed not a toy. Hence Lu Zong was extremely curious to see how Lu Xuan would be able to handle it. Well, it's time to get started. The sword in the Mad Emperor's hands made him even more invincible. Lu Xuan at this moment felt like those good old days. Although this was only a test. But even so, this time, the Mad Emperor decided to take the initiative. He presented the audience with a sword unity that could only be used after acquiring a sword heart. It would seem that he was just an ordinary kid who had never even held a sword before. How could he have achieved such a thing? Hu Yunzong realized at this moment that he had definitely found a treasure. Of course, he was able to fight back with ease and not hold back in his counterpunch. It couldn't have been any other way. This fight was simply marvelous. Hu Yunzong didn't hold back at all, but Lu Xuan was left completely unscathed. He managed to use his sword to repel the elder's strike, and also the perfect momentum. Hu Yunzong really enjoyed this fight. Lu Xuan endured all three of Hu Yunzong's moves, so he complied with the request. But the young master must return before the training begins. There was no limit to his happiness. Lu Xuan was very grateful to Hu Yunzong for this opportunity and loyalty to him. Who would have thought that Lu Xuan possessed such strength to still be able to handle the great master's three moves? This guy didn't even enter the academy, but he made a parry with the master and managed to win. Lu Xuan really understood how much of a risk he was taking. After all, he was about to lose, which meant he should have evolved even faster. Lo Qing wondered where his master was going and was not averse to going on this journey with him. But he should have gone with Master Hu Yunzong to train hard and prepare the ground for Lu Xuan in the Yin-Yang Academy. The guy was a little sad, but Lu Xuan decided to cheer him up. After all, it wouldn't be that hard. And Mu Yanfeng would go with the master. This duel left a huge insult in Lu Zhang's heart because he considered himself a genius, and no one dared to insult him like this. He made a promise to himself that he would definitely retaliate against Lu Xuan, and he would be sorry for everything. After the banquet, Lu Xuan went about his business, but he noticed that someone was following him. Luozhou finally showed up. She was burning with interest. Why was Lu Xuan still going to Wuyang Kingdom? Was it really for Su Yu? The princess was 100% sure that he was going there for that girl. He had even made a bet with Master Hu Yunzong, even though he might already be dead. Luozhou was hard to describe, but at that moment, something clenched in her chest. Lu Xuan still couldn't understand what Luozhou was trying to accomplish, and why did he need to go after his ex? And anyway, did he really have to explain anything to that girl? Lu Xuan was completely lost. He couldn't understand what was wrong with the princess. After all, it was none of her business. They were not so close that he had to answer to her. But it seems Lu Xuan just couldn't understand her feelings and desire to be closer. Before Luo Xuan left, Luozhou remembered that her father was looking for him. Lu Xuan was very grateful to the king for bailing him out back then. If he wanted to meet him, the master hoped that he could at least bid him farewell in person. Lunhai was already in the courtyard to meet his daughter and Lu Xuan. He was incredibly happy to see his old acquaintance. First of all, Lu Xuan thanked Lunhai, because if it wasn't for him, Lu Xuan would have already gotten nowhere. In fact, the king didn't even doubt that Lu Xuan would be able to solve this problem without him. Before Lu Xuan was about to go to Wuyang, Lunhai wanted to give the master a dragon badge to prove that Lu Xuan knew the king. It would be of great use to him in that kingdom. It was indeed a very valuable gift. To be close friends with the king is a privilege. One day, Lu Xuan heard that a king was stuck in the Abyss realm and couldn't break through everything. So to help with this, Lu Xuan provided his gift. This gift was a qi strengthening pill, which was incredibly luxurious even for kings. Lun Hai couldn't believe that he had been given such a gift, yet a good person. Lun Hai saw Lu Xuan as a young dragon who would sooner or later rush into the heavens and become very famous and powerful. After Lu Xuan took care of some matters and prepared food and clothes, he traveled with Mu Yangfeng to the Wuyang kingdom. He had to memorize that he had to return to the Yin-Yang Academy in 2 months at the latest. After 1 week, the travelers reached Wangfei Valley, where they continued their training with the local beasts. At this rate, Lu Xuan would easily be able to break through to the Abyss Realm level at any moment. Mu Yangfeng had been training hard with his master all this time, and following the training that Lu Xuan had prescribed. The old man could now use the Qi strengthening pill to reach the master level. The second he did, he took the pill while there was time he needed to cultivate. But who would have thought that this Qi strengthening pill would be so powerful? The most important thing now is to process it quickly. Lu Xuan didn't want to lag behind either. He felt obligated to reach the Abyss Realm as soon as possible. Tongsuan Realm can increase the power by allowing the distance that Qi can leave the body to be significantly increased. At the initial stage, it is 10 meters, and at the final stage, it is 50 meters. The martial arts of Wind and Thunder, the Palm of Emptiness, can incredibly increase the power of external Qi, which greatly increases the power of the attack itself. The minimum required level for these martial arts was the Abyss Realm. Therefore, Lu Xuan had to break through. All this time, day and night, the travelers kept a sepulchral silence between them, immersed each in himself. Finally, this silence was decisive. Lu Xuan had managed to reach the Abyss Realm. Mu Yinfeng was still breaking through to the master level. So Lu Xuan decided to just continue training the Void Palm from the Wind and Thunder martial arts. The Palm of Emptiness was indeed much more effective, but it was still a skill that needed to be honed. Since Lu Xuan had just advanced to a new level, it was still important for him to improve since he was vulnerable, and yet he was very happy with the result. He didn't even realize how much time had passed, and they had been traveling for more than 2 weeks. Watching Mu Yanfeng, one could see that he was at the most important stage right now. He could only rely on his own strength during the breakthrough. Only after that would he be able to become a true master. There was someone walking into their hiding place. If these people bothered Yang Feng, he would lose all progress, which meant Lu Xuan had to stop them. Lu Xuan noticed a whole group of people who were wearing armor and carrying swords. Their leader was Hua Chao. He wanted the girl to be protected. But Han Shui was quite stubborn and decided that they should go together. Hua Chao was also quite stubborn and ordered Zhang Hao to stay together with the girl. But they couldn't stay together because if they split up, what would happen then? Sooner or later, they'd all die. In that case, Zhang Hao was suggested to go first or pack up finally. Once they managed to find Dean Hanyao, then they would finally be saved. Liu Cai was already completely angry after all. These guys were only talking for nothing. They had to hurry up or else they would just die. The guys were not in the best situation. But nevertheless, we had to get out of it somehow. A 7th rank old beast, a golden armored firewolf. Only a person at the master level would be able to resist it. Lu Xuan was pleasantly surprised when he saw that all these people were already in the Abyss Realm. How many talents were among them? They were unsure of their strength, but even so, they weren't afraid to attack. The forces were not equal, and that was obvious. But the bravery and unity of these men was admirable. Their swords couldn't hurt an armored firewolf. They were only good for toothpicks. And the guys themselves were nothing more than some fleas. By sheer brute force alone, they clearly couldn't defeat the firewolf. Just one hit and they're all gone! This beast was indeed very powerful. There was a reason why it was nicknamed the Armored Firewolf. Indeed, this beast had an amazing defense. If Lu Xuan uses blood and other materials, with the assimilation method, he would be able to greatly strengthen the bones for the Golden Elephant armor, which would greatly help his cultivation. Perhaps with the help of the Firewolf, he might even be able to complete the Golden Elephant armor. But first of all, he must kill this beast. Otherwise, he would find Mu Yanfeng, who was still breaking through to the master level, by its aura. Lu Xuan also realized that he wouldn't be able to kill him alone, but with this 5 of them, it should work out quite well. Lu Xuan, as soon as he finished his pondering, immediately offered to help the travelers. Hua Chao took a glance at our hero and assessed him as too young. Even if he was a genius, he would hardly have the strength to help. Han Xue recalled that it was a golden armored firewolf whose strength was comparable to a master. Everyone kept telling him one thing, for him to run away from here and they would detain him. The guys knew they wouldn't escape, but they were trying to buy Lu Xuan some time. Well, that was very noble of them. The young master tried to be a little more confident after all. It was only a golden armored firewolf. If they all joined together, they would be able to kill it. This guy was indeed very confident, but was he also strong? However, this was easily verifiable. Hua Chao was completely pessimistic, for he found Lu Xuan was no match for this beast. hence he suggested to detain him. But what was his surprise when he saw Lu Xuan also in the Abyss Realm? The whole talk of Lu Xuan's escape was immediately interrupted from Hua Chao's lips. But Hua Chao still had doubts, and suggested that Lu Xuan should dodge, because it was unlikely that he would be able to handle it. Lu Xuan was already thinking as if the beast really wanted to die. For the first fight, he used the second strike of the dragon and elephant, which was quite effective. Did Lu Xuan defeat that wolf just like that? Lu Xuan possessed the strength of the final stage of the Abyss Realm. He was so young, but how could he be so strong? Of course, the wolf was also strong and couldn't be defeated immediately. His defense was very good. Because of this, Lu Xuan decided to ask for help so that the guys could help him as well. At this point, the men were to attack the wolf and Lu Xuan was to distract it. There was only one chance, and it couldn't be missed. While Lu Xuan was distracting the beast, he ordered the guys to aim for the anus. It was the beast's weak spot. If they get there, of course, and kill the firewolf. And that actually made sense. The fur of an armored firewolf was very strong. They wouldn't be able to pierce it, but the anus was different. If they could pierce it, they would definitely cause damage to the internal organs. Whoever was closest to her anus had to attack her. Unfortunately, Han Shui was nearby. For some reason at this moment she remembered that she was a girl, and how on earth could she aim there even if it was a wild beast? But there was no time to doubt. We had to act as soon as possible. Doubt was still present. The girl couldn't make up her mind. But since Hua Chao started to make her do it, she couldn't resist, but she started to hate him for it. With fear, but the young lady succeeded nonetheless. Lu Xuan was satisfied because there was the next chance to continue attacking the beast. He saddled him like a tame horse, and began to use his strongest techniques that he had learned recently. The beast was indeed huge. But was it as strong? With its heavy weight, the armored firewolf felled many trees in the forest and fell unconscious. The guys probably never imagined that they would have to witness such a thing. Was Lu Xuan himself a wild beast? To have such incredible strength? It was simply incomprehensible because not even everyone could achieve such a thing at an advanced age. This wild beast, comparable to a master's strength, was indeed very strong. Lu Xuan was well aware that if he hadn't reached the Abyss Realm, he wouldn't have been able to defeat it.
The company didn't even know what to reply. They just stood there, their mouths open, because in fact she had done little to his victory. Lu Xuan had managed to destroy his beast alone.
Even so, the golden armored firewolf was dead, and it was a shared trophy, so Lu Xuan offered to share it. Hua Chao was in agreement that it was Lu Xuan who killed the wolf. If it wasn't for him, everyone here would have died, so this was Lu Xuan's prey, and he could take it. No one even minded. Everyone was grateful to Lu Xuan after all. He had really helped them out. However, our hero was not going to give up such a trophy. Such a beast is never a bad thing to have on the farm. Maybe he offered to split it up for some kind of loyalty. This guy dragged a golden armored wolf that weighed around 10,000 zin, and yet he didn't use ki. What kind of guy is that? He was too strong. Han Shui, as the leader, always carried healing pills with him, so he suggested that everyone take one, so that they could stabilize their breathing and regain their strength. Afterward, they gave an act of thanks to Lu Xuan. If he needed anything, they would always be ready to help. They were all cultivators and listened to their hearts. Lu Xuan had helped them, so they felt obligated to repay this debt. Hua Chao didn't even know Lu Xuan's name, but he promised that he would definitely repay the debt in the future. In order to make better contacts, Lu Xuan also introduced himself, giving his name. Each of the team also gave their name. It turns out they were inner disciples of Wuyang Academy. There was a very interesting situation. The students of the Wuyang Academy had somehow ended up in the territory of the Zhenwu Kingdom. But Lu Xuan was a bit mistaken. He seemed to have topographical cretinism. This was the territory of the Wuyang Kingdom. The students were with their teacher, but unexpectedly encountered a dangerous beast. They originally wanted to increase their strength through trials and qualify for the Yin-Yang Academy, but they only ended up attracting this beast. Of course, the guys were also interested to know about their hero. Why was Lu Xuan here? Lu Xuan decided to introduce himself rather modestly, and called himself an insignificant person of the Zhenwu Kingdom, who was on his way to the Wuyang Kingdom. This was even more surprising after all. How could a strong person like Lu Xuan be born in such a small kingdom? The students planned to return to the imperial capital as soon as they finished the trials. But before they left, Hua Chao suggested Lu Xuan to go with them. They still had flying beasts. The flying beasts were of course very enticing to Lu Xuan, but he had a subordinate, and he was currently cultivating. If the guys waited for one day, then he could go. Hua Chao of course did not refuse. After all, they were also injured. They needed time to recover their strength. In that case, Lu Xuan decided to go to Mu Yanfeng's place to see how he felt there. While our hero was fighting, he could clearly hear the aura from that place. But he wasn't sure if Mu Yanfeng had broken through. The old man was just about to come out of his trance by this time. Looks like the master had managed to reach the master level after all. Of course it was thanks to Lu Xuan. Yang Feng felt that without his master, he wouldn't even exist. Additionally, Lu Xuan gave Mu Yanfeng a concealment pill. It would help him hide his true level. Yang Feng would also be able to unleash his power equal to the final stage of the Abyss Realm, which was already leading people astray. The old man was well aware of the importance of hiding his true strength. It was very dangerous to show all of his power at once. His breathing had already slowed down as soon as Yan Feng took this pill. He felt great. Lu Xuan meanwhile decided to cultivate, and Yan Feng could use this chance to stabilize his cultivation and then protect his master. This time, cultivation was a little different. Lu Xuan had to undress. After all, he would now use his trophy as cultivation. He had to fully conduct the energy through all the meridians to absorb the power contained in the blood as efficiently as possible. The cultivation had been going on for 3 days. The blood of the firewolf had completely consumed Lu Xuan's entire body. It was long and difficult, but in return, Lu Xuan felt a powerful life force. He probably couldn't even dream of such capabilities in his previous life. Lu Xuan's entire being felt different. Not only his body had changed, but also his mental perception of everything around him. The effect exceeded the Mad Emperor's expectations, for he had reached the second stage of Golden Elephant Armor. He didn't realize it would take 3 whole days. His new acquaintances must have been waiting for him. Mu Yanfeng had already revealed that some people were looking for Lu Xuan yesterday, and also clarified that they were acquaintances. The old man told them that the master was cultivating, and the guys left. Lu Xuan intended to go to Wuyang with them. Therefore he asked Yang Feng to find them. When our hero noticed them, however, he was pleasantly surprised to find that they had not only recovered, but had grown stronger in the meantime. Lu Xuan had just finished his cultivation, and of course apologized for delaying the guys for 2 whole days. It was nothing to them, because they hadn't slacked off all this time either, and eventually made some progress. They all thought that it was a disaster, but when they met Lu Xuan, they were able to greatly advance in cultivation. And it was all thanks to Lu Xuan. Dean Han Yao must be pleasantly surprised by this. Wang Yang had very aptly pointed out that Lu Xuan had advanced much further than them. Surely he had already broken through to the master level. But he was exaggerating, for it was not easy to achieve a master. Well, the guys had a different opinion. After all, Qinhua had reached the Abyss Realm at 19. Only, no one could tolerate this arrogant guy. The guys were just glad that Lu Xuan wasn't like him. Qinhua's name seemed quite familiar to Lu Xuan. He assumed that this was the man who wanted to marry Su Yu. Still, he was unsure about it, so he asked for details about the man. Qinhua was a famous genius that appeared once every 1,000 years. He was only 23, but he had already reached the master stage. He also had a special sword. It was also said that he had already reached the middle stage of the sword heart and was about to reach the highest stage, a sword master, and even a middle stage sword heart. This was simply an incredible achievement. This guy was good for sure, but why was he so disliked? Hua Chao narrated that his character was unbearable even though he was talented and strong. But he was a lecher and a real scumbag, and on top of that, he is frantically pursuing Sister Han Shui. He constantly threatened anyone who tried to get close to Han Shui. Already, 6 inner disciples have suffered at his hands, and the girl in turn could never fall in love with a psycho like Qinhua. It was very strange to hear that such a man could not be restrained by anyone. He seemed to be the favorite of all 3 major families of the Wuyan kingdom. Perhaps because of this, no one dared to restrain him, and everyone was afraid of him. Hua Chou suggested forgetting about this lunatic. After all, we had to depart soon. After 3 days, they reached the nearest city of Hanyang. This was where Dean Han Yao was staying. The classmates were happy to see Senior Hua Chao and Sister Han Shui. All this time they had been worried about them. Fortunately, the boys were not only fine, but managed to get through. The dean was already in the reading room waiting to meet his students. Hua Chao suggested that Lu Xuan go along with them. After all, Han Yao really appreciated talented people and would surely be pleased with someone like Lu Xuan. The young master in turn wasn't opposed to making new acquaintances either, especially when the dean was being honored in such a way. Mu Yanfeng Lu Xuan suggested that they take a walk around the city. They would meet later when the master was done. On their way to the dean's office, the boys met the man they had so recently discussed. The girls fought for Qinhua's attention like this. They tried to attract him to them any way they could. Usually their conversations were about cultivation. Surprisingly, Qinhua was helping the girls explore meridians as well as teaching them new skills. Everyone was in admiration of the man, but if someone didn't like him, they were afraid of him all the same. But that didn't concern Han Shui. She didn't hesitate to show her disgust for this man and wasn't afraid of him just because he was powerful and had many influential people behind him. It was surprising, because anyone would dream of being in her place and had probably already been poked by the Lord. Qinhua, as soon as he saw Han Shui, immediately forgot about all the girls as if they didn't exist. Turns out, all this time he was really worried about the object of his affection. It seemed as if this guy was ready to fall at Han Shui's feet. But before that could happen, the girl would immediately set up boundaries and ask this scumbag to get the hell out of here. Lu Xuan could finally appreciate Qinhua as well. In his opinion, he was very weak, as he had broken through to the master stage through force. He wouldn't achieve anything in the future as he was just a clown. The guy asked Han Shui not to pout and decided to please her by buying a jade hairpin especially for her. Qinhua really hoped it would suit the girl, but that one didn't even want to look. Along with her friends, she just walked on by. He hated it when she ignored him and was ready to destroy everything around him. But Qinhua knew one thing. Sooner or later, she would be his. She couldn't be able to act the hell out of herself forever. Upon entering the dean's office, Lu Xuan immediately assessed the cultivation. Han Yao was already a master at the final stage, however. It was not surprising since he was the dean at Wuyang Academy. Lu Xuan properly introduced himself. He really was glad to have the opportunity to meet such a strong person. From the get-go, Han Yao judged Lu Xuan to be young and very talented. If his students had told him that, he would not have believed that such a person existed at all. Lu Xuan tried to be modest and clarified that back then, they had killed the golden-armored firewolf altogether. Well, this modesty was quite pleasing to Han Yao. So far, the acquaintance was going quite well. The dean and Lu Xuan impressed with each other. But suddenly Lu Xuan noticed the sign of the ghostly faction. Lu Xuan didn't fully understand how this person could have his big brother Ji Wuxin's mark, but he decided to deal with that later. Hua Chao suggested he stay here tonight and spend the night. And most importantly, don't forget to come to the gala reception that will be held later. If our hero needs anything, he can immediately turn to Hua Chao. There was a perfect moment to inquire about that pendant, so Lu Xuan dared to ask where the dean could acquire one. Hua Chao said that Dean Han Yao had received this pendant from someone while traveling around the kingdom when he was still young. In the entire Wuyang kingdom, there was no other pendant like it, so Lu Xuan would not be able to buy it. It was good food for thought. Lu Xuan hoped for the best to the last, that he couldn't be betrayed. But how were Ji Wuxin's affairs? 300 years had already passed. However, there was no point in filling your head with this now. Even if he was alive, Lu Xuan would hardly be able to recognize him. The pendant that Dean Han wore was a symbol of Ji Wuxin's power, a symbol of the ghostly faction and its members. There were only two ways to obtain this symbol. The first was that Han Yao was a member of the ghost faction, and this pendant proved it. The second was that he killed a member and took the pendant. If it still turned out that this pendant had gotten to him through the second scenario, Lu Xuan would have to kill the dean. While there was free time, Lu Xuan also had some things to buy. But when he met a girl he knew, he didn't admit it to her. He just referred to wanting to go out for a walk. Han Jue showed enthusiasm after all. This was Lu Xuan's first time in the city. Plus, it just so happened that she was now free and could show the guy around. Lu Xuan refused. He wanted to buy some things to kill her grandfather. And if she went with him, what would Lu Xuan even be able to buy? Happily, that annoying kid who was willing to go with Han Shui to the ends of the earth appeared. Yes, only it was an excuse to take Lu Xuan's hand and lie about the fact that she had promised to go for a walk with Lu Xuan. How low. That girl was just using him as insurance. This must be the first time with Lu Xuan. Of course, Qinhua was dissatisfied. After all, he didn't need to lash out at anyone like this girl, and everything was even. Qinhua was quite imposing, and even after not daring to get behind Han Shui, he decided to continue talking about this strange guy he had seen for the first time and didn't know how to address him. However, it was unlikely that he would find out. Lu Xuan said goodbye to this clown as soon as he had the chance, and the man became more and more jealous of the dream girl. After all, in his dreams she was already his, and who was this guy anyway? Did he really want to die? The ward immediately narrated about this guy. Lu Xuan met in the forest when Han Shui and her classmates were on a hike, and he's also from the Zhenwu kingdom. Well, for a moment, the guy even felt better, for he realized that Lu Xuan was from a weak and small kingdom. Qinhua was no longer following them, so Lu Xuan asked for the girl to let go of his hand. When they were alone together, Han Shui tried her best to explain the situation and apologize for it, because that suitor had really annoyed her, and she hoped that Lu Xuan didn't take it personally. If that was all, Lu Xuan hurriedly went about his business. The girl was left alone, as if she had been abandoned. It was clear, these days Lu Xuan had really started to like her. She was afraid that her charm didn't work, but it seemed to be about something else. When she watched Lu Xuan fight against the firewolf, she thought that he was a real man. But it seems like he was just another coward who was scared of Qinhua. Because of this, Han Sui once again had to forget about this person, for it looked like there would be no future with him. The kingdom was indeed decent. Lu Xuan liked it after all. There was even a guild of array building masters here. Young Master was excited to go in there and take a look at what was there. Arrays were basically like the magic circles of the cultivator world, which could also be called pharmacies. A formation slab is a portable item that encloses a variety of arrays. The array created could be used, which was very convenient because the slab could be used without any understanding of the information itself. It would come in handy to find something useful here, and if Lu Xuan didn't have enough money, he could simply buy the formula of the array he needed and create it himself. The counselor, of course, served the new customer right away. This guild had 5 levels of formation slabs, including more than 10 kinds of arrays. For example, soporific, attacking, and magic arrays. Lu Xuan was of course interested in the highest 5th level. The young master also wanted to see entry-level flags and arrays. It was that way, but the counselor didn't want to show it. She didn't want to waste her time because no one could afford to buy an already finished array. Surely this guy was probably just looking too. Lu Xuan noticed without even looking closely how terrible the materials here were, and how mediocre everything was made. Without lingering in that hall any longer, Lu Xuan wanted to see higher-level formations, but it seemed to be the best thing to be found here at all. Yes, only Lu Xuan was not so easily led. He was certain that the guild was selling unidentified formation slabs, so he asked the counselor to take him there. This place was full of formation masters. Therefore, the girl had warned in advance so that Lu Xuan wouldn't accidentally offend anyone here. And indeed, there were really many masters, each considered something and picked up for himself. Amongst all the crowd, Lu Xuan met up with Han Shui again. He didn't expect to see her here, but she didn't seem to notice Lu Xuan. The meeting was really unexpected, but nevertheless the guy tried to avoid it. There were more important things to do. Lu Xuan looked at the different slabs, but his attention was caught by one slab that had been here for a very long time and was considered as useless. This advice was given to him by some old man who was with Han Shui. It didn't go unnoticed. He certainly didn't need that advice, but he thanked him nonetheless. He was more interested in the price of this stove. The consultant admitted that the stove was broken, but the materials in it were quite rare, so it was worth 50,000 gold. Lu Xuan used the black jade table to get his gold, from where he got exactly 50,000 gold pieces. Many people condemned such an act. After all, the counselor had warned him, but this kid was so smug, buying some useless junk for 50,000 gold pieces. What a waste. The girl's reaction was incomprehensible after all. They had bought this junk from her for full price. But she was still dissatisfied when Lu Xuan asked her for the room he was willing to rent. That slab was really badly damaged that even the craftsman couldn't repair it. A lot of people wondered, how was this guy going to do it? There were rooms here, of course, but they were only for the masters of array building. It seems Lu Xuan needed to pass some kind of exam, and only when he passed it would he be able to rent a room. What a pain in the ass. He just needed the tools from the room to fix this stove. The girl could only guide him into the room if Lu Xuan showed her the array construction master badge. Lu Xuan was certainly in an idiotic situation. Everyone began to mock him. After all, he bought some junk and was not a master. It was also a bit of a tense situation for the girl. She couldn't give Lu Xuan a room if he wasn't a master. In that case, Lu Xuan wanted to know when the array building masters here would be free. He planned to rent the highest level room and also find out what rank of array building master he needed to do so. The best room in the guild could only be rented by a master of the 4th rank. Right now, Lu Xuan was ready to pass all the necessary tests to now become a rank 4 array construction master. This guy wasn't even a rank 1 master, but he wanted to take part in the test to get rank 4. People felt as if this guy was dreaming or delusional. Han Shui prompted Mr. Lu Xuan that he needed to become a rank 1 array master first. The tests to become a rank 4 array construction master were incredibly difficult, and the examinee must have a spiritual strength of at least 0.6 points. At that time, Lu Xuan had to show the forming abyss pattern, which indicated a sustained spiritual power. This pattern without many could not be repeated. People's ridicule was transformed into amazement and admiration for this man. Han Xue only now realized how much Lu Xuan's strength was so great that even people couldn't believe their eyes. Now the master hoped that perhaps now he could rent a room. But the recent man offered to use his room, calling Lu Xuan a mentor. The room they visited was quite nice. It seems this gentleman was a high-level array construction master. Han Xue enlightened Lu Xuan, reminding him that Zhao's grandfather was the best at one in the city, and besides, he was the head of the guild. Lu Xuan cast a rather dubious glance at this old man. After all, how could he be the head, and not even realize that that stove was not useless trash? As much as he was grateful to be given the use of this room, he also asked to move farther away from it. He was finally alone with a supreme 8th level, magical gold formation array. With Lu Xuan's current abilities, it would take him some time to fix this stove. Yes, it took some effort, but still the result was achieved. Plus, the craftsman was able to not only fix this stove but also strengthen the soul. Now it was possible to go and test the strength of this formation. Lu Xuan was ready, but he hoped that he wouldn't have to use the formation plate. All this time, Mr. Zhang and Han Xue were waiting for the mentor under the door. After Lu Xuan of course wanted to settle accounts for such help. But the guild leader didn't want to take anything in return. Besides, if Lu Xuan still needed the room, he could use it at any time. Perhaps Mr. Zhang expected to hear something in response, but all he heard was thank you and goodbye. It turns out that Mr. Zhang had some kind of request for Lu Xuan and asked him to listen to him. This kind of approach Lu Xuan didn't really like. The whole first being told that he didn't owe anything, and then asking for some request. But nevertheless, he was willing to listen. It turns out that the guild still didn't have an honorary elder, and Mr. Zhang hoped that perhaps the mentor would be interested in this. Lu Xuan only needed to just say his name, and he wouldn't have to do anything else. But in return, he would receive 5 million gold every year. You don't have to do anything, but to get such a huge amount of money? Wasn't that too much? Or maybe the old man was testing Lu Xuan. Perhaps he realized that as long as Lu Xuan didn't screw up, he would be able to use him. However, it was a win-win deal, so Lu Xuan easily agreed. He was immediately given the badge of an honorary guild elder, and also a Wuyang Kingdom gold card with a yearly reward. These were the masters of array building. Money was flowing right into their hands, and Lu Xuan still needed to find a deserted place to test this formation slab. When the master did get to such a place, he was ready to spring into action. The slab lit up quite brightly, and afterward, a thick fog appeared around Lu Xuan, and out of the mist came a huge beast. It looked like a wild dog, and its eyes were fierce with rage. The fangs of this beast were ready to close in on Lu Xuan's body. But before that happened, Mu Yanfeng was guarding his master as promised. When the old man struck the beast, only then did he realize that it was the power of the array. And this golden-armored huge dog was formed en masse and also quite good. Indeed, the effects were pretty good, but the QE consumption was just staggeringly huge. If Lu Xuan used this, he felt obligated to win as soon as possible. Mu Yanfeng had been following his master ever since he left the academy, and during this time, he realized that Lu Xuan was probably preparing for something. Lu Xuan decided to admit that he was preparing to fight Din Han Yao, although it was possible that he might not have to fight him. But if the outcome was different, Lu Xuan had to do things quickly. Otherwise they will die. Mu Yanfeng had a good idea of what his master was getting at and was ready for anything. Toward evening, Lu Xuan was still in time for the meal. Hua Chao was already waiting for him, who was worried about his new friend since everyone was already waiting for him. Today was a holiday, and it seems Lu Xuan had completely forgotten about it. After all, he had many other things to worry about. Before going there, Lu Xuan wanted to know who else would be at that feast. All the 5 students that Lu Xuan was already familiar with, as well as the other students of the academy, were gathered there. Everyone already knew that Lu Xuan had saved them, so they all wanted to meet him. That was why Lu Xuan simply couldn't give up on this celebration. Lu Xuan had already noticed Zhen Hao from afar, who was holding a seat for him. Many people were happy to see Lu Xuan, so they tried their best to please him. Lu Xuan, for his part, was never against good food and company, though he was always having some trouble with the former. Han Shui still couldn't turn away from her annoying beau who followed her everywhere. But when she saw Lu Xuan, she went to him at once, of course, for his company was always pleasant to her. She wanted to sit closer to him, so she asked her friend to move somewhere else, which he didn't refuse her. Lu Xuan paid no attention to this girl, while she was ready to jump with happiness that she was sitting with him. Qin Hua was ready to vaporize everything here. This was such a triangle. Han Xue was extremely surprised that Elder Lu had not previously mentioned to her that he possessed such skills. Did he really not consider her as his friend? The girl felt offended, but she was even more offended that Lu Xuan didn't even think about how to answer her. He remained silent. Indeed, When did he manage to become an elder many people were worried about? So he also excelled in building an array. The students were marveling at Lu Xuan's talent, for this was a true rarity, to be a 6th rank array master. I think someone said rank 6. Lu Xuan could easily manifest the abyss pattern, and this was already a very serious achievement indeed, and that was the truth. The only sad thing was that Lu Xuan was not eager to reveal his accomplishments. Han Shui did it instead. He was lucky with girls, of course. It turns out that Mr. Zhao had ordered her to follow Lu Xuan to study while watching him. They were both on the cusp of death corrected with this, so the girl trusted that Lu Xuan wouldn't refuse her. But Lu Xuan still remained silent, as if something was being imposed on him. But he certainly didn't want to speak his true opinion, so as not to offend the girl. Hua Chao decided to defuse the situation by saying that Lu Xuan did not ignore Han Shui. It seems that he had gained some enlightenment. Why would such an intelligent man simply remain silent? Surely he had some wise thoughts in his head. Lu Xuan didn't seem to have been told about the local customs here, so Qin Hua decided to take care of it. Our hero never said a word, but the fact that he was ignoring Qin Hua himself startled many people in the hall. People were already questioning him, as if he had something wrong with his head, or maybe he didn't want to live anymore. Qin Hua announced to everyone, including Lu Xuan, that he wanted to fight him, but it required the consent of Lu Xuan himself directly. He continued to remain silent, and Qin Hua continued to get angrier and angrier. Han Shui decided to stand between them, as her suitor's behavior was already annoying. He wasn't welcome here, and it looks like he's in the way of these two here. Han Shui wanted to object, but Qin Hua finally realized everything. The girl was rejecting him because of this guy. Did she really fall in love with him? Qin Hua had separated him and himself into different categories, and the two of them couldn't be here together. If Lu Xuan was a man, he had to come out and not be a coward. Senior Qin challenged him to a duel, and he didn't even turn to face him. This was very tough. From this day onwards, Lu Xuan had become the idol of many. He dared to ignore Qin Hua. Courage was not something he lacked. Well, Lu Xuan didn't do anything, but he had managed to anger Qin Hua. Now the massacre just had to happen. After all, there was nothing to insult the elders. Han Shui stood up to Lu Xuan's defense without a second thought, as he didn't even move. Her friends also joined her. All of them stood up for Lu Xuan, and Qin Hua was just going to kill him. Quite quickly, all of these students were thrown off by Qin Hua's strength. They realized they couldn't defeat the master. Lu Xuan was left alone with this clown. He still hadn't moved, as if he'd truly fallen into some sort of trance. But his instinct for self-preservation was working perfectly. He really didn't have to do anything. His body seemed to move for him. He was easily able to throw back Qin Hua, who was so praised for his strength. What the students had just seen, was it really real? They would have questioned it if someone had told them about it, but they had seen it with their own eyes. And eyes don't lie, do they? Lu Xuan, on the other hand, didn't understand at all why everyone was staring at him like that. To clear up anything at all, Han Shui asked him to look away. There he saw that he had just defeated the master in one move. This was all the second stage of the dragon and elephant palm. This sudden enlightenment helped Lu Xuan reach the next stage in mastering this technique. Lu Xuan rejoiced at his advancement, while Qin Hua was now offended and felt obligated to kill Lu Xuan. The master pointed his sword straight at Lu Xuan, not afraid that some sort of punishment would be meted out. Lu Xuan still maintained his steadfast composure and didn't even blink when the sword point approached him. As a counterbalance, he decided to break off a chair leg so that he would have at least some weapons. It was a pity he didn't bring Mu Yanfeng with him. This piece of wood was much stronger than Qin Hua's metal, if only because they were controlled by force rather than the material itself. Lu Xuan was in a mood today, so he decided to take pity on the insolent man and only slap him on the back of the head. But it was enough for the guy to fall unconscious and get a lump, and most importantly, everything was solved without a drop of blood. Well, Lu Xuan was really strong and was also a master of array construction. There was simply no need for him to be afraid of Qin Hua as the girl had originally thought. Lu Xuan had almost finished his meal, so he decided to just leave. Qin Hua kept interrupting him, and besides, our hero felt unwelcome here. Hua Chao was annoyed, and a little embarrassed in front of his new friend. Who would have thought that such a thing could happen? But Lu Xuan smiled encouragingly to let him know that he was not offended by him or the other students. Before this, Lu Xuan had given a small task to Mu Yanfeng, and the latter had already prepared everything his master had asked for. The plan was for the old man to go to the designated place and lay low, and Lu Xuan took it upon himself to lead them. Once the negotiations failed, then Yang Feng would have to activate the formation and attack from ambush. At a rather dark time, Dean Han Yao appeared, where he was already being waited for. As it was said, he called the code word Ghost Elusive, but afterward he had to make a sacrifice to heaven and earth. Han Yao greeted the envoy as he should have. Well, Han Yao could stand up. This was something the Dean didn't expect to see Lu Xuan here. It turns out still the first option was correct. Han Yao was from the Ghost faction. Still, he didn't kill or take away this pendant. The ghostly faction was now hidden from view, awaiting further commands. When had the Dean had time to join? 30 years ago, Han Yao was traveling through the Beishu kingdom and accidentally rescued his mentor. This mentor gave Han Yao this token of belonging to a ghostly faction. The mentor's name was Mo Gao Xuan. Unfortunately, the real name was unknown to the Dean. He only knew that the mentor was extremely strong, above the level of a superb master. But this name, Mo Gao Xuan, was completely unknown to Lu Xuan. He didn't remember anyone from his past life with this name. Still, Lu Xuan tried to find out what was even known about the ghostly faction. Was the leader still alive? Han Yao didn't even know this. He was only in contact with his mentor, and had no idea about the current state of the faction. But Han Yao's mentor would have to know more. If Lu Xuan was okay with it, the Dean could send him a message asking for a meeting. Now it was a matter of time, how long it would take the mentor to get here. Han Yao didn't know where the mentor was, but if he said that if a meeting was required, he could be found somewhere in the Beishu kingdom. In that case, there was no need to send a letter. Lu Xuan had some business in Beishui, and they could go there with the Dean together. Han Yao addressed Lu Xuan as young master, but the guy asked to refrain from this kind of nickname. Besides, there was also another request, not to tell others about Lu Xuan's real identity. The guy was going to let Han Yao know in advance when he needed him. The conversation had been quite constructive. Lu Xuan now saw the point of coming back. Maybe his past life and Ji Wuxin were inextricably linked. But to be honest, Lu Xuan had prepared for the worst. But to his surprise, it was quite simple. Today was planned to fly to another kingdom on these winged creatures. Qinhua had still woken up yesterday and went there first. He seemed to be ashamed of yesterday. And Lu Xuan, as usual, didn't care. Due to the large number of people, each flying beast will be led by 4 people. The flying beast had a large body, so there was even enough room for 6 people. Now everyone was to be seated in order of their turn at the Dean's command. Hua Chou, of course, offered Lu Xuan to go along with them. After all, he was the best Blue Eagle rider here. Hua Chao, Wang Yang, Liu Kai, and Jiang Hao had already been assigned to this Blue Eagle. But before leaving, Hua Chao asked for Lu Xuan. Perhaps he could fly with them. But no, the Dean had plans of his own. Hua Chao wanted to persuade the Dean, but it was no longer possible. There were only 5 flying beasts here, and those who could ride them were all teachers and students of the Academy's inner circle. There was no more room, so it seems the Dean wanted to put Lu Xuan on the weakest beast. Lu Xuan had injured Qinhua, so it was no wonder that the Dean now disliked him. Such rumors were spreading among the crowd. Even the granddaughter didn't quite understand what was on her grandfather's mind. Zhao Pu and Liu Chao were allocated to the weakest beast, the Grey Eagle. Laughs were heard among the crowd, for even the Grey Eagle didn't have room. Would the Dean take Lu Xuan at all? It was very likely that he wouldn't even be allowed to sit on the flying beast. Hua Chao was a little nervous because the Dean was too much. The new acquaintance asked Lu Xuan to sit in his place, but he would walk on his own. The last one to fly the Grey Eagle will be Han Yao. To think that the Dean would fly the weakest eagle. Didn't the Dean have a personal high-level Red Eagle? Is there some kind of mistake? But no, Lu Xuan and Han Shui would be flying on the Red Eagle. Even the girl didn't understand why on earth her grandfather had given Lu Xuan his Red Eagle. It was something unbelievable. But Lu Xuan could sit on the Grey Eagle. The Red Eagle was Han Yao's personal beast after all. The situation was decided by the granddaughter. Lu Xuan was a guest, and the guys wanted to pay their respects. Therefore, Han Shui decided that she and Lu Xuan would fly on her Red Eagle, and grandfather would fly on his. It was an unexpected solution to the situation, but the Dean agreed. Han Yek invited Lu Xuan to fly together on her personal eagle, and yet the Dean didn't object. This will be a great excuse for all sorts of gossip for uninitiated students. Han Shui wasn't so little, but she felt truly like a girl when she was around such a man. But to avoid admitting to herself that she had fallen in love with him, she justified the act to herself by saying that Lu Xuan was good at building arrays, and she wanted to learn it. On the way, the girl noticed that Lu Xuan had once again gained enlightenment. The journey took 5 days, and they finally reached the center of the Wuyang kingdom. Han Shui and Lu Xuan had spent all these 5 days together on the road, but the guy didn't pay any attention to the girl. Han Shui was looking for the problem in herself, thinking that she was not attractive at all, but she didn't think about the fact that Lu Xuan might have his own reasons for not being interested in girls. Master was happy that they had finally arrived. This city turned out to be 10 times the size of the capital of the Zhenwu Kingdom, and the population must exceed 10 million. Upon arriving in Wuyang, the crow made her presence known. She felt that this mysterious treasure was somewhere in this city. But what was the treasure that the golden crow sensed? The only thing she could tell was that the treasure was sealed, but if the bird got closer, she could tell for sure. Whether this treasure belonged to someone or not was unclear. It's like, go to I don't know where and bring back I don't know what. The only thing the crow was certain of was that if Lu Xuan could improve this treasure, it would definitely become his. Well, we could think about it upon arrival, but now we could marvel at the beauty of this city. The academy was very large. No wonder it produced many talents that surpassed Zhenwu Academy. It housed many buildings and was divided into different areas. There was the martial arts faculty, the alchemy faculty, the artifact creation faculty, and the array building faculty, which Han Shui was precisely a member of. Lu Xuan was a little surprised that the girl turned out to be a master array builder, but she didn't want the guy to mock her. It was obvious that she was no match for Lu Xuan, but he wasn't laughing at the girl either, though she saw otherwise, for he was smiling, and inside he must have been dying with laughter. Lu Xuan was interested in what some people were doing there. Turns out it was an assembly for new and old students. It was a specially prepared event for new students. The academy usually held such gatherings to exchange experiences between old and new students. In other words, they would just gather in a bunch and show off. It was certainly something to look at. Especially they arrived pretty quickly, and Hua Chao wasn't there yet, so they wouldn't lose anything if they just landed and watched it. Lu Xuan noticed that his former Sui was also here. Qinhua was very revered here, and Sui was one of them. She felt that for her to be his friend, she would have to practice a lot. To think about it, even senior Du Bo had come out to personally greet the newcomers. Du Bo was a student of the Academy's inner circle, and it was also rumored that he had already reached the realm of the abyss. Of course, no one expected such a majestic man to come out to the mortals to say hello. This is what a real gentleman was supposed to look like, according to Sui, and Du Bo immediately turned to Sui. Qinhua appeared to have already arrived and asked him to meet the girl. The master courteously escorted Mrs. Sui to a more private place. Sui, of course, I rejoiced, for now happiness had come to her street. In the sky, she immediately recognized the bird her lover Qinhua was flying on. Undoubtedly, he was incredibly cool and handsome. Reality was worth 1,000 words. He was simply beautiful. Everyone dreamed of being with him. Quite quickly, Qinhua jumped to his new object of affection, but as if he didn't recognize her, he clarified her name. Suya in his eyes was incredibly beautiful, as well as Han Shui. The girl was a little embarrassed, but she was well prepared for today. But at that moment, Han Shui's eagle flew in just then. Everyone instantly forgot about Qinhua and turned their attention to the most beautiful girl in the entire Wuyang kingdom. Without a doubt, Sui, I immediately realized that Han Shui was much stronger than her. Qinhua also forgot about Sui and switched his attention to Han Shui. He couldn't stop pursuing her. After all, to him, she was an object of love. If the guy was happy to see her, she wasn't. Han Shui didn't understand at all what he was even doing here. He annoyed her even by his presence. Such words upset Qinhua, but he believed that no matter what, they were the most compatible people in the entire Wuyang kingdom. Young Master Qin sought Han Shui. Why her and not Suya? Yet the man was not good at it. Sui was about to snap and called Master Qin over. She realized that she had to work hard to gain his favor. Only then would she be able to get all the benefits from him. Han Shui didn't know who she was, and Qinhua didn't even want to know. She's a newcomer who just came here. Qinhua quickly chased this girl away. What was she even doing here? Sui didn't know what to say. She was shamed in front of everyone by the gentleman whose favor everyone wanted, and kicked out of here. That girl had nothing to do with young Master Qin at all. Much less could he love her, as Du Bo confirmed. It wasn't long before happiness was on her street. The girl found herself in a disgusting situation, and there was nothing she could do about it. Qinhua tried to please Han Shui as much as he could, but she absolutely didn't care about anything. Suddenly, she decided to call out to her companion to see if he wanted to come down. Everyone noticed her, but it was only now that Du Bo realized that she had come here with a man. Qinhua was ready to destroy anyone sitting there. He was terribly jealous of Han Shui, even realizing that she didn't have any feelings for him. Lu Xuan still decided to go down to these mortals. What if there was something interesting? Qinhua fell into a stupor when he saw Lu Xuan's familiar face. No one understood at all what Lu Xuan was forgetting here. I was puzzled at how he could fly here in a red eagle, and with an enviable girl. Lu Xuan's hearing was quite good, so he decided to clarify. Did Qinhua really want to kill him? Dubo immediately stood up for the master. He was young. Master Qin, the most talented disciple in the entire kingdom. How dare he speak to him like that? But rather quickly, Dubo flew away, as there was no need for lawyers here. Surprisingly, he didn't even realize who hit him, and it was young Master Qin who was protecting him as well. Dubo didn't understand at all why he was treated like this. Qinhua had to explain that he didn't allow him to open his mouth and say this nonsense. In addition, Qinhua also apologized for the whole misunderstanding. He simply didn't know that Lu Xuan was on the Eagle, and if he had known, he wouldn't have dared to make such a bold statement. What did the newcomers hear? Respectable Master Qin apologized to some guy. Lu Xuan's ex-girlfriend felt as if it was some kind of dream. Lu Xuan, on the other hand, had nothing else to do here, so he suggested to Han Shui to go from here. All it took was a call to the Red Eagle to make it comfortable to sit down. The boys flew onward to their companions to finish the trip, and Qinhua continued to swear to himself that he would kill Lu Xuan one day.